Possible only because we were able to model Vata, Pitta and Kapha in animal models, and from there we derived data. No one in the whole world has done this, friends. Everyone else had tried to do it empirically, but that's not how science works. You'll see the culmination of science and you'll see the advanced analytics of your body types, of your blood biochemistry in our stall, friends. Thank you very much.
Dr. Ravi Shankar Polisetti is a distinguished physician who has been invited to speak to the House of Commons in the British Parliament, a rare honor that has not been bestowed on any other doctor in the last century. He has served several prestigious institutions, including the Russian Parliament, and has gained worldwide recognition for his revolutionary polyscientific Ayurveda approach. Through this approach, he has taken allopathy to new heights and has developed a unique clinical methodology that has emerged as a new form of clinical biotechnology. This methodology allows for the personalization of not only Ayurvedic diets but also allopathic drugs based on the VPK fingerprint of an individual.
You're watching Asia One Presents Greatest Brands and Leaders, Asia Americas Africa 2023. Powered by Asia One Magazine and URS Media. Our next category is India's fastest growing brands 2023 and Asia's greatest leaders 2023. And the winner is the founder and CEO,
Dr. Ravi Shankar Polisetti. Moving on to the next Global Intern of the Year 2023 and World's Greatest Brands 2023. Going out to CEO and Director R&D, Sai Ganga Panekia Private Limited, India, Dr. Ravi Shankar Polisetti. Many congratulations to you, Dr. Ravi Shankar Polisetti.
We also have a special mention of a very unique, one of its kind in the world innovation. A wearable device called Dr. Poly detects the Vata, Pitta, Kapha fingerprint of an individual. Not only that, it also provides for non-invasive blood biochemical analysis, including lipid profile. May I call upon the inventor, Mr. Ravi Shankar Polisetti of Sai Ganga Panekia Private Limited. Mr. Polisetti is a cardiac surgeon, an Ayurvedic and naturopathy practitioner, Python programmer and data scientist. A big round of applause to Mr. Ravi Shankar Polisetti.
Hi friends, good morning. Thank you very much for covering me here. We are presenting Dr. Polly, friends, and I'm so excited that, out of 10,000 startups that they received the ISF 2023 received, they selected, we are one of the top 10 presenting this technology here today, and this technology is the one that I believe will make India the health capital of the world from, we are right now unfortunately the diabetic capital, but it will give you your blood glucose, your non-invasively HbA1c, your lipid profile, your Vata Pitta Kapha fingerprint, your provisional allopathic diagnosis, and your choice to choose the right allopathic drug if you're already on allopathic drugs. And if you don't want to use Ayurvedic supplement, no problem. It will customize your allopathic drug. It will also give you what supplements are good for you, what yogasanas are good for you, what are not good for you, what foods are good for you at a particular point of time, what foods are not, because we don't believe in junk food, friends. Junk food also can be customized so that junk food becomes healthy food, friends. This is for you, brought in after putting in more than 150 manuals of research in the last 25 to 30 years, and this is the world's most advanced according to me, IoT platform for digital health, friends. And I'm so grateful to ISF 2023 for actually choosing us and making us, to present to the investors here, and we're one of the top 10 here, and I'm so happy to present this to you. Thank you, really appreciate, and thank you very much.
बाद ni silicon
And the main presentation.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to today's IPSA conference. May I request everyone to kindly be seated. All mobile phones either switched off or kept on to silent mode from now onwards, please. Thank you very much indeed. Namaskar and good morning. Our guests of honor, eminent dignitaries, senior officials, distinguished delegates, respected members of the press and media, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the IPSA Conference 2023 on Smart Consumer Wearable Revolutionizing Personalized Healthcare Naturally, unveiling a game-changing fusion of technology and natural medicine, which is being presented by Sai Ganga Panakia, SJP. IPSA, ladies and gentlemen, is the forefront of redefining healthcare through innovation, introducing revolutionary wearable medical technologies and clinical methodologies, polyscientific Ayurveda. Our commitment lies in bridging the gap between tradition and innovation, resulting in transformative healthcare approaches. A standout achievement is our pioneering use of sophisticated mathematical algorithms derived from the ancient India medical sciences. These algorithms are the key to decoding complex biological systems and have achieved an impressive 95% success rate among 28,000 treated patients. Lives have been extended and the overall quality of life has significantly improved. Ladies and gentlemen, for the past 2 decades, IPSA has merged digital technology with end-stage care, giving rise to groundbreaking technologies like quantum, supra, and quantum digital doctor assistant. These advancements are revolutionizing healthcare services, making them more scalable and automated than ever before. The Ipsa conference is not just an event, it's a celebration of these remarkable achievements and an inspiration for future healthcare advancements. It showcases the transformative power of blending ancient wisdom with modern technology. As we look ahead, IPSA remains a beacon of hope and progress, leading the way to a healthier and more automated healthcare landscape. Join us in shaping the future of healthcare. It is a delight, ladies and gentlemen, to have you here and join us. In this conference, we will witness remarkable showcase of modern healthcare innovation that integrates the ancient wisdom of Ayurveda with cutting-edge technology. At this conference, we will also be unveiling a game-changing fusion of technology and natural medicine. The Institute of Polyscientific Ayurveda Conference will witness a remarkable showcase of modern healthcare innovation that integrates the ancient wisdom of Ayurveda with cutting-edge technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, Ayurveda, the knowledge of life in Sanskrit, is a form of traditional medicine that has been practiced in India for 1,000 years. Dhanvantari is the physician of Devas in Hinduism and is mentioned in the Puranas in the god of Ayurveda. We begin the proceedings today with the Dhanvantari Song, and may I invite Ms. Archana on the stage to kindly present the Dhanvantari Song.
Good morning. Namami Dhanvantarim Adidaivam Surasurairvandita Padapadmam Loke Jararikbhaya Mrityunasam Dhataramisam Vividhaushadhinam Kshirabdhiruditam Punyam Pitavarnam Chaturbhujam Namami Dhanvantarim Nityam Nanagada Nishudhanam Nanagadam Nishudhanam. जय जय हे भगवती सुरभारती तव चरणौ प्रणमामः जय जय हे भगवती सुरभारती तव चरणौ प्रणमामः नाद ब्रह्ममयी जय वागीश्वरी नाद ब्रह्ममयी जय वागीश्वरी चरणौ ते गच्छामः जय जय हे भगवती सुरभारती तव चरणौ प्रणमामः त्वामसि शरण्या त्रिपुवरधन्या त्वामसि शरण्या त्रिपुवरधन्या सुरमुनिवन्दितचरणा नवरसमधुरा कविता मुखरा स्मितरुचिरुचिराभरणा जय जय हे भगवती सुरभारती तव चरणौ प्रणमामः आसीना भव मानसहंसे कुन्दतु हि रक्षसि धवले हर जडतां कुरु बोधिविकासो सितपङ्कजतनु विमले जय जय हे भगवती सुरभारती तव चरणौ प्रणमामः नाद ब्रह्ममयी जय भागेश्वरी नाद ब्रह्ममयी जय भागेश्वरी चरणौ ते गच्छामः जय जय हे भगवती सुरभारती तव चरणौ प्रणमामः
Thank you very much indeed, Archana and Gayatri, for beautifully rendering those songs and starting this conference on auspicious note. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to announce that today this event will be graced by some very eminent dignitaries. We will have Her Excellency, the Honorable Governor of Telangana, gracing the occasion at around 11:30. We have some other very eminent dignitaries. Some of them have joined us through the Zoom link. Others are present here physically. We will have joining us Shri Sudhansh Pandeyji, IAS Secretary Department of Food and Public Distribution India, Shri Chakrapani Garu, former DG for APHRD, IAS officer, Shri Virimalla Prakash Rao, Chairman of Telangana Water Resources, Telangana, Shri Amarjeet Singh Bhamra, Secretariat All Party Parliamentary Group, Indian Traditional Sciences, Shri Sridevi, Chairman TS Official Language Commission, Shri Srinivas Lanka, Mentor Pharmaceuticals, Dr. Piyush Juneja, Founder Indian Vedyas, Dr. Premananda VAP, Vice President, Professor Sri Ram Narsimhan, UCLA, Shri Aman Sinha, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India and the BJP spokesperson, Dr. Zaman, Chairman ANGCC Global Investment Consortium, Mr. Sujit S. Nair, Chairman of Europe-India Centre for Business and Industry, Mr. Uday Arabatti, Member of Legislative Council, UK, Dr. G. Prasad, CCRAS Director, Professor G. Narahari Shastri, Director CSIR, Professor Dr. Sarangapani, BAMS, MD, Member State Council for Clinical Establishment, TS, Mr. Rakesh Mathur, Chief Executive Officer, Falcon International Consultants, DXP, Mr. Rizwan Adatia, Chairman of COGEF Group and Vision Exports, and Dr. C.V. Rao, former chairman, NTR University. And ladies and gentlemen, based in Hyderabad with offices in Russia, Canada and US, Dr. Ravi Shankar Polisetti is one of the best Ayurvedic doctors of India. He is a cardiovascular surgeon turned naturopath. With his translational research, he has derived a unique and scientific understanding of human body. Through an integrative approach, Dr. Polisetti has developed numerous methodologies to tackle diseases like arthritis, allergies, bronchial asthma, calculi in various organs and some forms of cancer. He has shared his findings through papers, conference presentations, and many guest lectures at the renowned universities worldwide. More than 50 articles were published in international peer-reviewed journals, and he has been awarded a number of times both at the national and international forums. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together in joining me as I invite Dr. Ravi Shankar Polisetti for the welcome address.
Hi, good morning, friends. Sabhabhya sabhapatibhyascha vo namaha. Everyone, if I list out all the dignitaries, it's going to be now. Anyhow, thank you very much, Sapna, for introducing my guests. It's overwhelming, to say the least, because we've got about more than 1,000 on-site registrations, more than 17,000 people interested joining on Zoom to and several. I'm so happy that several colleges have announced that they're going to mark their students as being present for their colleges if they attend this session. So I'm so overwhelmed that people understand that we need to have a common language of communication between Ayurvedic professionals and allopathic professionals. Because I see this as two sides of the same coin. And this is what we're going to present in the next 2 days sessions. And I think I need to make this announcement. By 11:20, I think we need to wait for the governor to come. So we might have to halt the sessions. And then the governor, madam, will leave. As per the protocol, she has to leave by 12:15. Otherwise, she said she'd be interested sitting the whole day attending our sessions. So that's another, very encouraging thing. So I'm so happy for that. And we'll have brainstorming scientific sessions, presenting the science of Ayurveda in the language of modern science. That's been my pursuit in the last 22 years, and putting in more than 150 man-years of research. It's not 1 or 2 days. I tell you, so many people helped me, so many scientists across the world helped me and conceive this, come to this. Why are we speaking in English today? Because everyone understands this language. Similarly, if Ayurveda is not translated into the language of allopathy, according to me, it will not be taken seriously. So that is the reason why we are here today. And I'm so happy that, eminent people, Ayurvedic professors from SV University, from several universities are here right now to correct me like their student if I'm wrong, to, of course, appreciate me if I'm right. So, and also my friends from the allopathic fraternity, my fraternity. I'm a Medical Council of India registered practitioner, but I don't know where I'm registered, but I belong to the globe. Presenting India in a new package to make India the health capital of the world, friends. And I really tell you, we can do it together. If we talk to each other, that's very, very important. If you're able to communicate with each other, if you're able to work if you're able to work together, I'm talking about the modern fraternity and the Ayurvedic fraternity, all the naturopaths, there is a language that we can speak together to be able to communicate to the so-called or the modern scientific community. That will really establish the supremacy of this science, friends. I tell you, being an allopathic doctor, trained in pediatric cardiac surgery, worked with Dr. Devi Shetty and several other, eminent cardiac surgeons, Dr. C.S. Reddy. Today, actually, there's so, you all know Murphy's Law, right? Whatever can go wrong will go wrong. That's exactly what happened. But in spite of that, there is a big samaroha of the political leadership here. So several of my friends from the political fraternity could not attend. And the Pediatric Cardiac Society of India is actually organizing a conference. We have annual congress. I should have been there in Chennai, attending the Pediatric Cardiac Society of India's congress. So Dr. Devi Shetty, Dr. C.S. Reddy are there tomorrow. There in the conference. I hope they have joined on Zoom. And I would want to see my friends on Zoom coming from Europe, coming from United Kingdom, and from the Middle East, and of course from India. Several other people who could not come to us, physically to be present here. They're joining through this Zoom session. And friends, let me, without any further delay, it's already delayed. We are running behind by 1 hour. Don't worry, we'll catch up for sure. Can someone start the presentation, please? So what I'm trying to say is, friends, so there is the Ipsa, the Institute of Polyscientific Ayurveda, is presenting the language of Ayurveda in the language of modern science. And why is it important, friends? Is because, as I said already, this is a very great science. I tell you, I'm like, when I read the scriptures, it really feels that the scriptures are talking something about advanced quantum biochemistry. We can't even perceive that, we can't even understand that because we are novices to biochemistry, right? So let me present the data that is available right now. Oh, thank you very much, friends. Pandeyji, I think I'll give Pandeyji, please unmute Pandeyji, Principal Secretary of the Commerce Ministry. Several eminent persons are here. So I would quickly want Pandeyji, if you can hear me, I'd love to hear a few words from you, please. Is my voice audible to Pandeyji on the Zoom? Okay, whenever he pings me, let me know. Someone raised a hand there from the AV console, please. Okay, they're like Dr. Raja Mohan, Dr. Venkat Majjiga, Amarjit Bhamraji from the All India, the All Party Parliamentary Group from the United Kingdom, Sujit Nairji from the European Union's, Commerce. Pandeyji, can you hear me? Namaskar. Pin him, please, pin him. Unmute Sudhansh Pandeyji, please. Yeah. Yeah. Pin him, please. No, don't stop the video. Pin him. He's unmute, yeah. Pandeyji, you can speak, please, if you can hear me.
Thank you, yes, very much. Can you hear me all?
Yeah, yes, we all can.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ravi Shankar Polishetty. For the benefit of the audience, I would like to first of all congratulate him. I met Dr. Polishetty about 10 years ago. It has been a decade-long association, and the passion with which he worked on this research was amazing. Many hurdles came on the way, but nothing could deter him, and he was convinced that the oldest medical science which originated in India, can be converted into modern language, and the modern science and medicine can actually benefit. So they are complementary to each other, the Ayurveda and the allopathy. And one of the most amazing things that I saw was the holistic approach that Dr. Poli Shetty has been adopting all along. As we all know, the whole universe is based on the concept of balance, which is the fundamental principle. Our existence is also based on balance of all biochemicals and systems in our body, in human body. The whole universe, and in fact the existence of Earth in the universe, is also based on the fundamental concept of balance. If that balance was missing, perhaps Earth would not have been in its place. And so many other planets. And this is the concept which Dr. Poli Shetty developed, that if any disequilibrium happens within the body and that balance gets disturbed, then it manifests itself into some disease, some ailment, some problem. And if we can correct that imbalance in the body, then perhaps we can address the fundamental ailment and can make our body again healthy. And he brought in the concept of non-invasive assessment of the blood biochemistry, and also, as our old Vaidyas used to see, that by pulse reading, Nadi Pariksha, what they used to call, they could actually assess the whole functioning of the body and the problems, where the problems exist, and they could then provide, after diagnosis, correct diagnosis, they could provide the remedy also. But gradually, Nadi Pariksha as a science started disappearing. Very few Ayurvedic experts have that expertise now, and those who still possess that expertise, they can still diagnose human body's problems very correctly. But those who do not have that knowledge, they find it very difficult to navigate through the diagnosis process. And what Dr. Ravi Shankar Shetty has done, that this Vata Pitta Kapha, which actually the balance within the body and within each of these triangles is responsible for maintenance of healthy body, or to have characteristic of that particular body, and even the treatment of that body has to be customized as per the character of the body. And therefore, Ayurveda treatment is customized to suit a particular body as per its character. And his invention basically can take that human error element out, and this machine which he has developed can make that classification of the body, that which body type you belong to, and what is the imbalance that body is suffering, what kind of food you should be taking, or what kind of medicine you should be taking to correct that imbalance, to restore body back to its healthy character. I have seen this development. I have also experienced application of this invention during the journey, and I have personally gone through the assessment myself, as was announced in the beginning, that today there is a special desk where a lot of people can go for non-invasive assessment of their blood biochemistry and also classification of the body type. I have also seen that in early stages when this machine was in its prototype. And even then, I was amazed how accurate the results were on the laptop screen. And that was without actually undertaking any invasive test of the blood. So what Dr. Ravi Shankar Polishetty has invented has the potential of actually putting India into leapfrog stage. Medicine can become very affordable because the diagnostic tests today that a poor man has to undertake at times, they are beyond his reach. As a result of which, he gets deprived of the correct medical treatment. So from the allopathic medicines, the generic medicines already produced in India have reached out to the world and have made medicines treatment affordable. As has been very correctly said, that India became the pharmaceutical market of the world, and it was supplying pharmaceutical throughout the world. But with this invention, by bringing the two sciences together and developing a common language for the two sciences, India can leapfrog into the next stage, because the holistic approach to human body is extremely important. I would like to make a very important point, which is assuming great significance in the digital world today and in the world of screens, small or big or holding in hand. Our lives have undergone dramatic changes, especially of the new generation, young generation, right from the birth. As a result of which, the mental health is becoming a very serious issue. Our social interaction, our social skills are getting reduced. People are becoming more and more loner, as a result of which the problems of depression and mental health are becoming very, very serious. West is already facing this, and some of the countries are in acute stages of that. But in India also, the mental health has become a very serious problem. This science actually, when you take the human body holistically, can actually address your mental health and physical health together. And this could be another silver lining here for all people who are attending this conference. I would like that a message should go out that the holistic approach to the health, which is being talked about, will actually become possible and can be practiced once the two sciences start speaking in the same language. And I would like to congratulate Dr. Ravi Shankar Polishetty, the passion with which he has pursued this. He had a very, very illustrious career as a surgeon in Russia. He could have even a better career as a cardiac surgeon in India. He has put in his own money into this research and has been completely devoted to this cause, which is going to serve all developing countries in such a way that health, which becomes a very fundamental obstacle to their growth, can be overcome. In India, still, the health expenses, out of pocket expenses, are still about 60%. And about 60 to 65 million people, they get pushed below the poverty line if they suffer from any terminal ailment. And they undergo very serious financial economic crisis in the family. Ayushman Bharat card has helped them, but inventions like this can be path breaking, and they are inexpensive. They give doctors also an opportunity to serve patient better, and for patient also, treatment becomes within reach. So for India, it's a great moment, and individually for Dr. Polly Shetty and his team, it's a great moment and time to celebrate success, their success, as well as India's success. My introduction was correctly given in the beginning. I was Food Secretary, Union of India, but now I am Election Commissioner for Union Territories, based out of Delhi. And I wanted to personally join the conference because I have attended a couple of earlier conferences with him in Hyderabad. But I am traveling. I am out of Delhi at the moment. And therefore, I took a very early flight to ensure that I am able to reach Pune and then join from here in time. So thank you very much, Dr. Polly Shetty. This is a path-breaking initiative that you have taken, and your dedication, your passion will ensure that the two sciences come on the same platform. It is a difficult task. It is not easy, but I am still confident that with your passion and with conferences like this, you will find like-minded people on both sides who will see the merit of complementing each other for the benefit of common men. Ultimately, we all work for society, and societal benefit, nation's progress should be our top priority. Thank you very much. Once again, congratulations to you, to your team, and congratulations to India also, which has produced such a promising son, which is giving a new direction to healthcare in the modern era. Thank you very much.
Pandeyji, I have no words. Oh, sorry. I have no words to thank you, really. You had been guiding me, really protecting me, and then really walking through this unknown terrain, because, you know, it's like, it's very difficult, as you know, and you really have helped me and mentored me in the last decade. And friends, you know, half of my speech is already spoken by him, so I don't have to speak those words that I wanted to say. But Pandeyji, really appreciate, you know, he's a very dedicated, warrior of India, that's what I would say. I had seen him very closely, and he had been guiding me, my mentor, and I don't have enough words to thank him. Really appreciate Pandeyji. And one more thing that he didn't say, that he's actually attending his family marriage, and he made sure, I requested him, sir, you should come. बोलते अगर रवि मेरे को आना ही है, लेकिन I have this marriage, so thank you very much, sir. Really appreciate. I don't have enough words to thank you. Really appreciate. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. So I wanted, next our Bhamraji from the UK. He's woken up at 3:30 in the morning to join this session. He comes from the House of Commons. I mean the all-party parliamentary group's chairman for traditional Indian sciences. He's the head there, and he's been, protecting and presenting India's interests to the House of Commons, to the UK, and also to the European Union. And Bamraji is a very great friend of mine. And friend kya bol sakta hu, he's again another mentor that I recently found in the last 3 years. And Bamraji, please, if you could actually come in quickly, share our dayas with us, and then share a few thoughts and the way forward, and receive your blessings. I'm looking for that. Unmute. One moment, Bamraji. I think, you need to be unmuted. Can you unmute, please? Yeah.
Namaste, everybody. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we all can hear you, Bhamraji. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, awfully delighted to be here with you this morning. Thank you so much for this privilege to share, to share some of my thoughts with you. So, first of all, if I may take the opportunity of congratulating Ayurveda Ratan, Dr. Ravi Polishetty, for organizing this very well time deserved meeting, to bring like-minded people together, to share his success, to share his vision, to share his joy and his passion with the work that he's doing. And I'm very pleased that I had the privilege and the pleasure to invite Dr. Polishetty to the Houses of Parliament here in London about 2 years back, when he gave his maiden speech in the Parliament here on the work, on the fabulous work that he's doing in India, and also here with us in the UK and everywhere else. So, this great scope of his vision, to promote scientific Ayurveda and the digital technology, that he is so much passionate about. I think it's about a time that there was a knee jerk, in the Ayurveda fraternity for something new to come through, something like this. And so it's a most welcome step in the right direction, as what we see that from Europe here. It's very welcome. So I was originally introduced to Dr. Polishetty by my very good companion, Dr. Venkata Joshi, who's based here in London, but I think at the moment he's traveling in India. And I just wanted to give you a very brief insight into what we're doing here in the UK with the All Party Parliamentary Group on Indian Traditional Sciences. This was basically created about 8-9 years back. There was a directive that had come in from the European Union, which was basically banning all herbal traditions in the European Union. And so I sort of got few of my very close parliamentary friends together and organized a meeting to see how we can contain that directive that was coming, in from Brussels. And with the grace of Bhagwan Dhanvantari, we managed to fight that here in the UK and are now in a very comfortable position so that Ayurvedic practitioners based here in the United Kingdom are able to import Ayurveda herbs only in herb form, and then they obviously can make their medications here on the ground. So we have this group. Basically, from there, we went on to set up this group, the All Party Parliamentary Group on Indian Traditional Sciences. It's a bit like the Government of India Ministry of Ayush, Ayurveda, Yoga, Unani, Siddha. So we in our group here we encompass Ayurveda, Yoga, Unani, Siddha, Jyotish, Vastu in our design here. And we speak about all these wonderful spiritual sciences of India to Mother of all parliaments, bringing in focus on the preventative aspects of our traditions, our healing traditions, specifically amongst the parliamentary and the policy-making communities. And we do that also with our richness of our passion, to drive this enthusiasm also into the European Union Parliament. We've been very active in the EU Parliament in Brussels also, for the last 5-6 years. But there has now been a little gap, since the unfortunate divorce between the EU and the United Kingdom, and also, the COVID situation didn't help either. But we are back in the EU Parliament. We've just had a marvelous occasion celebrating the auspicious Ayurveda Day here in the London Parliament 2 weeks back, and we will be celebrating Ayurveda Day back also in the EU Parliament in the next few weeks to come. So through Dr. Polichetti, I would like to welcome all of you to please be with us at the Parliament in the UK, and also at our future meetings in the EU also. So can I also just take a couple of minutes of your time to give you the direction that I think that Ayurveda needs to go as far as Europe and the European Union and the United Kingdom is concerned. We have very closely came to an arrangement with the Ministry of Ayush to put together the Ayurveda for promoting recovery in long COVID, in short known as the April trial. It's a randomized placebo-controlled trial of traditional Indian herbal medicine for treating long COVID. And so this is a program, which is led by our clinical leaders here, the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. And we partnered up with the All India Institute of Ayurveda. And so this is the first trial of an Ayurvedic product regulated as medicine in the UK. And up until now, there has not been any venture of this impact. So the rationale is that, as you know, the COVID-19 took a toll on the health globally. And so there are concerns around the disease's long-term sequel, often referred to as long COVID, with symptoms including respiratory problems, chronic cough, shortness of breath, chest tightness, and etc. So we are basically looking at the long COVID is understood to be a multi-system disease similar to some other post-viral syndromes, although it's still poorly understood. And what we're looking at, the government of India has suggested, and what the trial is looking at, is ashwagandha. As you know, it's a traditional herb in Ayurvedic system of medicine, has been used in centuries for promoting energy and vitality, reducing stress, and boosting the immune system. So the aim of this study is to determine whether ashwagandha can improve functional status, quality, and life and symptoms in adults in the United Kingdom suffering from long COVID. And may I remind you that, officially, we have a figure of something between 5+ million people living, with these symptoms in the UK. And so the idea really is that the trial is looking at 2,500 patients, the National Health Service, in our surgeries and our hospitals, and over the next 1 year. So this is where the trial will be conducted. It's as I said, it's a randomized, double-blind, placebo-controlled trial, and so I thought I would bring that to your very to your attention. And I think we have spoken about this on numerous occasions. Dr. Polichetti and also some other universities in India. And I think it's time that we really need to create a scientific platform that can interact, with the other side of the coin, as Dr. Polishetty had put this. So the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Indian Traditional Sciences is working very hard for promoting pluralistic model. So where, integrated medicine, can actually be considered as an option. And we need to, in India, it's not so difficult. As we have even Unani medicine, that's practiced there, Siddha medicine and homeopathy and so much. But in countries outside India, so it can be quite difficult. And so we would like to seek, the continued assistance of all valuable participants on the screen who I can see here, and the participants, at the conference itself, and to create such a base where we can all come together under what we are now considering to put together the Ayurveda Center of Excellence, which will be the first center of its kind outside India, and where we can discuss and promote ideas that I hope will discuss at this conference. And we're looking very much forward for Dr. Polishetty to work with us even more closer. So I want to thank you so much for this very engaging conference. Nice to be out since 3:30 this morning. But what a joy to see so many wonderful colleagues. And thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to be with you.
Hey, Bhamaraji, thank you very much for the wonderful participation, and then really appreciate. सुबह 3 बजे उठ के आप हमारे लिए इतना कर रहे हैं. Thank you very much. Really appreciate. So, Bhamaraji is a very good friend of Ayurveda, friend of India. As I told, presenting India to the West, straight into the political heads of, in the UK, in the European Union. So, thank you very much, Bhamaraji, for joining us. Really appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Polishetty. And ladies and gentlemen, we have some very eminent dignitaries present here with us at this moment. And I would like to invite on stage the Honorable Minister, Srimati Sridevi, Chairman TS Official Language Commission. Let's put our hands together to welcome ma'am. As I would request Dr. Polishetty to kindly present a floral bouquet and welcome the Honorable Minister. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. I would also like to invite on stage Dr. Premanand, VAP Vice President, and requesting Dr. Polishetty to do the honors of welcoming sir with a floral bouquet. And I would also like to invite on stage our eminent guest, Professor Dr. Sarangapani, BAMS, MD, Member State Council for Clinical Establishment, Telangana State. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome sir, as I request Dr. Polishetty to present a floral bouquet and welcome sir. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request the Honorable Minister, Srimati Sridevi ji, to kindly address the August House and say a few words. Let's once again welcome the Honorable Minister with a huge round of applause.
वेदमयीं नादमयीं बिन्दुमयीं परपदोद्यदिन्दुमयीं मन्त्रमयीं तन्त्रमयीं प्रकृतिमयीं नौमि విశ్వవికృతిమయీ. జై తెలంగాణ. ఈరోజు సాయి గంగా పెనెషియా ప్రైవేట్ లిమిటెడ్ అధినేత శ్రీ రవిశంకర్ పొలిశెట్టి డాక్టర్ పాలీ అనే మానవాళికి ఉపయోగపడే సాంకేతిక పరికరాన్ని ఆవిష్కరిస్తున్న శుభతరుణాన విచ్చేసిన అతిరథ మహారథులకు, ఆయుర్వేద బిషగ్వరులకు, సాంకేతిక నిపుణులకు, ముఖ్య అతిథులకు, ఐటీ విద్యార్థులకు, ఆయుర్వేద విద్యార్థులకు, విచ్చేసిన ప్రతి ఒక్కరికి తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర అధికార భాషా సంఘం తరఫున మా నమస్సుమాంజలి. ఈరోజు వైద్యరంగ అంగరంగోత్సవం, వైద్యరంగ విప్లవావిష్కరణకు ప్రకరణకు శ్రీకారం చుడుతున్న శుభతరుణం. అంతర్జాతీయ కీర్తికాంతుల ధన్వంతరి డాక్టర్ రవిశంకర్ పొలిశెట్టి గారి మేధో మదనావిర్భూత డాక్టర్ పోలీ స్మార్ట్ వాచ్ సకల జనావళికి సగర్వంగా సమర్పణ మొరరిస్తున్న శుభావిష్కరణోత్సవం. సనాతన ఆయుర్వేద విధానానుసంధాన అర్వాచీనాంగ్ల వైద్య చికిత్స సమ్మేళనోత్సవం. ప్రపంచ ప్రసిద్ధ పిల్లల హృద్రోగ శస్త్రచికిత్సా నిపుణులుగా, వైద్యరంగ పరిణత పరిశోధక ప్రాభవ ప్రభగా, అతి పురాతన భారతీయ ఆయుర్వేద వైద్య వారసుడిగా, తీరాలు దాటి దూర తీరాలను మీటిన తెలుగు తేజో కెరటంగా, సంస్కృత భాషా శ్వాసలను అపోసన బట్టిన శ్వాసగా, వైద్యరంగ కృషివలునిగా, పైథాన్ ప్రోగ్రాం, డాటా సైన్స్ ఆవిష్కర్తగా, ఆహార ఔషధ వ్యాయామాల వినియోగ వివరణ కిరణ ప్రసరణంగా 42 దేహాంగ ప్రేరణలను ప్రకటితం చేసిన పరమోన్నత పరిశోధకుడిగా, మానవాళి పరిపూర్ణ జీవన సుఖమయ గమనానికి బాటలు వేసిన, భరోసానిచ్చే రక్తపాత రహిత సాంకేతిక వైద్య విప్లవ సాధకుడిగా, వైద్యరంగ శిఖరాగ్ర కీర్తి పతాకాన్ని రాణించే రీతిలో రెపరెపలాడించిన ఆయుర్వేద బిషగ్వర నా తమ్ముడు రవిశంకరునికి హృదయపూర్వక వందనం, అభినందనం. ఇవాళ భారతదేశంలో చదువుకున్న ఏ విద్యార్థి కూడా పోయి విదేశాలకు సేవ చేయాలనుకుంటున్నారు, కానీ ఇక్కడ ఆవిష్కరించి ఒక పరికరాన్ని నేను పుట్టిన నేలకు రుణం తీర్చుకుంటానని నిలబడి ఇంత గొప్ప పరికరాన్ని ఇక్కడ హైదరాబాద్లో ఆవిష్కరించడం అనేది ఒక తెలుగు బిడ్డకు గర్వకారణం అని చెప్పాలి. ఇదందరికీ మనకు కూడా గర్వకారణమనే అనాలి. శరీరే జర్జరీభూతే వ్యాధిగ్రస్తే కళేబరే ఔషధ జాహ్నవీ తోయం వైద్యో నారాయణో హరి. ఇక్కడ కృషించే లక్షణం గల వ్యాధిగ్రస్తమైన శరీరానికి ఔషధం గంగాజలం, వైద్యుడు నారాయణుడే అని దీని తాత్పర్యం. వైద్యానికి మూల పురుషుడు ధన్వంతరి అని పురాణాలు చెబుతున్నాయి. అపౌరుషాలనబడే వేదాలలో ఋగ్వేదం, యజుర్వేదం, అధర్వణ వేదం, సామవేదం వీటన్నిటితో పాటు పంచమ వేదంగా ఆయుర్వేదం కూడా ఉన్నది. ఆయుర్వేదం అంటే ఆయుర్వృద్ధినిచ్చేది ఆయుర్వేదం. అంటే ఈ ఆయుర్వేద చికిత్సలో ఈ రోగానికి మూలమేందో కనిపెడతారు వాళ్ళు. వాత పిత్త కఫాలు 1:1:1 నిష్పత్తిలో మాత్రమే ఉండాలి. లేకపోతే ఏ నిష్పత్తి పెరిగినా కానీ మన శరీరంలో జబ్బులు అనేవి మళ్ళా వాటిని అధిగమించడానికి మందులు, ఇవన్నిటికీ కావలసిన ఒక పరికరాన్ని మన శరీరంలో ఒక వాచిలాగా ధరించినప్పుడు ఇందులో రోగకారకమైన చికిత్సకు కారణమైన మూలాన్ని కనుగొనే వాచ్ను తయారు చేయడం అనేది ఇవాళ మనము అభినందించాల్సిన విషయం. ఆరోగ్యాన్ని సంరక్షిస్తూ ఆయుర్వేదం ఆయుర్వృద్ధికి తోడ్పడుతుంది. అంతర్వేద చికిత్స ప్రక్రియ ఇది క్రీస్తు పూర్వం 3000 సంవత్సరాలకు పూర్వమే ప్రాచుర్యం పొందింది. అంటే ఇది ఎంత ప్రాచీనమైనదో మనం ఆలోచించుకోవాలి. సుశ్రుతుడు, చరకుడు, వాగ్భటుడు ఇత్యాది బిషగ్వరల ఆయుర్వేద వైద్యాన్ని ఆమూలాగ్రంగా పరిశోధనలు సలిపి మూలికా చికిత్స, కాయకల్ప చికిత్స మొదలైనవే కాకుండా శస్త్రచికిత్సలు కూడా దిగ్విజయంగా కొనసాగించేవారని మనకు అందించిన సుశ్రుత సంహిత, చరక సంహిత మొదలైన ప్రామాణిక గ్రంథాలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాయి. తదనంతర కాలంలో ప్రవేశించిన అలోపతి, ఆంగ్ల వైద్యం కానీ హోమియోపతి కానీ ఇవన్నిటికీ మూలం కొంతవరకు ఆయుర్వేదమే అని మనం చెప్పాల్సిన విషయం ఉన్నది. ఇక్కడ మన వేదాలను ఇతర దేశాల వారు తీసుకొని పోయి అక్కడ విస్తృత పరిశోధనలు జరిపి అనంతరం అవే పరిశోధనలతోని కొత్త ఆవిష్కరణలు చేసి మళ్ళీ నూతన విధానాలుగా ప్రపంచానికి పరిచయం చేయడం, వాటిని మనం విధేయతగా అనుసరించడం మనకు తెలియని విషయం కాదు. ఏది ఏమైనా ఈ వైద్యం ఇంత ప్రాచుర్యం పొంది ఇంతమంది వైద్యులను నారాయణులుగా తీర్చిదిద్దుతున్న తరుణంలో సేవలందించే విధంగా సామాన్యులకు సైతం ఈ సాంకేతిక పరికరం అందుబాటులోకి రావాలని ఆశిస్తూ, ఆకాంక్షిస్తూ, అభిలాషిస్తూ తమ్ముడు రవిశంకర్కు నిజంగా అభినందనలు తెలియజేయాల్సిన విషయం ఇది. ఇంతమంది ఈ భారతదేశానికి ఎంతమంది సేవ చేయాలనుకుంటారు. నేను పుట్టిన గడ్డకు రుణం తీర్చుకోవాలని ఇక్కడ ఈ సాంకేతిక పరికరాన్ని ఆవిష్కరిస్తున్నందుకు ప్రత్యేక కృతజ్ఞతలు, ధన్యవాదాలు, అభినందనలు తెలియజేస్తూ జై తెలంగాణ.
Thank you, Andy. Really appreciate.
Thank you very much indeed, ma'am. Thank you for sparing your valuable time and being here with us. And thank you for your words of motivation. Ladies and gentlemen, we would also like to invite on stage an eminent personality who is present here with us, Dr. G. Reddy. He is principal of Ayurvedic College. And I would request Dr. Polisetti to present a floral bouquet and welcome Dr. Reddy, sir. We are honored to have you here with us. A very warm welcome, sir. And I would request Dr. Premanand, VAP Vice President, to kindly say a few words. And let's once again put our hands together to welcome, sir.
Namaste to all the today's attended Ipsa conference on the stage and before the stage. Dr. Ravishankar ji, Polishetty Ravishankar ji, being a allopathic doctor, he is almost, we know from Vishwaradya Parishad, this is a NGO organization working entire world, globe, to popularize and glorify Ayurveda from our Ayurvedic doctors fraternity. In the almost all, we are working in the 720 colleges in the country, and not only in the country, in other countries also. I am the National Vice President of Vishwaradya Parishad, and we are coordinating with Dr. Ravishankar Polisetti ji from last 6-7 years to glorify Ayurveda. He started doing from basic principles of Vata Pitta Kapha to diagnostic methods to modern technology, bringing modern technology and Ahara Vihara, to advise the patients on the basic food, what food we have to give for the primary diseases and other things. Actually, I don't want to take more time regarding this, but today's conference I am expecting being successful conference. He will be definitely, Ravishankar ji is succeeded to bring out Ayurveda to modern technology. Thank you very much to giving opportunity to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, Her Excellency the Honorable Governor would be joining us at 11:30. But we have some time when we can request our eminent personalities here on the stage to kindly say a few words. I would request them to just say a few words, and inviting Professor Dr. Sarangapani, BAMS, MD, Member State Council of Clinical Establishment, Telangana State. Over to you, sir.
Sabhaye Namaha. Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, dear students and friends. Really, today is a memorable day in the history of Ayurveda. Several years we were with Dr. Polisetti sir, and we discussed on several topics, and his innovative thoughts and his scientific approach towards Ayurvedic concepts. The insights of Ayurveda and discoveries with modern science is always upholds the present contemporary medical science. So that innovative approach of Polisetti's is always an appreciable, and it's contributing to the system and contributing to the society and the development of the nation. So for his successful innovations of this new device, which will validate this Vata Pitta Kaphas and their understanding with the metabolic activities in the human body, is really a new innovation. It very useful for the upcoming practitioners and as well as the general public. Even common public can also understand their changes in their body, and it will fulfill the aim and object of Ayurveda, that is the swasthasya swastharakshanam and aturasya vikara prashamnam. So it may not be completely give any curative measures, but it can give a preventive measures and diagnostic understanding about the device. So in detail he will explain, but I didn't go through in detail, but at nutshell I could understand that the device is very useful. For the development of Ayurveda, always the modern doctors were involved in the development of Ayurveda from the ancient period. I mean, so if we go into the Itihasa, the Achanta Lakshmiprati was also an allopathic doctor. He was promoted Ayurveda in a scientific manner. And there are Max Muller. They were also the allopathic doctors. They have developed and understanding about the Ayurvedic concepts. Day by day, it is go on approaching with the modern technologies and modern understandings and evaluating and validating the systems. So recently, CCMB, the Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology Center, was conducted a study on Prakriti. So that Prakriti was also validated that whatever the Prakriti described in Ayurveda, it will be standstills, and that when we can see according to the scientific manner. They have given a wonderful studies. So that will also be contributing to the Ayurvedic system. And I hope this device will also help and contribute for the system and as well as the society. With these few words, I congratulate Dr. Polishetty Garu and get his successful journey in this new era. So with his new innovations and with his contributions to the society and the system. Thank you one and all.
Thank you very much indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, in the end, I have the proud privilege in requesting for a few words from Dr. V.G. Reddy. He is the principal of the Government Ayurvedic College. Let's welcome him, sir, with a warm round of applause.
Sabhaya Namaha. First of all, I am congratulating the Polishetty Ravishankar for conducting this excellent program. When Polishetty team approached to our college, I have given assurance our college students will come and attend and make this program grand success. So, Ayurveda is not only a medical science, it is superior to medical science, it is a spiritual science also. So, the aim and goal are same, the methodology is different. So latest now the youngsters are very much, I will say this word, addicted to technology. So our Polishetty doctor, how to use the technology in Ayurveda also. So has given polyscientific Ayurveda. The basic concept we should not forget. At the same time, we are including the technology in Ayurveda. It is a great boon to us, especially the youngsters. So anyhow, I would like to congratulate Dr. Polishetty Ravishankar Garu for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much indeed. And I would now request Dr. Polishetty to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude, a memento and a shawl to all our eminent dignitaries. We would like to convey our gratitude to the Honorable Minister, Srimati Sridevi, Chairman, Telangana State Official Language Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, we are grateful for our dignitaries for being here with us. we present to Dr. Premanand. Thank you very much indeed, sir. We present to Professor Dr. Sarangapani. And to Dr. V.G. Reddy. And may I request for a quick group photograph, Dr. Polisetti, all our eminent speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have joining us on the Zoom link, Mr. Rakesh Mathur. He's Chief Executive Officer, Falcon International Consultants, DXB. May I invite you, sir, if you could hear me. Can we have sir online? Dr. Rakesh Mathur.
I really thank Dr. Professor Sarangapani Garu, Premanand Garu and Reddy Garu. Really appreciate because they had been my very good friends, and they feel that, you know, my success will be their success. I mean, our success will be their success, but it's India's success, I truly believe. And really appreciate, sir, that you have come to bless us and, you know, set the tone. And as you rightly pointed out, today people are addicted to technology, definitely. So you need to make use of the addiction to, you know, get them addicted again back to our values. So this is another pursuit to do that. And thank you very much, Madam Minister Garu, for, you know, coming, gracing this occasion. And Mana Sarangapani Garu, Premanand Garu, really appreciate your presence here, Andy. And while our friends from Dubai are going to join us on Zoom, can you connect them, please? Mr. Rakesh Mathurji, he's a eminent, I know he was working at the, you know, Embassy of India. Madam is still on the way. Yeah. So, Mathurji, can you just come in and then we'll have. No, I think, you know, he's not here. All right. So then let me take the, let me call in Mr. Sujit Nair. He's the chairman of the Euro-Indian Chamber of Commerce, presenting India's interests in the European Union and helping businesses in India and Europe to, you know, have common representation in the European Union. Mr. Sujit Nair.
Hello. Yeah, good morning, Dr. Polisetti.
Yeah,
I think, can you hear me? I'm at a very remote place in Scotland, so the bandwidth is really low. So I'm not sure how much of video I can get in here. Can you hear me now? Is the line clear?
Yeah, you're audible and we can hear you and we can't see you, but we understood. Yeah, just go ahead, please. Sujit, thanks.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Dr. Polisetti, and for inviting me to speak. So sorry for this. I'm just in a very remote place here, so the internet bandwidth is very low. But yeah, I'm really thrilled that I've been able to participate in this remarkable conference. And I really truly understand how you're trying to revolutionize healthcare. So your pioneering work in integrating ancient Ayurvedic wisdom with cutting-edge artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies, I think it's going to pave a way for a new era of personalized, effective, and accessible healthcare. Now, coming to what I do, my name is Sujit Nair. I'm the chairman of the Europe India Center for Business and Industry. So Europe-India Center for Business and Industry is a geopolitical forum which is dedicated to advancing Track 1.5 diplomacy initiatives for fostering trade and relations between the UK-India and the India-EU corridor. Over the past 12 years now, we have hosted 24 major engagements in the British Parliament in London to promote UK-India relations and 4 major engagements at the European Parliament in Brussels to promote EU-India relations. With coming to Dr. Polishetty, I did meet him during one of my professional engagements in India. He's a visionary cardiovascular surgeon and a researcher. So as I get to know more about him, I try to delve more into his work. So I was really deeply impressed by his unwavering dedication to unlocking the healing potential of Ayurveda. His passion led him to establish Sri Ganga Panikela, a company that is revolutionizing healthcare by seemingly integrating the profound insights of Ayurveda with the transformative power of artificial intelligence and machine learning. Upon further exploration, I was really astounded to discover Dr. Polishetty's innovative approach of trying to use AI and ML algorithms to analyze the vast troves of Ayurvedic data. This groundbreaking method enables the company to uncover hidden patterns and correlations that were previously invisible, paving the way for a development of personalized treatment plans tailored to each individual's unique constitutions and healthcare needs. So, of course, I am not the expert on trying to understand. I do have a bit of a background in science, considering I've done my master's in science. So I do recognize how this integration of artificial intelligence and machine learning into Ayurveda is not merely a technological advancement. It does represent a transformative shift in healthcare landscape. By meticulously analyzing the depth of Ayurvedic wisdom and harnessing the power of modern artificial intelligence, Dr. Polishetty is really ushering into a new era where healthcare is truly personalized, effective, and accessible to all. Now, as we do a number of engagements in the EU-India corridor. So during our next engagement, so we have a session happening at the European Parliament in Brussels on 6th of March. So this makes our 5th major engagement at the European Parliament. And I'm really honored to have Dr. Shreyas Polishetty, who will be leading a delegation, who have requested him to lead a delegation of medical equipment companies. Because one of the sessions which we are focusing on during the European Parliament session is on medical equipment. And Dr. Polishetty has agreed to be there, and we invited him to showcase his innovative product. So this will allow these medical equipment companies from both India and EU to connect, explore potential collaborations. The Europe-India Center for Business Industry, it's registered with the European Commission, with the European Parliament and the Council of Europe. So this gives us the authority to leverage in lobbying efforts to promote trade and relations and look at taking the voice of the Indian industry to the European Parliament and the European Commission. So when we host our session in the European Parliament, it does have participation of members of the European Parliament. It also has a participation of lobbying organizations. So the things that are discussed during our session, it does reach into the confines of the European Parliament, the European Commission. So when specific legislations or when specific regulations are being put forth by the European Commission, we get invited to provide feedback on those. So that's where we would like to actually work with Dr. Polishetty to take this voice out and reach out to the European Union and European Commission regarding this specific aspect. Coming as I conclude my talk, Dr. Polishetty and Sri Ganga Panikela are true pioneers, paving the way for a future where healthcare is not just about treating diseases, but empowering individuals to achieve optimal health and well-being. I'd like to thank Dr. Polishetty for this invite, and I look forward to working with him and his team as we look forward to taking his voice to the European Union. Thank you, Dr. Polishetty.
Hey, Dr. Sujit Nair, thank you very much for joining us, and really appreciate your invitation to the European Union's Parliament, and then representing the medical devices in the European Union. I'll be glad to do that, and we'll certainly collaborate on this and take the common interest forward. And I see a very niche there, as Pandeyji already mentioned. I just want to mention that, see, the world's with this digital technology or with this conglomeration of both the sciences, our target is not to replace any of these sciences with any of the other sciences. It's together, if we can address the end stage disease, that's the only niche that we are targeting. And that is $1.2 trillion. Like Pandeyji in the morning mentioned that 60% of the people spend out of pocket, right? In the end stage disease, it is 95%. So, you see how dire it is, how dire. I mean, people are spending on an average of 4 to 9 lakhs per patient. With this integrative approach, we could bring their costs down to just 10 to 25%. That's it. End stage disease. And today, we're going to have in the latter session, we're going to have a lot of presentations. The invalidate the hypothesis. So, you're all here to actually correct the course so that we come up with a common framework to present to the world. And this is what we're going to present to the European Union. And when I address the UK Parliament, the House of Commons, I mentioned that if they embrace this, only in the UK, they're going to save 100 billion pounds year on year. That's the size of market just in the UK. I don't want to talk healthcare in the language of markets, but people are spending money. Governments are going not bankrupt, but treasuries are essentially spending a lot of money. And in the third world countries, the third world countries, it is going to be a big boon. And in India, as I said, 95% are spending their monies out of pocket for this menace, and that's why we are only targeting the end stage disease, friends. So don't get me wrong, because we are not replacing any science, because anything that is not scientific will not actually postulate or promote. So Sujit ji, thank you very much. We're definitely there to be able to bring this science in the European Union. I made some calculations. The European Union could save at least 392 euros year on year with this integrative approach. So friends, I feel this is the Indian way of healing. Saving lives and saving money. So I'll request Professor Raghupati Pantuluji, a very, an eminent scholar, professor of Kaya Chikitsa, head of the department. Now he's the principal in a Ayurvedic college, and a great friend and a mentor, and without his blessings, I don't think I would have come here, wherever in India, I'm telling you. And along with Sarangapani Garu, Premanand Garu, everyone here from the Ayurvedic fraternity. Professor Raghupati Pantulu Garu, a quick 2 minute or 3 minutes, because you have spoken enough about me or about the polyscientific Ayurveda. I would request you to join us, please. Thank you. Okay, while he joins.
Namaste to all.
Namaste, Indi.
Namaste to all. Congratulations to the SGP and especially Dr. Felicity Ravi Shankar Garu on this great event of 2 days going today and tomorrow. Though I am not so well to participate in this conference, as I am still sick, so couldn't join you, but still I share a few my opinions about the conference. And it is a boon to the Ayurveda that in the form of Dr. Felicity Ravi Shankar we have now today seeing trying to integrate the both systems to give a new thing, new dimensions of understanding of our great legacy of Ayurveda, of ancient medical science of India. He is giving a new dimension or an understanding of how practicable is Ayurveda. And he worked so many years, of 21 years, he worked and came out with the device, Dr. Poli, that which is going to be launched today. And congratulations, Dr. Ravi Shankar Garu. And the way he worked on the Nadi and diagnosis, and many thousands of patients worldwide are getting benefited out of his services in Ayurveda. And he strictly is confined to the Ayurveda. And I congratulate him from migrating from modern medical science to the Ayurveda and serving the science, which is the science of this land. The Ayurveda has been serving since thousands of years India and has served the entire world, which science has to be now, especially the modern medical doctors of India, have to take up and open up the legacy of Ayurveda and serve the mankind in India and entire world, that which Dr. Ravi Shankar has taken up, and in that way is a boon for Ayurveda community and the medical community nowadays. So I congratulate to all the delegates who are participating, and let this event go on successfully. With these few words, I take leave. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Garu. Really appreciate, he went on board to actually talk about, the work we did. And I'll quickly want Dr. Narahari Shastri Garu. He's the Director General for the CSIR Institute in Jorhat. I'm so happy to invite him. He had been, for the past 35 years, working on the behavior of molecules, and then he's trying to integrate AI into his technology. So, Narahari Shastri Garu, thank you very much for joining me, really, to bless and maybe in future collaborate and work together. Please, over to you, please.
Good morning, Andy. Andarki namaskaram. It's really wonderful to see a person like Dr. Ravi Shankar Polisetti Garu to be with us. When we try to look at the healthcare, doctor is very important, diagnosis is very important, and medicine is very important. In this new world, where most of these activities can be subjected to machines, the competition between intelligence and artificial intelligence, what can be subjected to machine and what cannot be subjected to machine. The decision-making process is also subjected to machine. When we try to look at Ayurveda, the Ayurveda is such a holistic science where we are unable to comprehend because of our linguistic barriers and the rigor that we are not able to maintain. And we feel that the conversion of the knowledge that was there in Ayurveda in terms of allopathy can be done, because you can always get the big picture to a small picture. But allopathy cannot explain what is there in Ayurveda, because a symptomatic treatment that is there, which may have difficulty, but allopathy has a lot of scientific rigor in terms of reproducing. And it is time for us to unravel the scientific rigors of Ayurveda, which probably prevents us in terms of the linguistic barrier, as unfortunately we chose English as the medium, where Sanskrit is probably the best medium to understand and even think in that way. When we see Nadi Pariksha, there are some parameters that we can get, but as I heard from Ravi Shankar Garu and others, that we can take more than 27 parameters. But are we capable of, or the doctors are capable of getting all the information that we get from this Nadi Pariksha? You can look at a tongue and you can infer many things. And most of the Ayurvedic doctors will try to look at the liver, and they will touch and then they will get a lot of information. When you look at your eye and then eye testing, you can get a lot of information. And the doctors will try to look at your family background. What has happened to you before they have a treatment? According to the WHO definition of health, now as I heard from Ravi Shankar Garu, he came to Jorhat, and then we were delighted to have very scientific machine learning and AI models, which is something which is very close to my heart. Is it possible for us to spend so much time to come with a diagnosis? Health is a complete physical, mental, social, emotional, and spiritual well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. You have two major things, pain and frailty. pain is an unmet medical need. We have a problem to see how do we deal with pain. Most of the people go to the doctor when they have a pain, but there is no clear treatment for that. Because pain is a cause, pain is an effect. And what is the cause for that? There may be multiple causes. And frailty, that somebody is weak. We go to a doctor and then we wanted to see some physicochemical parameters. You look at your pulse rate and thyroid or sugar or blood pressure, and then you try to define whether one is healthy or not. But probably somebody who is physically perfectly all right might have some different parameters. Somebody who is very, very frail and having with pain, you may not be able to come up with a reason with the so-called biochemical or anthropometric and other parameters. So now the question is, we will have to go deeper into the Ayurvedic principles. And this will be very difficult because a doctor in a OP patient, many modern doctors are there, they say that they will have to see probably 150 patients in 3 hours to 4 hours to 5 hours. Whereas our traditional Ayurvedic doctors spend maybe 2 hours on one patient. And when you try to scale up, unfortunately, as the number of people who seek medical attention, they don't need medicines. Probably they require some other advice of how to help their health. Because there are different reasons why a person comes to the medical assistance. And the Dr. Poli, which is a real sweat and blood, brain, and all the knowledge that Professor Ravishankar Polishetty Garu has for more than 2 decades, will help a great deal to give the data. And this data has to be converted into information and knowledge and what type of a decision that we can make. And the people who are experts in the modern science have little knowledge or respect for Ayurveda because they are unable to see the benefits. The people who are experts in Ayurveda might not be able to appreciate the advances that are there in the modern science. So as scientists, we feel that only the proof of any particular method depends on the results that we have. China is making a lot of progress because there is a very effective integration between the modern science and traditional Chinese medicine. If you look at many personalized medicine publications that are there, they are mostly coming out of China. While I strongly believe that the Ayurveda, the Charaka Samhita, Shush Samhita, Vagbhata, and many other things have an immense treasure of knowledge. The natural language processing, text mining, translation, and other approaches will be extremely helpful to unravel. I remember that when Ravishankar Garu came to Jorhat, he told that there are 96 lakh slokas describing about different chemicals, the Vaisheshika Sutras that are there, and immense knowledge that is there which we are unable to get. It's time for us to see that it's not that Dr. Ravishankar Garu is giving a new direction. He is providing the direction and the new dimension for healthcare. Because we cannot really separate medical care, healthcare, nutrition, and the whole well-being. One Health is a concept which we are now very well aware. We cannot be happy or healthy if our family is not happy or healthy. Our family cannot be happy or healthy if our colony is not happy or healthy. The concept of this Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which is so much well integrated, as Madam has said, our Honorable Minister, that Ayurveda is really the Panchama Veda. We know the Vedas and the Panchama Veda. This Ayurveda has to be integrated as an essential science. Probably we are having the progress, but most of us, I'm sorry, myself and I see a large number of people, we don't know how to breathe. Because nobody taught us what is the pranayama. The Patanjali Ashtanga Yogas starting from Yama and Nema, has probably reduced to some acrobatics. And we don't know how to eat. We don't know how to sleep, how to wake up, because we are neglecting. And certain things like we have to learn from the West, the circadian clock. The Dinacharya is so much well ingrained. If you have a problem of a normal nature, instead of running to a pharmacy, you have to go to kitchen. And you should have a garden in your own house, and it's better that you go there. So it becomes a fashion for somebody to visit a doctor when they are having a free time just to check whether they are healthy or not. And I strongly believe that health is a very personal thing and doctor can help you. But you have to be the custodian of your health. And most of the time, doctor will help you when you are irresponsible in terms of your health and it goes to a stage like that.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Sir,
Yes,
the Governor
Yeah,
ma'am
thank
is going to be joining us any moment now. We thank you very much indeed, sir.
So I'm so happy about it, and then I thank Ravishankar Garu for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, any moment now, Her Excellency, Honorable Governor of Telangana will be joining us. We would request everyone to rise when the Honorable Governor walks in and kindly keep standing till the National Anthem. I would now hand over to Mr. Suresh to kindly carry forward the proceedings from here onwards. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Governor is slightly delayed. She left Rajbhavan about 8 minutes ago, so considering 20-minute journey from there through the Green Channel, she should be here in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Couple of housekeeping rules: keep all your phones in either silent mode or switch off or a vibration mode, whatever it is. Second, as was indicated, when the Governor comes, please rise. The Governor will be seated first and then she'll be invited to the stage as per the protocol. And the National Anthem will be played, as we know, 52 seconds of that, followed by the entire program that will happen. Request the audience not to move out of the hall or enter the hall once the Governor is here. We'll close the doors actually. So these are certain protocols that we need to follow. And do not try and mob the Governor when she's leaving, either for autographs or selfies. The security will just, you know what they will do. So just trying to kind of get these rules in order. There is tea and coffee being served outside, so it's on a consistent basis. So you can just move out, pick up your coffee or tea and have it and come back. We will kind of give you an update 5 minutes before the Governor arrives here. She should be here any minute. And the moment that happens, in the meantime, you can relax, network a bit, and I'll update you soon. Thank you very much. You can have your tea and coffee in the meantime, but I request you all to come back fast, please. We will update you 5 minutes before the Governor arrives. Cafeteria area where you see outside onto my left.
Check, check, check. Check, 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 check. Check, check, check. Check, 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 check. Okay. One check, one check, one check. Take, just. check. 1, 2.
Dr. Ravi Shankar Polisetti, presenting to you all the Poly Scientific Ayurveda. People think that Ayurveda and allopathy are incompatible. That's not right at all. Ayurveda and allopathy are two sides of the same coin. No one in the whole world has done so much work that we have done in correlating Ayurvedic doshas with the modern science friends, where you're going to hear for the first time how the doshas correlate to blood biochemistry. How do they correlate to blood biochemistry? How they correlate to interleukins? How they correlate to...
Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everyone to kindly be seated. Honorable Governor Madam will be here any moment now. May I request everybody to kindly be seated, please. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everyone to take their seats as soon as possible. The Honorable Governor will be here any moment now. Once again, requesting everyone to be seated, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Governor will be joining us any moment now. May I request everyone to be seated. Thank you.
Requesting everybody to settle back, please. Those who are outside, if somebody can tell them, any of the hostesses can go outside and tell everybody to settle back, please. Requesting everybody who's gone out to come back into the hall, please. We'll be closing the doors in approximately 2 minutes. After that, you cannot enter the hall. Just tell them outside all to come inside. Fast. Can you just go outside and tell somebody? Everybody. Ask everybody to come inside. Request everyone outside who are having the tea and coffee to carry it into the hall. Please settle down. Ladies and gentlemen, the governor will be here in 2 minutes exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, please sit down. The governor is here. So we'll be closing the doors now. Those who are having the tea and coffee can please carry it into the hall. Please settle down, everyone, to please settle down, because we will call you on to rise as soon as the governor is here. Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down. National anthem, ready, eh? Ready, పెట్టుకోండి చెప్తాను నేను. And ladies and gentlemen, I request you to maintain silence also once you're settled down. Sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down fast. सोफा का टीम कौन है? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, those who are outside, one more request. Please settle down. Please come inside the hall and be seated. We need to follow certain protocols when we have governor in our presence. Governor of Telangana and Pondicherry, Dr. Tamilisai Soundararajan, will shortly be joining us in the hall. Those who are still outside, those who don't have seats can take the side aisle, actually. Don't stand in the center aisle, please. When the governor comes in, I'll request you to stand, and when she sits, all of you will sit down. She'll first sit there, and then she'll be invited onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the governor of Telangana and Puducherry, Dr. Tamilisai Soundararajan, is here. I request all of you to rise. Request the governor to kindly be seated at the sofa there, please, and we will invite you onto the stage, ma'am. May I now request Dr. Ravi Shankar Polisetti, founder and CEO of Sai Ganga Panchya Private Limited, to escort our Honorable Governor, Dr. Tamilisai Soundararajan, onto the stage. May I also request Dr. Premanand Rao, Minister Sridevi, and Dr. J.L.N. Shastri to also join us on the stage. The guest whom I had mentioned can please also join us on the stage. Dr. Premanand Rao, Minister Sridevi, and Dr. J.L.N. Shastri are requested to take their seats on the stage. Dr. Premanand, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, all of you please rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Please be seated. Thank you. Honorable Governor of Telangana and Puducherry, Dr. Tamilisai Soundararajan, Dr. Ravishankar Polishetty, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a delight to have you all here to join us at the IPSA conference in Hyderabad today and tomorrow at the T Hub. In this conference, we will witness the remarkable showcase of modern healthcare innovation that integrates the ancient wisdom of Ayurveda with cutting-edge technology. May I now request Dr. Ravishankar Polishetty to address the gathering. That's fine. Ladies and gentlemen, before that, yes, certainly I missed that part. May I request the Governor of Dr. Tamilisai Soundararajan, the other esteemed guests on stage, to light the lamp and may have the Ganesh Vandana going with that.
गण गण मुनकु पतियैनां गणपति दोरकु जयं जयं गानं गानं बीजगमे गणं अणुवुल जीवुल गणं गणं मूलाधारमु जीवगणं स्वाधिष्ठानमु सस्यगणं मणिपूरमु सम्पादलगणम् अनाहतं बदिवायुगणं घन घन मुनकु पतियैनां गणपति दोरकु जयं जयं.
Thank you, Her Excellency. Please be seated. As we get kickstart today's sessions at the IPSA conference, let's understand what the conference is all about and its takeaways. అది ఆర్డర్లో ఉంటుంది. అది ఫస్ట్ రవిశంకర్ గారు మాట్లాడతారు, దాని తర్వాత చీఫ్ గెస్ట్ మాట్లాడి, దాని తర్వాత గవర్నర్ వచ్చేటప్పుడు వస్తుంది. ఓకే, రైట్. మే రిక్వెస్ట్ డాక్టర్ రవిశంకర్ Polishetty to address the gathering. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Madam Governor, Dr. Tamilisai Soundararajan Garu, really appreciate your presence here. It gives immense boost to whatever we are doing. And Madam, we promise you that we'll never let you down. We will never let India down. And we are on the path to make India the health capital of the world. And by merging these two technologies, these two ancient, one is ancient science. In its modern version, there's a allopathic version of Ayurveda. I keep saying that polyscientific Ayurveda is an advanced form of allopathy. That's what I say. And how advanced it is, you will see, the friends, and it's really, in the next 2-day sessions. And we're going to be very, very scientific. We're not going to be unscientific at all in our approach. So that's why we carved out a niche of, targeting the end-stage disease
And that's a $1.2 trillion market, madam. And that's, if we do it right, if only we do it right, we can bring that market to India, madam. That's 1/3 of India's economy can be brought in if we are able to and if we want to work together. And this is an effort to bring in the best of the both streams in the language that is understood, that is the most popular language in the world, and then present it to the world to treat end-stage diseases. So I'm so happy, madam. I don't want to talk too much because you just mentioned that you're here for a very short visit, and because, madam wanted to be here for a couple of scientific sessions because she's a doctor herself. But then, there's a lot of, there are sabhas going on here, and as a protocol, I think, she'll have to address all of those. And I'm so grateful, we're all so grateful from all the teams here that she found time to come here in spite of so many things. It was actually, a miracle come true. So I'm so happy inviting her, and I'll not bombard you with my scientific session now. We'll have it once she leaves. But I'll tell you one thing, that madam, this device that we have come up with is a culmination of translational research of Ayurveda, presenting Ayurveda in the language of modern science. And this device literally automates, applying advanced, we have invented more than 17 new machine learning algorithms. Any machine learning algorithm specialist, data scientists, please stay back. We're going to have interesting sessions because we're going to talk as to why most of the Vata, Pitta, Kapha correlations in the language of machine learning have been wrong. I mean, I don't want to say that anyone else is wrong, but then how to present them in the right form is what we're going to talk during the machine learning or data science module that we have, and then present Dr. Polly. And I leave the stage for madam to actually address us and then give her valuable direction for the entire course. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pulishetty. And ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to introduce our governor, a medical professional herself. Dr. Tamilisai Soundararajan was born in Nagarkoil in Kanyakumari district, and we have a small AV about her. And as we know, she took charge as the governor of Telangana on the 8th of September 2019. A remarkable social service and public service background. She's a medical practitioner after completing her MBBS. And so we will see a short AV about our honorable governor that will be played out.
Of politics, public and medical services.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That was Governor Dr. Tamilisai Soundararajan. May I request Mr. Aman Sinha, spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party, to kindly come onto the stage. May I now request our Honorable Governor, Dr. Tamilisai Soundararajan, to formally do the launch, as we all been waiting for, the launch of the poly launch of the demo of the device, and as we will see it, here it is, ma'am, for you to launch it.
I am very happy to launch the most advanced integrated device, which is going to lead our Bharat into a healthy Bharat. Thank you.
Request the dignitaries to kindly be seated. Thank you, Dr. Tamilisai Soundararajan, for the launch. Please be seated, ma'am. One thing that was not mentioned in the AV, that her husband is also a medical doctor by profession, and both her son and daughter are also doctors by profession. So the right person to do a launch like this. Ladies and gentlemen, something that we've been waiting for, now that she's seen the launch of the device and been briefed briefly by Dr. Ravi Shankar, we'll now have her address. Ladies and gentlemen, the address by the chief guest of today, Dr. Srimati Tamilisai Soundararajan, Honorable Governor of Telangana and Honorable Governor of Puducherry.
A special good morning to each and everyone here. I'm really very happy to be here and to attend the conference of Smart Consumer Wearable Revolutionizing Personalized Healthcare Naturally. My dear Dr. Ravi Shankar Polishetty, founder, CEO Sai Ganga Panakala Limited. When Dr. Ravi Shankar came to Raj Bhavan and he informed about this device, and as an allopathy doctor who is interested in integrated medicine, more believing the natural medicine, our traditional medicine. So when he told about the instrument, the device, I was really surprised. And whenever, as a doctor, an invention which could help the humanity in prevention and cure, and I will be the first person to be there because it is for the health of the people and for the health of the brothers and sisters of our country. It is the much needed focus after COVID. And Dr. Premanand Rao, Vishwa Ayurveda Parishad Vice President, Sri Ganga Panakala Limited, Srimati Sridevi, Chairman of Telangana Official Language, Dr. J.L.N. Shastri, CEO National Medical Plant Board, Ministry of Ayush, Dr. Aman Singh, sir. And I want to convey my regards to all the dignitaries who are present here, students, researchers, the press personnel, and my security personnel and my officers. And as our Honorable Prime Minister says, a small changes in our lifestyle, small alteration in our lifestyle can make us fit and healthy. But whenever we follow the preventive measures, but sometimes because of our body's nature, we won't be able to withstand some of the challenges. For example, COVID virus. We saw the very alarming situation. And first of all, I want to compliment our Prime Minister because the Lancet, the official journal for the medical professionals, it mentioned because of the concrete and proactive measures by the government of India, it was expected that more number of deaths will be in India because of the nature of the geographical nature of the country and the population and the crowded nature of the country, the living pattern of the country. But to the surprise, the disease was controlled and it was faced with a great challenge, and more than 45 lakh deaths has been prevented because of the concrete measures and the immunization by the government of India, which is helped by the state governments. How we could do that, combat the dreadful disease even the developed countries were unable to do. So because of our holistic approach and because of our integrated approach, and there was a study you would have noticed, during the high peak of pandemic, most of the researchers and most of the papers presented said the elders were affected more. But in India, the youngsters were affected more. So when there was a discussion about that, the doctors conveyed that elders in the Bharat, this India, they took the preventive measures and they practiced holistic medicine, and they took the not only medicine as their food itself as medicine, so that they could take the green vegetables and immunologic boosting food material products so that they are immunologically resistant to this virus. So the elders are saved because they believed the heritage and the roots of the tradition of the food habits of India. So this, whatever may be the disease pattern, but this integrated method, and nowadays it is fast. World is moving very fast. So fast food, fast medicine, fast surgery, fast ambulation. So fast diagnosis with instrument is needed. Nobody, before and all, we have to get admitted for investigation itself for one day. For master health step, morning I have to admit and I got to get discharged. But we are in the fast world, we won't be able to spend time. Even surgeries, even cesarean, the next day we are discharging the patients. So when the world is moving very fast, for example, I always used to tell one story. One tiger was chasing two persons. One of them, they were running and one of them started wearing the shoes. The other person was laughing. Why are you wearing the shoes? If you wear the shoe also, the tiger will catch you, eat you. No, my intention is not to escape from the tiger. My intention is just to run faster than you, that's all. So if I run faster than you, the tiger will catch you first and then I will have ample time to run fast. So the world is moving like that. So we have to compete with each and every one. So we cannot stand, we cannot stop, we cannot halt. So we have to run fast. So for that we should be energized. And we don't have time because of our professional approach and because of the commitment and because of the fast moving world. We cannot stop because we are ill. So we have to be hale and healthy. So these device, because in Polly Shetty was telling about this device, I was also, because nowadays everything is mechanized and we are going to compete with the technology. When we tell a diagnosis to a patient, it's very difficult to practice also nowadays. My husband is a nephrologist, and when Shetty told about it is useful in the end-stage diseases, I am very happy because I have seen my sir's patient coming with end-stage renal disease. I have seen the patients as child and evolving in a very shorter period, tarnishing their health, then undergoing transplants. So when he told it is useful in the end-stage diseases also, I am very happy because in a lighter sense I used to say, When transplants are done, a nephrologist is happy when he celebrates his son's daughter's birthday? No. When he celebrates his anniversary? No. When his birthday? No. But he is the most happiest person when he sees the first drop of urine coming from the transplanted kidney. That only makes him the happiest person. Because the patients are suffering from the end-stage renal disease. They wouldn't have urinated for longer times. Mostly they were on dialysis. When such instruments are helpful even in the end-stage diseases, it's motivated me to come here. And apart from that, because he is also a medical professional, because it is he told one word, strong word, scientific approach. That is very much needed. So as a doctor, when we recommend any traditional medicine, even my husband won't allow me to take. Because he used to take, now we don't know what it is, then it may strain your kidney. So scientifically, if you prove that these all things are there, this technology is used, then the patients will be more confident in using it than blindly given this is a traditional medicine, it's very good. Our words won't help. Our research only will help. So why I wanted to come here, because he is doing it in a scientific manner with good research. So we cannot say, because when we go to an exhibition, everyone will tell, no, this instrument will reduce diabetes. If you walk with this chappal, your blood pressure will go away. And if you wear this cap, you will hair will grow. So such type of instruments and all we have seen scientifically. But he himself a cardiology practitioner. When I was addressing a traditional medicine conference, one person stood up and asked me, you are an allopathy doctor, but you are encouraging the traditional medicine, natural medicine, Indian medicine. Is there any medicine for heart attack in your medicine, in your approach? He asked me. I told, when we follow the Indian holistic approach, when we follow the Indian traditional method, the prevention method, there won't be any opportunity to suffer from the cardiac disease. Because you are in preventive mode. So when you are prevention, why you want to worry about bypass and why you want to worry about... So only I think when we practice only cardiology, now the Bharat is moving towards the preventive medicine. Shetty would have thought, I won't be having any practice in cardiology, so I will move towards this. So it will be easy for me to approach. So because the world is moving like that, we have to, it's innovative, because our Honorable Prime Minister, as he says, we have to reach 5 trillion economy by 2025. So when everyone asked him, how you are setting such a hard target, then he tells, always set a very hard target, move towards it, you will be successful. So he has set a very hard target, very difficult target, but because of the research activities, and you have to make them believe that you are correct in your invention. That is only my request. Because people should be satisfied. Unless it is giving relief to them, unless it is giving some message to them, people won't believe, because it is nowadays very difficult to make the people to believe. Even when they come for a checkup, if I tell one diagnosis, the patient sits in front of me, says, no doctor, Google says like this, you are saying like this. So my husband used to say, before and all we used to compete with our other consultants, now we have to compete with Google. Because we have to know what Google knows. So only we can convey it to the patient. Before and all, patient will be ignorant, and if he says something, patient will accept. But nowadays, patient studies everything and come, so they are technologically competent. So it is very difficult to convince them also. So whatever may be the achievement, whatever may be the efforts towards the healthcare, my support will be there. So only I came here, and my request is it should be scientific, research oriented, and it should prove its efficacy in diagnosing and treatment, and it should be help to the people, and always it should reach the poorest and poor. Whatever may be the invention, when it is reaching the needy, I won't accept a technique which is useful only to the affluent people. I will accept only a technique which is useful to the poorest of poor. Because life is same for them. They also have a family, they have affectionate children, wife, husband. So it is not meant that if it is costly or if it is useful only to the affluent. No, it should be much cheaper, and it should be approachable to the poor patients also, and it should be useful, preventive, and result oriented. That is also very much important. We can say, no, I have done this, but patient should have the relief, and it should be result oriented. So my best wishes for this introduction of this device, and I'm really very happy. An allopathy doctor is associated with this, because we are all research oriented. We won't accept when somebody say, no, this will cure this, then we will see what all the constituents in that medicine, and what is the research activities, how many papers presented, and how many publications. After that only we accept a medicine. So I'm really very happy, because it's an era of pandemic. We cannot say we have get rid of the pandemic. We may face some pandemics also. Nowadays also virus is circulating here and there. So such approach is needed, and the Vada Pitta Kaba, because which is incorporated in our natural way of life. So only I laud this device. I'm really very happy, and as I said, it should be useful to the human, and that is my wish. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Governor Dr. Tamilisai Soundarajan. Please take a seat, ma'am. May I now request Dr. Ravishankar Polishetty to make the closing remarks, and after that we will have a small video of the IPSA conference.
Madam Governor, thank you very much for your kind efforts to come in here and then bless us and set the tone for us forward. So what I wanted to share, and after you just spoke, we do a lot of activity in the Paderu regions, madam, the tribals, where they are still in the BPL, and the government is doing a lot of effort, definitely. But in our own small capacity, whenever we see any patient who deserves a medicine, who can't afford, we not only give medicine but also food for free, and that's been our efforts always. So that's one thing that I wanted to share. And affordability is definitely, our main target. And as you rightly pointed out, madam, we need to be scientific, and scientific pursuit alone should win. And I'll just mention few efforts that we did. It started off 33 years ago, madam. 33 years ago, I conceived that, we need to bring in our own ancient science, because of whatever we had. I was a medical student at that time, and then pharmacology scared me up. I said, oh my God, so many side effects for one drug. But then there is a trade-off, friends. Okay, don't get scared. There's a trade-off between the benefit of a certain pharmaceutical drug and the side effects. So a physician is completely trained in actually prescribing you the right medicine. So don't get scared by the pharmaceutical. But at that time, I was really scared when I saw that the side effect of a drug could even lead to death. I said, oh my God, I don't want to be a doctor who's going to be by chance killing a patient. So, and then, Yanna Bharate, Tanna Bharate was what I was taught in my school by Shri Sathya Sai Babaji. So I started referring to our own ancient scriptures, and I found profound wisdom. For 10 whole years, I'd been learning this, and of course, I was blessed all my way with great rishis, gurus that guided me in the path. And in 2002, we were the first in the world to actually, because in the Ayurvedic parlance, what is health? We all know what is health according to allopathy, right? What is health according to Ayurveda is samadoshaha, samagnishta, samadhatu malakriya, prasanna atma indriya manaha, swastya iti abhidiyate. What it means is samadosha. When you bring in the three agents called the vata, pitta, kapha to a state of samatva or balance, then the body sets itself into a self-healing mode, and then results in physical health, mental health, social, emotional, and spiritual health, and restores your swa position, the position, atmic position. That's the pursuit of it. That's what Ayurveda is saying. So the key here is samadosha. So how do you first of all ascertain that you are arriving towards samadosha has to be scientifically founded. So the key again for the doshas are the three agents called the vata, pitta, and the kapha. So what we did was, we created animal models of vata, pitta, kapha. This scientific congress is exactly I mean, a lot of data scientists are actually in the Zoom conference from UCLA. There are data scientists, a couple of dozens of data scientists and machine learning specialists are here because I wanted them to validate. We are here to present this scientific concept, and then you guys validate or invalidate, and then we together come up with a scientific direction, bring in the scientific direction for Ayurveda. Not that Ayurveda is not scientific, friends, but that science we don't understand. We have to, put this old wine in new bottle. How do we do that? What we did was, we created models of Vata, Pitta, Kapha in experimental animals. First time in the world. No one even conceived it. So we did that, and I'm proudly saying that because, this is very innovative. This is what drives me really. And we created models of Vata, Pitta, Kapha in experimental animals by feeding those animals with appropriate diets that aggravate these doshas, and then correlated this with the electrophysiology. So that is very, very important. Why electrophysiology? Is because, friends, doctors would know. The thing is, the body produces currents at every step. So if when I'm talking to you, you listen to me. Why? Because the sound here translates into an electrochemical message. And what we found in the pattern, in the way the electric currents are generated is, there's a Vata pattern, there's a Pitta pattern, and there's a Kapha pattern, friends. Vata pattern of generation of these electric currents makes the tissue hyper excitable. The Pitta pattern makes it spontaneously reactive. The Kapha pattern makes it very, very sluggish. So you see, the same external stimulus could elicit 3 different types of responses because of Vata, Pitta, Kapha. So this was one of the first experiments that was done to prove that Vata, Pitta and Kapha, they do exist. Why do we have to prove? Because according to the Sankhya Darshanam, the Ishwara Krishna Prasadji Maharaj translations, he mentions in the chapter 1, first shloka, he says, Doshat Adravyaha Karya Karana Prakarana Eti Itihi Dosha. What is a dosha? He defines. He mentions that doshas are adravyas. Adravyas are non-particulate. Friends, non-particulate thing is, they don't have, they're still not manifested. That's what he says. So how do you prove something that is not manifested? And that's very, very innovative, that we were the only ones who were able to conceive a mechanism by which we were able to prove the presence of this Vata, Pitta, Kapha. And that really helped me understand the body as a whole. Everything, we were the only ones, madam, in the whole world who have demonstrated total heart regeneration after we induced myocardial infarction in experimental animals. We demonstrated regeneration of the brain, regeneration of the kidney, regeneration of the liver, pancreas. I would proudly say that no one else has even dared to dream in the way we did. Because again, the cue here, where's the citation coming from? The citation is again from Ayurveda. Ayurveda says samadosha. When you do samadosha, what happens is prasanna atma indriya manaha swasthya iti abhidhyate. Swasthya automatically happens. So what do you have to do? You have to restore the VPK balance, for which you need to detect these imbalances. So for which a lot of work was done, madam, because there are a lot of devices right now talking about, I'll just finish in a minute, please. There are a lot of devices that are claiming to be correlating with Vata, Pitta, Kapha, friends. And there is a problem there. We're going to talk about it in the scientific session because I don't want to, I don't want to hold Governor back, because while I would want her to be here for the whole day, but I know there are security and government protocols. So these machine learning algorithms, when you essentially try to translate Ayurveda, friends, Vata, Pitta, Kapha are not simple things. And if you have clean Vata, you're not going to live for more than 3-4 days. That's it. If you have pure Vata. So you cannot create human models of Vata, Pitta, Kapha. You've got to create animal models. That's the reason why. And then we observed the Vata, the Pitta, Kapha change the heart rate variability in a certain pattern. We came up with this algorithm. We understood what Vata, Pitta, Kapha do to the heart rate variability. And through this heart rate variability, madam, we have come up with quantification of Vata, Pitta, Kapha. And with this device that we're going to present very soon, you guys can have a demo of it. The VPK fingerprint, once it is established, it translates into your Ayurvedic diagnosis. It gives your allopathic diagnosis, provisional diagnosis. It gives your blood biochemistry non-invasively. Okay, I'm not saying it's going to be perfectly right. It will have an error of 20-25% because the machine is learning. Just the way we learn. There's an error, but what I want to say is there is a scientific way of detecting these Vata Pitta Kapha imbalances, and then scientific, and to say that I'm scientific, the blood biochemistry analyzer is the testimonials. That's why I created this blood biochemistry module in this particular device. And not only this device gives you right foods. The right food is something that balances your Vata Pitta Kapha, friends. If you talk about millets, if this, just like, you talked about the Google. Now, when a patient says, sir, this is what I read on Google, I say, okay, go get a second opinion on Bing, and the third opinion on Yahoo, I say, because that's not how you got to know. See, leave medicine to doctors, because we are trained, we slog in and day out. I tell you, it's been, I don't know how many years. We only sleep for 2 hours a day, 2 to 3 hours a day, really, friends. And we work incessantly for patients' benefit. That's what we're trained for, For 16 years, I know if you're a specialist, you must have been trained for at least 11 years. For a super specialist, we are trained for 16 years, 2 years of, our fellowship programs. By the age of 37, 38, when according to Indian standards, everyone is settled, we don't even think about settlement, friends. And why? Because we love this, we love this. And the science is so advanced that it took off, I don't remember when I, became old actually, I don't remember. But, I still feel young because the science kept me young. So this is a very advanced algorithm, friends. And as I said, the Vata, Pitta, Kapha fingerprint is the key for us to understand your health. And then when you bring about this balance of Vata, Pitta, Kapha, when you detect it appropriately, the imbalances of VPK are detected appropriately in a scientific manner, as Madam Governor has rightly mentioned, you will be able to then give the right food. Right food is not millet diet or your keto diets. No, friends. There are 711 diets mentioned on the site of the NIH, National Institute of Health, America. They're not able to figure out which one is right for you. They're still thinking. And here on YouTube, you have every YouTuber getting millions of views, says, oh, you take this diet and you'll be fine. That's not right, friends. There are millets that have caused problems. We have the research that is demonstrated, that is generated negative effects of the simple millets diet or even the keto diet. The original founder of the keto diet is in jail right now. So nothing is beneficial, friends, as long as you don't essentially understand it. In the language of Vata, Pitta, Kapha is what is very, very important. Ultimately, I have to come there because there's no way in the modern science that you can establish whether a certain individual is in a state of homeostasis or not. Why? Point number one. See, diabetic standards of diabetes, for example, they, according to endocrinologists and then, going all the way through to the Veterans Affairs Diabetic Association members, the diabetic standards are anywhere between 5.5 to 9.5, friends. So how do you, I'm sorry. So how do you standardize this? If the standards vary, the standards have to be rationalized based on a certain parameter of homeostasis. And what is homeostasis is what we're going to discuss very soon. Thank you very much, madam, for patiently listening to me. And thank you very much, audience.
We know the governor is stretched for time. We have a very short video of 3 minutes. We will play about the IPSA conference and then we will close the sessions. Before that, of course, we have the felicitation ceremony for the governor. Request the dignitaries on stage to rise so that the governor can be felicitated. Please play the video, please playing the video. The IPSA video.
Ayurveda, Ipsa, leading the...
Ladies and gentlemen, at the ending of it, we should thank Governor Dr. Tamilisai Soundararajan for taking precious time and being here with us. And of course, the audience, T-Hub and everybody out here. May now please rise for the national anthem, please.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you all. Thank you, Dr. Tamilisai Soundarajan.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would request everyone to kindly remain seated till the time the Honorable Governor has not left the venue. And we are straight away moving to our next session. We are waiting for our dignitaries to join us back after seeing off the Honorable Governor. Meanwhile, I would request everyone to kindly remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, as announced earlier, we have running tea coffee counters outside and will not be breaking for tea and coffee. If you wish to help yourselves to a cup of tea or coffee, you can kindly move outside at the back end of this hall and help yourselves to a cup of tea and coffee and be seated back inside the hall. Thank you. We will wait for a few minutes for our distinguished delegates to join us. Next, we will have the IPSA Novodyne, a talk on diet and exercises, along with the Dr. Poli VPK 42 launch, and actually the launch has been done by the Honorable Governor. We will have a demo which will be given by Dr. Ravi Shankar Polisetti. So, ladies and gentlemen, while we are waiting for our dignitaries to join us back, let me give you an update on Dr. Poli, Nurturing Your Inner Health and Precision, which was just been launched by the Honorable Governor of Telangana State. And we will have a demo presentation by Dr. Ravi Shankar Polisetti. So, ladies and gentlemen, with Dr. Poli, embark on a journey of holistic well-being, a revolutionary health companion that employs the cutting-edge VPK 42 fingerprinting technology to delve deep into the intricacies of your inner health. Rooted in the timeless principles of Ayurveda, Dr. Poli tailors personalized health recommendations, taking into account your unique constitution and well-being requirements. Ladies and gentlemen, the key features are personalized diet and yoga practices. Dr. Poli goes beyond the ordinary by recommending personalized diet and yoga practices aligned with your body's natural circadian rhythm. It empowers you to synchronize with your inner biological clock for the optimal health. It has a holistic health tracking. Serving as your comprehensive health companion, Dr. Poli meticulously monitors steps, calories, sleep quality, and overall activity. It transcends conventional data tracking by exploring the time and frequency contains, unveiling the depths of your physiological responses. It also has fitness tracking precision, keeping a vigilant eye on your physical and well-being, differing insights into your steps, calories, sleep patterns, and overall activities, making informed decisions that align with your heart goals. It has continuous health monitoring. It stands as your vigilant guardian, tirelessly tracking blood pressure, oxygen levels, and heart rates 24/7. Early detection and prevention of diseases become possible through its constant watchful eyes. And ladies and gentlemen, it also matches international standards compliance, adorned with the badges of BIS, CE, FCC, and more. This ensures its strict adherence to the international standards, guaranteeing the device that prioritizes both precision and safety. So ladies and gentlemen, we just had the launch of Dr. Poli done by the Honorable Governor of Telangana State. Very shortly, we will have Dr. Ravi Shankar Polisetti ji back here with us to give us the demo how this device works.
Institute of Polyscientific Ayurveda, Ipsa, leading the charge.
So, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your kind attention? I would request everyone to kindly be seated. As we have our speaker, eminent speaker here with us from the first session, I would like to invite on stage Dr. Piyush Juneja, his founder, Indian Vaidyas. Let's put our hands together to welcome Dr. Piyush Juneja for his
We also have a special mention of a very unique, one of its kind in the world innovation. A wearable device called Dr. Poli detects the Vata, Pitta, Kapha fingerprint of an individual. Not only that, it also provides for non-invasive blood biochemical analysis, including lipid profile. May I call upon the inventor, Mr. Ravi Shankar Polishetty of Sai Ganga Panekia Private Limited. Mr. Polishetty is a cardiac surgeon, an Ayurvedic and naturopathy practitioner, Python programmer and data scientist. A big round of applause to Mr. Ravi Shankar Polishetty. Requesting the Prakash sir to stay Dr. Ravi Shankar Polishetty.
I'm a big fan of Ravi Shankar Polishetty.
Namaste. I'm Dr. Suresh Swarnapuri here, President Association Europe Ayurveda Academy, France, and Executive Director Association Ayurveda Academy, London, UK. Today is a great day for me to talk about Dr. Ravi Shankar Polishetty garu. So, probably one of the extraordinary brains in India right now. An extremely talented and gifted person, and his way of understanding in a different angle makes us always curious to know what kind of approach he is trying to make us to understand Ayurveda. This is amazing for Ayurvedic science and even the future generations to know the angle which he is approaching to make us to understand to make the Ayurveda more modernized, in sense not without disturbing the basic concept of Ayurveda. It's very important for the future generations. And invention of device, Dr. Poli, very new instrument he has designed, helping people to get their complete blood picture and getting their diet regimen. It's the biggest thing in the history of medical field. It's an amazing achievement by Dr. Ravi Shankar garu, and we wish him all the success in his future endeavor. And we are always there to support him for all the projects which he is doing for the welfare of the humanity and serving the human culture as it is. And we wish him again from bottom of my heart, the entire team of European Ayurveda Academy, and Ayurveda Academy from London, UK, and entire European countries which are working all these years. On behalf of them, I
equated to millions of varieties, and coming into that level of correlations for Vata, Pitta and Kapha into the cellular model, and that great initiation of translation from Vedic wisdom is evidently proven by his devices, which he is going to launch soon, and giving all the biochemical validations from his testing parameters, and also his several evidences gained through animal experimental studies, finding the imbalances of the doshic variations from the constitutional basis is interpreted for the possible biochemical changes, where it can be used as a tool for understanding the quantification of these doshas. So many ways Dr. Polishetty Ravishankar is an bridge for conventional medicine, modern science to ancient Ayurvedic wisdom. So I wish him all success for his future ventures and launching of his device very soon. I wish him all success. Thank you one and all. Namaste.
Dr. Ravishankar possesses a unique combination of skills and expertise. He's one of the only few medical researchers in the world who is not only a trained cardiac surgeon, but also an accomplished Ayurvedic researcher. He is very fluent in Sanskrit, which allows him to easily decode Sanskrit verses. His proficiency with the programming language Python makes him a skilled data analyst. His wide set of skills and his understanding of medical researching is what allows him to stand apart in his field. Let's hear the mission for an empowered and healthy India from the medical giant. Namaste, Dr. Ravishankar.
Namaste, hello.
First, the people want to know, what makes you unique as an Indian global businessman and a medical researcher?
This polyscientific Ayurveda is very, very algorithmic, and we are the only ones who have presented this in a scalable version called Dr. Poly, a very, very advanced digital doctor assistant, the future of health GPT, and this, if properly implemented, will not only empower the Indian pharma industry, the Indian allopathic industry, but also it will make India the health capital of the world. What I think is very unique in what we present is that we have brought in the best of both the streams into a certain stream of medicine that I would call as polyscientific Ayurveda, and that targets the end stage diseases, number one. And you know, the global market is about $1.2 trillion. And you know what? All that market can come to India if we properly present polyscientific Ayurveda, and we have already done a lot of work treating diseases left and right. I mean, all the end stage diseases. We don't violate any Congress guidelines, scientific Congress guidelines. None of them are violated. We respect all of them. And then this would actually empower India and make India the health capital of the world.
So, since you mentioned polyscientific Ayurveda, the public have a general idea about what Ayurveda is, and India is in fact the birth home of Ayurveda. However, you're very specific about polyscientific Ayurveda and you break certain stereotypes about Ayurveda. Can you please tell us what polyscientific Ayurveda is and give the general public a simple breakdown of it?
Sure. Thank you very much for this question, because this is very, very important, because what I today see is not Ayurveda being practiced, but herbal allopathy is being practiced world over, because people have lost this idea of what original Ayurveda is. I'll break it down from the scriptures. See, what original Ayurveda is: Samadosha, Samagnischa, Samadhatu Malakriya, Prasanna Atma Indriya Manaha, Swastya Iti Abhidiyate. I mean, that's too complex, but too Sanskrit, but that's what it is. Ayurveda is originally documented in Sanskrit. And if you don't know Sanskrit, it will be very difficult. So what this verse actually means is that when the three agents, there are three agents in the body, the Vata, the Pitta and the Kapha. When these three agents are in equal proportion in all of the 7 tissues and 42 organs, then the body automatically sets itself into a self-healing mode and cures itself.
So now I have got complete cure.
From now, I'm cured by breast cancer.
అసలు ఇంతకు ముందుతో కంపేర్ చేసుకుంటే ఇప్పుడు అసలు ఏమీ లేనట్టు.
నేను లుకేమియా డిసీజ్ నుంచి క్యూర్ అయ్యాను.
ఇప్పుడు బాగుందండి, నాకు ముందటికి ఇప్పటికి చాలా బాగుంది.
పూర్తిగా ఆరోగ్యంగా మారాను.
చాలా హ్యాపీ అనిపించిందండి.
So there is a lot of improvement in my health. So I thank
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to move ahead with our next eminent speaker joining us on the stage. May I once again request everyone to be seated, all mobile phones kept on to silent mode. All those who are outside are kindly requested to join us back inside the hall. We have some very eminent speakers here with us. And ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Dr. Piyush Juneja. He is founder Indian Vaidya. Please put your hands together to welcome Dr. Piyush Juneja.
Thank you so much. First of all, an excellent session here today. And what we have been discussing and talking since morning, I wanted Dr. Felicity to be here, but I think the session is getting recorded, so maybe he will see and other people who are not there will see this later on. I will straight away come to the point. So I came to know about Dr. Ravishankar Felicity few days back, thanks to Dr. Sunita for that. And I came to know this concept about the integration and the infusion of allopathic as well as Ayurvedic system of medicine. So just to introduce myself, from last 17 years being activated into the domain of Ayurveda, I'm a BMS graduate, did PG in clinical research and post-graduation in project management, and worked in some corporates and then started Ayurveda practice. I think many of them, how many of you are Ayurveda doctors or students in this auditorium today? Can you just raise your hands? How many? Great. So at ground level, the first primary problem with Ayurveda private practitioner space is the lack of growth and the revenue where they have to be. So yes, in government sectors, the salaries are excellent at par with other pathy doctors in academic space also, but not that much into the private practice space. Now NABH centers and panels are coming up so that revenue growth is getting increased, but not still at par with the counterparts. So that was the first reason that Ayurveda graduates and postgraduates were only struggling for their living rather than uplifting the entire domain. And when we discovered that, we started this platform after growing the personal practice from 0 to 1 CR and then imparting that training and that mindset to the fellow doctors through this platform. Our journey till now is excellent with your support. So when we found another problem, then when somebody searching Ayurveda doctor or clinic or Vaidya on Google, so there was no single site talking only about Ayurveda. There were practos of the world, Sulekhas, Justiles of the world, but there was no single dedicated site talking only about Ayurveda. And we started from there, and now we are from around 500 cities, the last data was, when somebody is searching Ayurveda doctor Vaidya in nearby areas, so we are there on the 500 cities as far as first page of Google is concerned. And already our Pro app is live on Android mobile platform. If you want, you can download. If you are a doctor, if you are a student, you can download our another app which is coming next month. And we want, and it's an aggregator platform. We never intend to launch our own product like this. We never intend to launch our own service like you are doing your practice or whatever products business. We are just an aggregator, true aggregator platform. We want all of you to be at least at one platform to show the strength of our community. We are starting with around 10,000 clinics in December as far as the doctor app is concerned, and with around 1 lakh downloads in January for the user and students app. The data which we have already connected, and they are already interested to download the app. But if you all are interested, you can also do that. So the point here is we need to now collectively come at one platform. And we need to also understand second aspect. So I will just go back to the history. The younger generation, please focus on this. And it's not about any religion, by the way, here. I'm not talking this in any religion framework or religion mindset, but I'm just talking about some history figures. So when you go back in whatever history we have, so this is Kali Yuga, and prior to that, Dwapar, Treta and Satyug. And the entire hierarchy, when we understand of our ancestral knowledge and wisdom, the entire wisdom is being carried till now to some extent. But what we have forget is, when we are now understanding artificial intelligence, machine learning, and metaverse, so those were already there in that era. It's just we now need to connect. And the level of our acharyas and gurus was at very superior level when they wrote these kind of textbooks of Ayurveda. And we are at a very primitive level right now as far as that mindset is concerned. And these devices and these tools and these technologies will help us to at least reach to some better level to gain more and more wisdom and more and more like experience from that knowledge. So on that note, I again thanks Dr. Polly Shetty and all of you to listening to me and giving me time for this important conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we just saw the launch of Dr. Polly by the Honorable Governor of Telangana State. And I would now like to once again invite on stage Dr. Polly Shetty to give us more information on Dr. Polly. And after that, we will be going ahead for lunch. So let's put our hands together to once again welcome Dr. Ravi Shankar Polly Shetty. So Dr. Polly Shetty will be giving us more information on Dr. Polly. We begin.
Hello friends, sorry for the delay here. We are running behind schedule by an hour. I'll just quickly talk to you about the Dr. Polly device and wanted to present to you the scientific algorithm behind behind the working of this device. Then you guys can have a demo of the device there. We have set up 6 kiosks outside there, and then you can have a demo of the device. You can see for yourself what this device does. And as Madam Governor were mentioning, will be scientific. Anything that which is not scientific will not even present. So I wanted to present to you the scientific algorithm behind. And we have on Zoom, do we still have Dr. Professor Sriram and other data scientists who can someone check on this Zoom, please? And I know it is, we're getting close to the lunch. So I'll quickly wrap this up, but this is very important, friends. I hope, there are people from outside, people on the veranda as well. And I think they will be able to watch us. So what this can you put on the presentation, please? Okay, in the meanwhile, while they set up the presentation, so what this device does is, the science behind the device. So what we did, see friends, today there are several devices in the market claiming to be working in the direction of quantification of Vata, Pitta, Kapha, right? We've heard about the Veda Pulse, the Nadi Taringini. I'm not wronging anyone, I just mentioned about it. But then, what is the rationale behind? How did they develop those algorithms? They claim to be using advanced AI and ML algorithms. Okay. Let me dig a little deep into the development of these devices. So what they did was, there are certain algorithms that were deployed. So what the earlier researchers did was, they had deployed Ayurvedic doctors who were supposed to be, or who have claimed to be professionals in Nadi Pariksha, and they have classified people into Vata dominant, Pitta and Kapha dominant. Because as I mentioned, the important aspect of Ayurvedic treatment is that you need to arrive at Samadosha. And what is Samadosha? We just talked about it. The 3 agents of Vata, Pitta and Kapha, when they are in equal proportion, in all of the 7 tissues and 42 organs, then the body is said to be in a state of homeostasis, or I would love to call it as homeodynamics. And so identifying these vata, the pitta and the kapha, these three agents in different organs is the key, isn't it? So, according to the ancient science, again, the Ayurvedic science, according to Vagbhata's Ashtanga Hridaya, there are 7 types of people: vata dominant, pitta, kapha dominant, vata pitta, pitta kapha, and vata pitta kapha. All the 3 doshas are dominant. It could be dominant. So, what the researchers have done was, earlier researchers, they have classified people based on the Nadi Pariksha done by these professionals into vata dominant people, pitta dominant and kapha dominant people, and then started recording their heartbeats. Okay, now how does the heart function? We all know, right? You know, there are several scientific people here. Any data scientists here, please? Machine learning specialists here. Oh, Vijay is here. Who else is here? All right. Then I'll not go deep into that, but I'll definitely talk about the science behind it. Because, you know, as we are scientific people. So, vata, pitta and kapha, okay, well, how does the heart function? The heart functions by pumping blood so as to meet the energy and oxygen demands, right? So, every tissue needs oxygen and certain nutrients, glucose in particular, and several other nutrients that those organs need, and the heart beats to meet those demands. Now, when you run, what happens is, you know, the heart rate goes higher, right? That's what we know. Why does it go? Because the muscle requires more oxygen, more glucose, and hence the heart needs to pump more blood at a faster rate, and hence the beat is faster. When you're in a tense situation, right? The brain is functioning faster. You're so anxious that the brain is triggering a certain response so that the heart rate again goes faster. So there's a linear response here. But then the problem is that there are 3 responses, especially when the researchers did this research on how the gastric juice or the acid in the stomach is produced. There are 3 responses. There are 3 kinds of athletes, it seems. One group of athletes, when they run, they feel hungry. They feel more hungry. Another set of researchers, they said, no, they feel satiated when they run. Another group of researchers say, no, they don't feel hungry at all. You know, there's no response. I mean, there's no correlation. So what I'm trying to say is, when 3 groups of people, their dependence or the way the heart functions in respect to the gastric release of the gastric juice is not linear, is either non-correlatable or non-linear. So there are certain non-linear algorithms running the heart, in the functioning of the heart that were discovered later. So how do you correlate them? We don't have an idea. So, and this is one aspect of the heart, the functioning of the heart. Another aspect is there's something called heart rate variability. So what the heart rate variability does is, when someone's heart beats, say, at 60 times per minute, if you take an average, it feels as if it is beating 1 time every second, right? Making it up to 60 beats per minute. But that's not the fact. The heart beats anywhere between 700, it takes 700 milliseconds to 1300 to 1600 milliseconds per beat. It could vary in this interval, and the more the variability, the healthier the human being is supposed to be, according to the research that is done on heart rate variability. This is not what I have done or we have done. This is already postulated in 1996 by the European Scientific Congress, Cardiovascular Congress, in their task force document. So what they did was they came up with this algorithm. They understood that there is something called as heart rate variability, and my friends, data scientists, would understand what I'm saying. Any signal processing engineers or any engineers here? So there is something called, there are engineers. I see my friends here. Okay, there are engineers. There's something called as heart rate variability, and this heart rate variability, people try to understand the correlation of heart rate variability to the functioning of different organs. So what they definitely found is, so just like I just mentioned that, the heart beats anywhere between, the interbeat interval could be anywhere between 700 milliseconds to 1300 to, in rare conditions, 1600. But that's normal for an individual to have. So they ran this through a certain transform. They did a mean of it. I say the mean is like 1 beat per minute if it is 60 beats per minute. But then that didn't make much sense, because if you take 3 different individuals with the same rate, with the same mean, all the 3 might not be physiologically the same. So heart rate variability's mean doesn't give us much information. So what they did was, they ran this into a certain algorithm called as a Fourier transform. There's a signal processing algorithm that is applied there. So in the Fourier transform, you're classifying this heart rate variability into 3 frequency domains. This is already established by the scientific community. There's something called as a Vata. There's something called as a very low frequency domain, the low frequency and the high frequency domain. Which means when the heart beats, there are 3 different patterns that these scientists have observed, based on which they were able to make some meaningful correlation. Say for example, if the high frequency domain of the heart rate variability is connected to the autonomous nervous system. The low frequency domain of in a low frequency domain, the heart rate variability, it means if someone's impact or if someone's power of the low frequency is high, then their sympathetic activity is high. So the very low frequency is correlated to the circadian rhythm. So you see, there's a pattern, right? How to correlate the heart rate variability in a scientific way. Now, what these researchers have done is postulated, the earlier Ayurvedic researchers, who are also data science experts, they postulated that these frequency domains possibly could be correlated to Vata, Pitta and Kapha. So they hypothesized that Vata correlates to very low frequency domain, because thinking that Vata in Ayurveda is a combination of the Vayu Tattva and the Akasha Tattva. Now, when you mix up these two, they correlated that Vata is for your, it correlates your circadian activities, circadian rhythms, and then they said, okay, VLF could be possibly correlated to the Vata in your body, right? Number 1. Number 2 is the Pitta was correlated to the HF, low frequency domain, the LF frequency, and then the Kapha was correlated to the HF, the high frequency domains. And they started testing that in individuals, and then they picked up certain correlations, but statistically these correlations are insignificant. They have not seen a single paper where these Vata, Pitta, Kapha correlations with the frequency domains exactly matches. Why am I saying that is, according to me, okay, I'll come to our research and then tell you what possibly could have gone wrong with those algorithms. So what we did was to test it. See, if they're saying something, you've got to test it. So what we did was, what we are good at is creating animal models. Pretty simple and straight. We created animal models of Vata, Pitta and Kapha and recorded the heart rate. We recorded every damn thing that is possible. We recorded the electrophysiological activity of various tissues. We started off with the heart. We recorded the data from the heart and correlated that with the Vata, Pitta, Kapha, and there is a pattern. Vata makes the tissues hyperexcitable, and hence the tissue demands of oxygen are different. And so we made certain correlations, which I'll talk in the IHD and the diabetic session, because from where we talked about a big problem that India is facing, isn't it? India or the world is facing. We don't know how to actually diagnose a diabetic patient, because the standards vary widely from 5.5 to 9.5. Which standard would you apply in your patient is a big question. So we have a postulate for that, a hypothesis for that, which we talk in the diabetic session. But right now, we'll talk about the data science behind the origin of this particular device. So now, what we did was, I told you. So what the earlier researchers did was, VLF is for Vata. VLF of it's called as a spectrum. The heart rate spectrums. From the spectral data, we arrived at very low frequency data. Very low frequency was correlated with Vata, high frequency with Kapha, and very high, low frequency with Pitta. Now what we did, we created models of Vata, Pitta, Kapha in experimental animals. And as what do I mean by that? We created animal models. How did we do that? We fed the animals with Vata aggravating diets. Those foods that increase Vata were fed to the animals in one group of animals. Another group was fed on pitta aggravating diets. The third group was fed on kapha aggravating diets. And what did we find? What did we establish? We were definitely able to see correlations that the way the tissue electrophysiological response varies, and because of which the cell signaling alters. So say for example, I'll tell you this example is beautiful. Say Vata, earlier I used to give some political examples, but then let's not be political. So when the World Trade Center fell down, you all know that, September 11, 2001, the World Trade Center was bombarded and it fell down. What happened was there are three types of responses. One group of individuals ran towards the building, right? They said, okay, jaan jaye par lekin vachan na jaye. So they went to save people whoever they could. They were the firefighters. They're like very, very dynamic people. Those went. कौन जाएगा यार? कौन जाके घर में घुस के मारेगा किसी को? So that is pitta kind of people. They ran towards the building. There's another group of people who ran helter-skelter. They didn't know what to do. They were so anxious. Their brain triggered so many signals that they could not come up with a logical sequence of what to do. So they just ran helter-skelter. So Vata makes the tissues hyper-excitable. And if your brain is hyper-excited, number one, you cannot sleep, right? Number two, you don't know what to do. You think continuously. It runs like a old age gramophone disc that is like completely broken. So it runs, that thought runs continuously, and you ran helter-skelter. So there's another group, Vata people, who have this Vata aggravation in the brain leads to hyperexcitability of the tissues, making the tissues, making the person, accordingly behave. Another group of people were just dumb stuck looking at the building. They could not move. They were dumb stuck. These possibly could have been the kapha people, because electrophysiologically what we found was, a lot of pharma people are here. Let me tell you, doctors are here, Ayurvedic and allopathic doctors. So what is it? There's something called the resting membrane potential and the threshold membrane potential. So the resting membrane potential was settled at minus 17 Vata, minus 19 Pitta, and minus 108 in Kapha. Suresh, can you look at the slides and then put the appropriate slide, please? So, and the threshold membrane potential was minus 65 across all the tissues when we created these animal models. So what is it? The resting membrane potential came very close to threshold in the Vata models, making the tissue hyperexcitable, because the difference between the resting and the threshold membrane potential is exactly the size or the power of the stimulus that is required by the tissue to set itself into action potential. So that was like minus 65 across the group. In Vata it was minus 70, and in Pitta it was minus 90. In Kapha it was minus 108. So what happens in Kapha is the difference between the resting membrane and the threshold membrane potential is wide apart. It needs 43 millivolts of external stimulus. Next slide, please. So that makes the Kapha tissues hyporeactive. You see, there is a correlation. There's definitely a correlation, number one. Now, what else did we find? We found, when we talk about this heart rate variability, we wanted to see what happens to the heart rate variability in respect to the influence of Vata, Pitta and Kapha. You know what we found? The Vata frequency domains were spread all over the spectrum. The Pitta were also spread all over the spectrum. They were not limited only to the VLF or HF or LF. No, friends. They were spread all over the spectrum. Oh, I see Jitendra, pursuing electronic engineer. You'd be benefited by this. Signal processing is your part. Fourier transform, learn that. That's a very interesting form of understanding data. If you don't understand this, it'll be very difficult. So signal processing, a part of your electronics and communications curriculum, you'll master this very soon. But this is what we do. We have seen that the heart rate variabilities, the Vata frequency domains were spread all over. The Pitta was also spread all over, and the Kapha was also spread all over. And this is amazing. Why? Because how did we get these results as opposed to those scientists who worked on correlating Vata, Pitta, Kapha with respective frequency domains? Is the biggest question that I then asked. I said, because if two researchers are working on the same same thing and they have different data or different correlations, then you have a problem. Either I am wrong or they are wrong. So what has happened here, then we realize, see, friends, what is happening here is, we were the only ones in the world to actually create these models of Vata, Pitta, Kapha, and then measure the action potentials, and also understand heart rate variability in these experimental animals from the data that we generated. So why did then the earlier researchers say that Vata is correlatable to the very low frequency domains? Is because they postulated that, and they essentially deployed Ayurvedic, Ayurvedic Nadi Pariksha physicians or Vaidyas who did the Nadi Pariksha, and they said, okay, these are Vata dominant people, the Pitta dominant, Kapha dominant. So now we tested in experimental animals, whenever any of the dosha dominance takes over 55%, you're very close to an end stage disease. So which means in individuals, the healthy proportions vary between, see, if V is to P is to K is 1:1:1, which means if you take into the proportions, the V is to P is to K in percentage wise, it should be 33:33:33. If that is the normal, there's a healthy range of the Vata, Pitta, Kapha, which is anywhere between 28 to 38%. All right? If the Vata varies, Vata or Pitta or Kapha's percentage varies between 28 and 38%, then you're still healthy, because that is required for your physiological functioning. Now, if you keep on increasing Vata, if you go beyond 50, you're done. Beyond 38 to 42%, you'll have a mild disease manifestation of a certain because of a certain dosha expression. Between 42 and 45%, you have a moderate and sometimes severe. Between 50 and 55, it's a very severe disease or end stage disease. After 55, I'm yet to find an animal which survived any dosha aggravation over 55 to 7. Some wild Vista strain rats have sustained up till 65, but not beyond. The point I'm trying to drive is the assumption that Vata dominant people would have very low frequency domains is wrong. Why? Because you can't find any dosha dominance over 42 to 45% or 50% in an individual. So if you have applied, if your machine learning algorithm has applied, okay, how do you apply machine learning algorithms, friends? Very simple. There is a mathematical formula here on one side, and what you're saying is, you're saying, okay, I have tested this patient has more Vata. Now, by Nadi and thing, by doing the Nadi Pariksha, you say a person has Vata dominance. Now, the machine records all the data from that person and tags it as Vata frequency or Vata data. You see where it is going wrong. Now, there is something called, again, someone identifies a person as a Pitta dominant and records his data and tags the data as a Pitta dominant, which, according to the research that we did, a dosha cannot be more dominant than more than 45 to 50%. More than 45 to 50%, you are in the ICU. And we have developed those models, animal models, from where I derived my mathematical models. The point I'm trying to drive is that because the pure Vata dominance cannot be present in individuals today, you cannot have pure data that can be tagged to as a Vata domain. You understand my point, right? I'm trying to get did I get my point right? So this, I should leave, okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. 5 minutes de denge? Yeah, sure. I'll just finish this concept because it's very, very important, Aman Singh ji. So what is happening is, you have tagged a certain data as Vata dominant, and you are now using that data to replicate into a machine learning algorithm, which is absolutely wrong, according to me. Why? Because we have done this research. And in data science, there's something called as junk in and junk out. That's exactly what we are doing it. We are junking into the algorithm, machine learning algorithm, as some data that is already flawed, and you're tagging it with a certain frequency domain, and your output will automatically be out. It's like searching the Google for your disease instead of asking a doctor. The doctors are trained on that. They have worked for 16 years just to learn. See, friends, a super specialist, like I have my friends here, Dr. Naveen and Bhavani, they're going to moderate the sessions in the afternoon. It's only after 16 years of learning that they became doctors. And someone who just reads a paragraph from Google in 2 minutes gets absolute knowledge, and then he gives YouTube lectures, friends. So don't believe in this. It's not right. Because what you're doing is tagging the data wrong. And when you tag the data wrong, your machine learning algorithm will be wrong. That's pretty much what I can say about the machine learning algorithms. And then there's several of them. They adapted K-means, KNN, GBM. There's several machine learning algorithms. I don't want to go deep into that because I don't see many of data scientists here. So I'll not bombard you with those scientific sessions. But suffice to say that when you have tagged your data wrong, your output will also be wrong. That is, so now how to get it right? What did we do? Why am I saying that we are right? Is because we have done the work. And how do I prove that? We have data. We have published them. Not only that, now the assumption is, listen to me very carefully, in 2 minutes I'll be done. The assumption is that the Vata, Pitta and Kapha, they guide certain molecular, metabolic and assimilative pathways in the body. They all are guiding certain biochemical reactions inside the body. This is some data that I'm going to present in the second session after the lunch. So through that, by mapping the data into Vata, by creating animal models of Vata, Pitta, Kapha, we were able to estimate the rate of chemical reactions inside the cells. And from there, we assume that we can come up with blood biochemistry. So that's why I put this blood biochemistry algorithm into this. There's a very advanced math and very advanced machine learning algorithm that is put in there. Because if what I'm saying is right, if you just put this device, which runs based on the ML algorithm that I developed, then what it does is it will give you your blood biochemistry. And I'm telling you, friends, I'm not, see, the machines are still learning because even I'm learning. So whatever learning I have, I put it into this machine, and then this machine is going to give this output. And if your output is within 75 to 85%, you're through, because US FDA approves of any device for ambulatory monitoring of your blood glucose. Your accuracy needn't be 100% because you're not managing you're not managing emergency patients. So, so what I got right is, we think is right is, we have done our own studies, in-house studies, and now we have invited the clinical research monitoring agencies to monitor our trial. We're doing an independent trial with this. So as I said, until unless it is scientifically validated, we'll not present it to the market, but we are close. Getting a clinical trial approved took a long time, so we brought that, and then this blood biochemistry model, please do it. This device then automatically, based on again 17 advanced algorithms were created by us, and then through these algorithms, this is going to give you what foods are going to be right for you at what times, what exercises are going to be right at what time. If based on your VPK fingerprint, it determines your VPK fingerprint, and based on which it gives your yogasanas. If someone has too much of Pitta, Bhastrikas are contraindicated for him. If someone is already suffering from Pitta-mediated hypertension, then your Viloma, Anuloma will be contraindicated for you. So you see, even the pranayamas have to be properly mapped based on your VPK fingerprint. So that's the basis of this VPK device. I'll just pause here, and then we all will have lunch very soon. But before that, please stay back. We have a very, very eminent guest, and of course Sapna Gupta will help you, introduce him to you. But a very good friend of our ancient culture, as a BJP spokesperson and as an eminent Supreme Court lawyer, and he won several prestigious cases. I was reading his profile. It was amazing, Aman Sinha ji. And I don't know, I don't have enough words to thank you for taking off time. क्योंकि अभी तो यहाँ तो election चल रहा है, आप तो busy होंगे. लेकिन भारत में कहीं ना कहीं election चलता ही रहता है, तो वही तो मौजूदगी करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. One nation, one election. So I wish all the best, sir. और thank you very much for taking time. And I request Sapna Gupta ji to introduce you appropriately and then invite you here, please. Thanks.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we have this eminent dignitary who's come here to be here with us and share his eminent views with all of us, all the way from New Delhi. So let's put our hands together as I invite Shri Aman Sinha, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India and BJP spokesperson, for his kind address.
Namaskaram to all of you. Dr. Ravi Shankar Polishetty ji, the creator, the innovator of our Dr. Poli. First of all, my heartiest congratulations to you for creating this remarkable machine. I'm sure it will be put to excellent use in coming times. Eminent dignitaries in the audience, eminent doctors from allopathy as well as from Ayurveda, several medical specialists, medical technocrats. Dr. Ravi Shankar Polishetty ji has Mr. Unyal, several of my friends present in this August gathering. Dr. Ravi Shankar ji, you have given me a very challenging assignment because first of all, to speak after such a brilliant speaker who was giving such profound thoughts on technicalities is itself challenging. Now it is on stroke of lunch. So there is another saying in Ayurveda, Kal Bhojanam Arogya Karanam. You were yourself elaborating on that. So I will not hold back the audience for a long time because that is what Ayurveda prescribes, right? So you should have food at the right time. But another thing which Ayurveda says is that Swasthyam Paramarth Dhanam. Therefore, meaning thereby that health is the ultimate wealth, as the adage goes in English also. And therefore, it's my very clear belief and conviction that all different specialities of medicine, they have to come together, synergize, combine, and offer solutions for healing of the patients, for wellness of people at large. Because after all, health, swasth, param dhan hai, and health is wealth. Yoga and Ayurveda, they have been ignored for a long time. But since last 10 years, there's been a great resurgence of yoga and Ayurveda. And you would all recall that when yoga was first put up in United Nations by Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, that was the maximum supported resolution presented by any country before the United Nations, supported by more than 200 countries. So this is the kind of acceptability, support that our ancient traditional wisdom and sciences have. And it is high time. Today, International Yoga Day is being celebrated, Ayurveda is being celebrated, naturopathy is being celebrated. It is high time that all of you who are from the land where all these sciences took birth, you should all come together and offer something new to the humanity, which will heal and help the humanity. And I'm delighted, Dr. Polishetty ji, that you have taken initiative in synergizing and integrating allopathy and Ayurveda both. I can tell you that there are large number of schemes of the central government which are supporting such integration between Ayurveda and how to establish it as a scientific evidence-based medicine, which Dr. Polishetty is doing. And I believe your product has gone through all that rigor, all that processes, isn't it? So now today more than 30 countries, in fact, are recognizing Ayurveda as a traditional medicinal system. And all the more reason, because every science is going to have its own limitations. I believe Ayurveda addresses the underlying ailments, the diseases which are there. Allopathy addresses the symptoms, so they can complement each other very nicely. And Ayurveda is a science which believes in Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, Sarve Santu Niramaya, meaning that may all be happy, may all be free of disease, isn't it? So, merely being free of disease also means that you have wellness, you have good health, right? And good health and wellness is something, the preventive medicine side of it, which Ayurveda very aptly addresses, even better than medical science at times. So, therefore, the synergy of Ayurveda and medical science, in my opinion, can lead to some revolutionary results, and one illustration of which is before our eyes, which Dr. Felicitations has created, this Dr. Poli. I would love to, get it checked. Yeah, maybe, and the other point that our Honorable Governor was also making, if we have some of these devices in the hospital, if you want, you can use it individually, but you can have it in hospitals also in OPD, and this will give a much better, much comprehensive diagnosis of the patients. Today, as I mentioned to you that the Union government accords top priority to Ayurveda, to holistic medicine, and the Union government, the central government itself, is looking towards integrating these disciplines and trying to extract the best out of it so that it can be of help, of use to people. You would recall that Ministry of Ayush itself was formed by the Union government when Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji came into office. Thereafter, I believe now there are collaborations between ICMR and several other Ayurveda institutes, and large number of research papers are being written. They are published in top medical journals like Science, etc. Today we had a All India Institute of Medical Sciences. On those lines, we have a All India Institute of Ayurvedic Sciences also. So large number of such initiatives are being taken, and they are being taken with a view to integrate Ayurveda and medical science, and also with a view to discover all these several advantages that we can have of integrating Ayurveda and medical sciences. I do not wish to hold you back for a long time, but yet again, Dr. Felicitations, I'll congratulate you for organizing this conference. I believe this is the need of the hour, because you've seen that when yoga came up, now we see there is mushrooming of yoga studios. If you go to US, if you go to Europe, and virtually it has been taken over by Western world. Ayurveda, because it is still, it has not been explored in detail by the Western world, it is incumbent upon all of us to ensure that we take initiative in making India a global leader, not only in terms of providing for our Indian citizens itself, but in terms of providing a new science, a new technology, which would lead to healing of people, which would lead to good health and wellness of people. Thank you very much, all of you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for sparing your valuable time and being here with us. I would request Dr. Felicitations ji to kindly do the honors of felicitating our eminent guest, Shri Aman Sinha ji, by presenting him a shawl. And convey our gratitude by presenting him a memento. We once again thank Shri Aman Sinha ji for being here with us and for that motivating address we had from him. Thank you very much indeed, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, we shall now break for lunch. The lunch break will be of 30 minutes only. I would request everyone to kindly be seated back by 2:20 for the next session.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
want to give a quick news. So what we will do is we'll club the sessions on IHD and diabetes so that, we're running behind. I don't want to, because they are interrelatable, and, we'll have quick session, not quick sessions, an elaborate session on IHD and diabetes. I'll try to present the PSA view of IHDs and how, for the Ayurvedic community, you will see the darshana of a Vataja Hrudroga, Pittaja Hrudroga, Kafaja Hrudroga, and similarly, Vataja, you see the presentation of several pramehas, Vataja, Pittaja, Kafaja pramehas, and how to differentiate diabetes with pramehas, and several concepts that we're going to talk about. But we'll club those two sessions so that in the interest of, people, we don't want to run behind schedule. And while we do that, we don't want to, of course, lose that scientific temper of the conference. And then, we'll end the sessions after the immune diseases, allergies for today. All right. So then we'll have a quick lunch and then come back. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for making that announcement. As Dr. Polisetti has already informed, after this lunch of 30 minutes, which I would request you all to be seated back by 2:20, we will combine the next two sessions. I would request all the panelists who are physically present here to be back in time for the next two sessions. A lot of our panelists are joining us through the Zoom link, who will, of course, will be present here. So, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your lunch and be back in time for the next session.
చాలా సంతోషంగా ఉంది. మామూలుగా మనందరం కూడా భారతీయ జ్ఞానం వేదాలలో ఉంది, శాస్త్రాలలో ఉంది అని చాలా గర్వంగా ఫీల్ అవుతుంటాం. పండితులేమో చక్కగా బొట్టు పెట్టుకొని, శిఖ పెట్టుకొని, రుద్రాక్షలు, తులసి మాలలు వేసుకొని, తామర పూసల మాలలు వేసుకొని, కణకణము కూడా జ్ఞానంతో, సంస్కృత జ్ఞానంతో శోభిస్తుంటారు. వింటుంటే బాగుంటుంది, కానీ అవేంటో మనకి తెలీదు కదా. కానీ ఏంటో ఉంది, ఎందుకు ఇలా దండం పెట్టి ఊరుకుంటే చాలే అని మనం దూరంగా ఉండిపోతాం. అలాగే డాక్టర్స్ ఏం కారణం లేకుండానే ఇంతెంత పెద్ద హాస్పిటల్స్ గల్లీకి గల్లీకి ఉండవు. ప్రతి రియల్ ఎస్టేట్ బిజినెస్ చేసేవాళ్ళు కూడా క్లయింట్స్కి చెప్పేది ఒక్కటే మాట, హాస్పిటల్కి పక్కనే ఉంటుందండి మా వెంచర్ అని చెప్తుంటారు. నాకు నవ్వు వస్తుంటుంది అది విన్నప్పుడంతా. అంటే హాస్పిటల్కి మనం దగ్గరగా ఉండాలి అని అందరూ కోరుకుంటున్నారనమాట. అందుకే వాళ్ళు అలా చెప్తున్నారు సేల్ చేసుకోవడానికి. అంటే ఎవ్రీబడి వాంట్స్ దట్, కానీ అలా ఉండకూడదు. సరి అయిన భారతీయ జీవన విధానము పాడు చేసుకున్నటువంటి ఈ జాతి ఎన్నో సంవత్సరాలుగా దాన్ని ఏదో ఒక రకంగా బయటపడడానికి, రోగాల నుంచి దూరంగా వెళ్ళడానికి కొత్తగా పుట్టుకొస్తున్నటువంటి బిజినెస్ హాస్పిటల్స్ అసలు ఈ రెండు ఎప్పుడు ఒక కొలిక్కొస్తాయి అని అలాగే నాలాగా ఎంతోమంది బాధపడుతుంటారు. కొన్ని లక్షల కోట్ల మంది ఇలాగే బాధపడుతుంటారు. కానీ పరిష్కారం దిశగా జీవితాన్ని త్యాగం చేసి జ్ఞాన సముపార్జనతోటి ఆచరణ వరకు కూడా తీసుకొచ్చి విజయం సాధించారు మా డాక్టర్ పొలిశెట్టి గారు. నా భూతో నా భవిష్యతి ఎవరూ చేయలేరు. చేయాలని ఆశ మాత్రం కోట్ల మంది మనసుకుంటుంది. కాబట్టి ఇక్కడ ఈవేళ మీరు ఈ మిషన్ని చూస్తున్నారు, సాధించిన దాన్ని. వారిని ఆల్మోస్ట్ ఒక 15 ఇయర్స్గా నేను చూస్తున్నాను. వారితో 2 నిమిషాలు మాట్లాడితే 1.5 నిమిషం దీని గురించే ఉంటుంది. అదే మాట్లాడతారు. అది బ్రేక్ఫాస్ట్ చేస్తున్నా అదే ఉంటుంది, లంచ్ చేస్తున్నా అదే ఉంటుంది, డిన్నర్ చేస్తున్నా ఉంటుంది, నిద్ర తూలుతున్నా ఇదే మాట్లాడతారు. చాలా మంచి స్నేహితులు. వారికి ప్రతి క్షణం కూడా ఇదే కావాలి. అలాంటి ఒక శాస్త్రజ్ఞానం, సంస్కృత జ్ఞానం ఉండడం, అలాగే అల్లోపతి నాలెడ్జ్ని కూడా అంత పీక్ స్టేజ్లో అందుకోవడం, తిరిగి ఒక త్యాగం అంటే తన టైంని, ఎఫర్ట్ని అన్నింటినీ కూడా మన దేశానికి, ధర్మానికి, సమాజానికి ఇవ్వాలి అనేటటువంటి కంప్లీట్ డెడికేషన్. ఈ కాంబినేషన్ చాలా రేర్. అది వారిలో ఉండడం అనేటటువంటిది ప్రపంచం యొక్క సౌభాగ్యం అంట నేను. నాట్ ఓన్లీ భారతదేశం, ఇది ప్రపంచానికి ఆరోగ్యం కావాలని మనందరికీ అర్థమైపోయింది. కాబట్టి ఈ యుగానికి ఆరోగ్యము అనేటటువంటి ఈ రంగంలో వారు సాధించినటువంటి ఈ విజయం ఏదైతే ఉందో, వారు చేసేటటువంటి కృషి ఏదైతే ఉందో, మనందరి అదృష్టంగా వారు చేస్తున్నారు అని నాకు బాగా అనిపించింది. సో మనందరి యొక్క విషస్సు, పెద్దల యొక్క ఆశీస్సులు, ఋషుల యొక్క ఆశీస్సులు ఇవన్నీ కూడా భగవంతుడివి. డాక్టర్ పొలిశెట్టి అండ్ శాంతి గారు కుడి చేయిగా ప్రతి ఒక్కటి కూడా ఆవిడ సహకరిస్తూ సపోర్ట్ చేస్తుండబట్టే మంచి కార్యం ఇంత బాగా అవుతుంది. సో వారందరికీ ఈ శుభ ఆశీస్సులు అందాలి అని, దీని ప్రయోజనాలు ప్రపంచంలోని ప్రతి మూలకి కూడా చేరాలి అని మనస్ఫూర్తిగా కోరుకుంటున్నాను. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
still appeal to those outside still having some conversations that you can do that in the later part of the evening. But let us start the session that was actually supposed to happen before lunch. We got, as like any other conference, things get pushed. If the first hour gets delayed, there's a cascading effect on the rest of the sessions. We have a talk on the ischemic heart disease, IHD, and we will combine it with the talk on diabetes so that we have two sessions going together. We will see who all of the speakers online, because some of them were online at 11:30, but we're not sure whether they're now, but we'll try to get them online and offline both. And may I now request Dr. Ravi Shankar Polishetty to take on the sessions from here. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you, Suresh. So, can someone check on Zoom, please? Dr. Samir, cardiologist from US. Dr. Devi Shetty mentioned that he's busy. I mean, cardiac surgeons have a conference today in Chennai. We have a Pediatric Cardiac Society of India's Congress today. So that's how our Dr. Paul also left, because, we have Immunology Congress as well. But I think, he's going to join for the Immunology session tomorrow again. Dr. Padmanabham, Dr. Jamil, check if Dr. Jamil is there. Naveen, Dr. Naveen is here. I think he'll just walk in. Dr. Jayalan Shastri, again, he had a problem in his, he just mentioned that he had to attend to something very urgent, so he'll not be here. Dr. Chinnaswamy Reddy, again, a pediatric cardiac surgeon, busy with the PCSI meeting. He's going to join tomorrow. And Dr. Kola Vijay Kumari Garu. And for the diabetes, we have again Dr. Naveen, Bhavani, Dr. Bhavani. And are these doctors here? Okay. I think, they have... Can someone just go there outside? We'll, in the meanwhile, start the session, please. Okay. So we'll club two sessions so that we'll, now it's 2:25, by 3:30, we'll plan to, Dr. Bhavani is here. Dr. Bhavani Prasad is a plastic surgeon. So I want Bhavani, he's my friend, so I call him Bhavani. So Bhavani and Naveen, please moderate. Mujib is anyhow here. I'll just go on with the presentation. So friends, the flow will be like this. I'm going to present the polyscientific Ayurvedic approach to understanding ischemic heart disease and diabetes. In the course, I'm going to present to you Vataja Hridroga, Pittaja Hridroga, Kafaja Hridroga, Vata-mediated ischemic heart disease, Pitta-mediated and Kapha-mediated ischemic heart disease, how to diagnose them, how to approach to them, what is the physiological basis, how do you understand? Is there a way to personalize even modern drugs based on this classification? And also the understanding on diabetes, why different standards of, I just mentioned. In today's world, what is happening is, we all know that there's something called as good cholesterol, isn't it? HDL is good cholesterol, isn't it? And there's something called bad cholesterol, LDL. Did you know that the good cholesterol in, there was a study done by Aberholm, both are same pretty much, the Danish Research Institute. What they did was, they presented data on, they collected data from northwestern India, the Sindh, the Baluch republics, the Irani province, and the Caucasians especially. They identified, they did a population sample of about more than 8,000 patients. And what they found was, they all had high HDL. And high HDL is around 70. In those individuals, the HDL was averaged to around 70. HDL is good cholesterol, isn't it? Now, what they found was 95% of them, not just 50 or 55%. Today, if a drug passes through the trial, a drug pretty much gets a US FDA or Indian FDA approval, once it passes through a trial, by a statistical significance of of anywhere between 42 to 52%, which means if the drug shows its efficacy definitely it should be above the placebo, but if efficacy is between 42 and 52%, you can be sure that it passes through efficacy, which means it is statistically significant. Now, in these individuals who had high HDL, 95% of them had heart attacks. All right, I mean, there could be several other factors, that could have triggered heart attacks. But what they did was, they did a study in about 1,000 patients in the sample. They brought in, they put the Seldinger probe, and then, they did a quick atherectomy, took the biopsy, and you know what they found? They found HDL in the plaque. As opposed to our conventional wisdom of scientific wisdom that tells us that it's the LDL that is actually precursor, it's the bad cholesterol that is supposed to be triggering this heart disease, isn't it? But in this 8,000 patients with a 95% of 95% of incidents, heart attacks happened because of HDL. So now that's number one. Number two is there's a study again done in Germany, Malinsky. He's now, I think, moved to California. And what he presented was data from about 125,000 patients, not just 1 or 2 or 3, 4, 10,000 patients, no. What he presented was data from 125,000 patients across European Union and several other republics that he mentioned in that study. And what he presented was 75% of them, all these 125,000 patients had high HDL. Low HDL. They were set to a target of maintaining their LDLs below 100. And you know what he found? Out of the 125,000 patients, 75% of them, again statistically very significant number of patients, suffered a heart attack again. So the point arises is load LDL lower than 100 again becomes a predictor for heart disease. HDL around 70 is also a predictor of heart disease, and we know that HDL, low HDL and high LDLs are predictors of heart disease. Now, what should be your HDL and what should be your LDL? Friends, that's the biggest question that we have today, really. Why? Because if we don't address this, now what is happening is conveniently, I'm not saying conveniently, there is a Hunt study performed by Hunt, a Norwegian group of researchers. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, sure. We'll just take a quick pause now. सुरेश, right away. कितने बजे आपकी फ्लाइट है? ठीक है, तो just I'll finish this. 3:30 तक खत्म हो जाएगा. So friends, this Hunt study conducted by the Norwegian scientists, they retro-analyzed about 92,000. Okay, let me again come up with this caveat. This is not Ayurveda versus allopathy debate at all, first friends. I don't like the debate at all, because the question is, for all the Ayurvedic people, if your patient suffers a heart attack, where will you take him? You'll take him to an ICU, isn't it? So, I'm not demeaning any science. I'm just saying that, there are roadblocks in both the approaches. And how can we, as I mentioned in the morning, can we work together so that we address the concerns and then maybe we come up with a solution? So what are the concerns? High HDL is causing heart attack, low HDL is causing heart attacks. High LDL is also causing heart attacks, and low LDLs are also causing heart attacks. But the guidelines issued are, that you have to maintain your LDLs below 100, HDL should be above 60. What is the rationale behind it? Can we still stick to those standards? Number one. And what does the Norwegian's Hunt study demonstrate? It retro-analyzed 92,000 patients, friend. And what does that study demonstrate? That there is a certain category of patients, especially between 40 and 60 years of people, when they were subjected to statin therapy. Statins is supposed to be, what are they supposed to be doing? Pharma? Anyone? What do statins act on? What do they block? Quickly, don't waste time. No, HMG co-reductases. What are they blocking? They're blocking the beta oxidation, all right, of fatty acids. So, thinking that way we're going to reduce LDLs and, and then, protect your heart. That's the assumption we're making. What does this study show? This study shows that out of the 92% of 92,000 patients, 42% of them had maintained, when they maintained lower LDLs, they had new form of heart failure or interstitial tubular necrosis of kidneys leading to kidney failure or a liver failure, or they end up with early senile dementias or early Alzheimer's. Friends, we're talking about a major medical catastrophe. So why is this happening? So that's point number one. Because we're clubbing both the sessions, I'll talk about diabetes too. So I already talked about it. So the standards of diabetes, for example, we as a group here planning to make India the health capital of the world. But the truth is that we are the diabetes capital of the world right now. Now, how do you diagnose a patient with diabetes? What do? You check your blood glucose, the patient's blood glucose levels, isn't it? Now, what are the parameters? Blood glucose could be fasting or postprandial. So, that single data point, data scientists again agree with me that, a univariate analysis of any system, especially the bodily systems, friends. In the body, you're talking about 8.4 million chemicals participating in about, 900,000 chemical reactions, triggering 80,000 to 90,000 physiological processes as we talk now. It's a very, very dynamic system, and we are trying to talk or, circle around a single point of, univariate analysis, which is like very minimalistic. But let's see what the data is saying. So when we look at this data of HbA1c, thank you very much. So if you look at the blood glucose levels, the fasting or the postprandial, you're talking about the blood glucose level at that particular point of time. So what the scientists came up with is something called as, something called as HbA1c, which is called as a glycated hemoglobin, and it gives an average for 3 months. All right, that's very good, right? Now, so what we are saying, what the guidelines are saying is that you need to try to maintain your HbA1c levels below 5.5. And who is saying that? That is being said by the American Endocrinologists Association. Now the American Diabetic Association is saying it should be below 6.5. Now the American College of Physicians, it has issued guidelines in 2019. And it says you should maintain your blood glucose levels. Average should be between 7 and 8. That should be your therapeutic target. And it clearly mentions that it can never ever be below 6.5. It's very strong in its postulate. It says, point number 2 is guideline number 2. It says never target below 6.5, because in their study, what they demonstrated, what they found was 1 in 3 people died of heart attack when there was concomitant diabetes and heart disease, which means when there were diabetes and heart disease together, in that trial, when they tried to subject patients to intense glucose lowering, if you're maintaining your HbA1c below 6.5 in that study, within 2 years, 1 out of 3 people who who participated in this trial died. They had to stop the study actually. And hence, guideline number 3, it says maintain your blood glucose levels, HbA1c, between 7 and 8, never below 6.5. Now, the American Geriatric Association is saying it should be around 7.5, and the American Veterans Affairs Diabetic Association is saying it should be around 8.5 to 9.5. So now the question remains, according to whom are you diabetic? Isn't it? Now, okay, the WhatsApp University has unfortunately educated us all, and it says, no, the Pharma Congress there's a lobby, mythological lobby, the pharma, that is against you, against your country, and then it's trying to promote, their products by bringing the values down. Please, don't. See, these guys have data with them. You cannot through WhatsApp University refute data. See, American Endocrinology Association has data from about 270,000 patients. American Diabetic Association, 320,000 patients. And American College of Physicians, they retroanalyzed about 700,000 patients. American Veterans Affairs Diabetic Trial, done by the Veterans Affairs Diabetic Association, has run on trial, patients of 70,000 patients data they have, based on which they are saying. But what they're saying is, in those patients, in that particular Veterans Affairs Diabetic Association trial, VADT it's called as, they maintained around 8, those who maintained their blood glucose levels between 8.5 and 9.5 did well. And when they subjected them to intense glucose lowering, and when they tried to lower it below 7, you know what? They ended up with symptoms of hypoglycemia, hypo. So, which means when you give sugar, they become normal. Not only that, they ended up with, there are several, more than 17 disease manifestations that were enumerated there, including senile dementia, Parkinsonism, your interstitial tubular necrosis, kidney fails, the liver failed, or there was intense hyperechoic, areas in the liver leading to liver damage and suggesting chronic liver damage and so on and so forth. Now, how do you classify someone as a diabetic patient? How do you treat a heart disease patient? Because, the guidelines are, the data that is coming up now is presenting us with contradictory views. So that's exactly why we ventured into this. Not now, but, I started studying, 32 years ago, I started studying Ayurveda, but then the animal models were created from 2002 onwards. What we did was, because Ayurveda, because we have these questions in the modern science, again I'm saying, they all have data. You can refute data with data. So what does for example, in India, we follow the standards of maintaining it below 6.5. Based on what? Based on a trial that sums up patients for a population size of 1.45 billion people. We have taken a patient size of just about 729 patients, and we are standardizing that across institutions for treating diabetes. Again, there's no pharma lobby here. There's ineffective research done. That's all I would say. Why? I'll show you very soon in the next few slides. So now, how did we approach to understand this problem? Is the myth coming from WhatsApp University really a myth, or is it a truth? And is there a truth in the way we are actually managing the diabetic patients based on the standards? If there is truth in the association's postulates of maintaining certain standards of HbA1c, then who is true? Who is untrue? Why? Let's unravel. So what did we do? We tried to, again, and as I mentioned in the morning, that according to Ayurveda, there's something called Ayurveda. We all know WHO says that you got to disease is mere absence of a disease is not health. It is a total physical, mental, emotional, social, and they're trying to add spiritual also well-being of an individual, not mere absence of a disease. That's health, right? So how do you restore that? And we have looked at the standards, and they're not. We don't know how to manage, really. If I would have known, I would have been a privy to all this knowledge. I would have been confused as to how to treat a patient. Now let's just look at, what Ayurveda is saying, because, this is the only science, according to me, this is the only civilization, if we can sum up, that has sustained the last, we have a cultural continuity of more than 40,000 years, scientifically proven. You talk about the great Greeks, great Atlantids, the great Persians, or the Mesopotamians, Babylonians, where are they? None of the civilizations are there right now. So, scientifically speaking, my hypothesis is that we have this country, we all are blessed with this great science of health that possibly must have sustained, or number one, sustained our health, and also looked at sustainability of the system as a system, health science. And then possibly maintained our health, because of which we're still here calling ourselves as Bharatiyas, and sometimes or many times proud, and but then I would again come up with a line of caution that see, Just because, okay, just give, many times, and several of my friends keep asking, why do you have to do that? See, our rishis have written down these documents. Now, just accept them. I said, see, the thing is, if my dad has done a PhD, I cannot have a doctor's tag attached to me, isn't it? Right? So, you have to, if you have to have a doctor's tag, a doctorate tag, you need to do a PhD yourself. So, in today's world, again, people ask me several times, why do you do this research? It's already written in the books. I tell them, not me. Maharshi Sushruta clearly mentions in the chapter 4, 8th shloka of the Sutrasthana, he says, Eka shastra madhyano na vidya shastra nishchayam tasmat bahushrutam shastram vijaniyat chikitsakaha. What it means is, Eka shastra madhyano, just by knowing one shastra, na vidyat, you will never know. Shastra nishchayam, you cannot essentially define or completely understand a shastra. If Ayurveda is a shastra, if you look at only Vagbhata's Ashtanga, Charaka Maharshi's Ashtanga, Charaka Samhita Sushruta, you will not understand. That's what, I'm translating it myself, that's my interpretation. But then, what Maharshi is envisaged, look at, the rishis are drashtas. See, they had the knowledge of the past, present and future. That's why they call us drashtas. And he possibly must have had the vision of future, coming up, in several sciences. That's why he said, tasmat, and hence, bahushrutam shastram, vijaniyat chikitsakaha. What it means is tasmat, and hence, you try to understand this shastra from bahushruta, from several experts. Some biochemistry, try to understand the Shastra of Ayurveda through the lens of Ayurvedic, biochemistry, physiology, mathematicians. Come, let us have a congress of all of these people and understand. That's exactly what we're trying to understand. And it's not about, enforcing someone else's idea on us. It's about accepting a common scientific proposal and, if possible, take it forward and then see if it helps. So that's what we did. So we went back again to the scriptures. What Ayurveda I just mentioned says health. What is, because we understood what is health in allopathy, in the language of allopathy, and what we figured that we will not be able to figure completely based on the standards that are given to us. So now what is Ayurveda saying? Samadoshaha sama agnishcha samadhatu malakriya prasanna atma indriya manaha swasthya iti abhidhiyate. What it means? Health is a state achieved when you maintain samadosha. Let me not even get into sama agnisha, sama dhatu malakriya, because that is like, samadosha itself is so elaborate, it took me 20 years for me to actually translate that and present it to you guys. So that's why I'll stop here, because what the first word itself, samadosha, means is, when you bring about a balance of these three doshas in all of the 7 tissues and 42 organs, then what happens? Prasanna atma, prasanna indriya, prasanna manaha. You attain a stage of prasanna atma, prasanna indriya, the karma indriyas and jnanendriyas, conferring the physical health and the emotional health. Then prasanna atma, prasanna indriya, manaha, the mind, the mental state. You're emotionally healthy, physically, socially, mentally, and also what will happen when you do this, when you bring about a balance of these three doshas in all the 7 tissues and 42 organs is swasthya. Remember, friends, this is very interesting, because our rishis are very, very advanced in their syntax. They were very effective in their communication. Why? Jagadguru Adi Shankaracharya says, Eka matra laghavante putrotsaham manyante vayakarnaha. What it means is, even if you reduce your communication by just eka matra, if you reduce by 1 matra, and still communicate your message, the rishis will be happy as if when a putra is born. Putra is not to do anything with this masculinity or femininity. Putra is punnam trayate iti putra. According to the Hindu belief system, when you leave the body, you enter a certain naraka, and then a putra is the one that helps you avoid that naraka. There's a clear-cut syntax, a ritual, a technology. We're not talking about that technology, but then I'm trying to translate this science. Say, punnam trayate iti putra. It could be a male or a female. It doesn't matter as long as the putra helps his parents redeem from this naraka called punnama. So, and rishis who were so confused, in the language, of using, not even trying to use one letter extra, why would they use the word swasthya instead of arogya? Because we have the arogya shaka mantri, right? Or mantri, or the division. What is arogya? Because if they were so specific about one matra, they would have had their own, clear logic for coming up with this word called swasthya. They did not use the word swasthya, arogya, but the word swasthya. What it means is, arogya again means roga abhasaha itihi arogyaha. Absence of disease is arogya, that's all. But swasthya means swasthanam shiryate itihi swasthya. You essentially, with the help of this technology of maintaining samadosha in all of the 7 tissues and 42 organs, when you do that, you not only maintain a physical, emotional, social, mental health, but you essentially try to achieve that swasthana. The swa in Sanskritam means atma. You attain the atmic state. You become one with the one you came away from. So that is what is swasthya. So now, I'm not here to talk about the tattva or the bodha, nothing. We're talking about what Ayurveda mentioned. So the key here is vata, pitta, kapha. Why? Because the key here is you need to maintain this balance of vata, pitta, kapha. And if you don't know what VPKs are, next slide. If you don't know what they are, then, I'm coming from a modern perspective. We don't know what they are really, I'm telling you. Because anyone, you can talk about the properties of vata, pitta, kapha, but not exactly what they are doing in the body. Isn't it? In the language of modern science. So what we did was, we created, I just mentioned in the morning again, we created models of vata, pitta, kapha in experimental animals. And what we did was, I showed this slide in the morning, so I'll skip this slide. So what we ended up with, we created these models feeding animals with vata-aggravated, pitta-aggravated, and kapha-aggravated diets. And we kind of came up with these models in which vata is expressed, pitta and kapha expressed, so that we know what they are doing at an electrophysiological level, at a biochemical level. This is what we tried to do, and what we got. What is the data that we generated? What it means is, go back, please. Go back to the earlier slide. Shailaja. Okay, Shailaja, just don't be there. Just because this slide will be elaborate. So just be there. Okay, now friends, I want your attention, because this is going to be the most interesting part of my discussion. And then we will have my presentation, then we can have a discussion on this. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to take them. It's okay, leave it like that. Don't do anything. Okay, don't do anything. All right, okay. So friends, where did we stop in the morning? I said that when we created models of vata, pitta, kapha, and then we measured how did we create? We fed the animals with vata aggravating, pitta and kapha aggravating diets respectively in 3 different groups, each group containing about 15 visitors trained animals. And then, because these animals have to be purebred, animal research, most of the pharma guys would know here. If Ayurvedic guys, you know that, this is how modern research is done. There are correlational studies on how the animal physiology correlates with human physiology. So on an average, 18 months of a mice life is equal to 90 years of human life. And then so you get accelerated view of your own physiology when you do your experiments. If you observe an animal for say 2 months, you're essentially having data or projections of what is going to happen in a human being in the next 5 to 7 years. So you understand, right? You do an experiment for 2 months, then you know what will happen for the next 5 to 7 years in a human being. So that's pretty much the correlation. With this, if this is understood, we'll go to the next step. We fed these animals with vata, pitta, kapha aggravating diets respectively, and isolated the hearts. Essentially, in an experiment, we have to sacrifice the animals, we sacrificed them, and then isolated the hearts, and then we allowed them to beat, because heart continuously beats for about 8 hours if you put them in appropriate scientific conditions. And then we measured something called as the action potentials we were talking about, and we got this data. So what this data is saying is, Look at the data now. So it's saying that the vata, the resting potential, okay, if everyone's familiar with this, then we'll go to the next step. What is happening is there's something called as a threshold. If for an external stimulus to get translated into an electrochemical message, it has to cross a certain threshold. That's what is called as a threshold membrane potential. And there's something called as a resting membrane potential. When the cell is resting, what is the electrical activity inside of the cell is what is given by the potential called as a resting membrane potential. So the resting membrane potential and the threshold membrane potential came very close in vata. In pitta, it was slightly away, and in kapha, it was far away. Like as the information shows here, the difference, okay, let me go to the difference between the resting and threshold membrane potentials. What it means is, if you want to elicit or an action potential in a vata environment, in that experiment, then what happens, you just need to give an external stimulus equivalent to 7 millivolts. That's what it means. All right, so in the pitta, it was 25 millivolts, which means pitta systems needed 3.5 times more stronger stimulus than vata to respond. And the kapha systems had elicited, had the difference between the resting and membrane was, threshold membrane was about 43 millivolts. It's about close to 6 to 7 times the vata tissue. So what it means, now look, what is happening, how is an action potential created is, then when someone's talking to you, as I mentioned again in the morning, the external auditory stimulus, the external auditory signal is translating into an electrical message inside your ear, and the auditory receptor is carrying this, packaging this information, carrying it all the way through to the brain then analyzes the information, responds, right? That's what is happening, right? You're all here because you're listening to me, and I'm somehow making sense or nonsense, you're still listening to this. Now, this is very important. So, similarly, your eyes, your touch, all the 5 sense organs have their receptors, and at the site of the receptors, the external stimulus translates into electrochemical message. And what we found was in the hearts that the resting membrane potential was in 3 different systems, rested at 3 different levels, because of which the pattern in which the electric current is generated is different in 3 different systems. That's number one. But what is it about? Okay. Now, what happens at the end of how does this happen? When you touch someone, that because of the touch itself becomes stimulus for the sodium ions to move from outside of the cell into the cell. Along with sodium moves the chloride, then potassium comes out. This is a certain pattern in which this electric current is generated. So, at the end, what happens? The cell reacted, and then you came up. There is a response. Now there's something called as electrical homeostasis that has to be restored through ionic homeostasis. So sodium ions and potassium chloride ions that have gone inside the cell have to come out, and potassium that has gone out of the cell has to come back into the cell, and that happens by spending energy, ATP. So what it means is, if you give, say for example, if this is what is happening generally. Now what is happening is, if you give an external stimulus of say 49 millivolts across all the systems, vata systems require only 7. So they produce 7 action potentials, hypothetically, and hence, when the cellular homeostasis or ionic homeostasis restores, the vata tissues are spending more ATP, they're spending more energy, because the restoration of the ionic homeostasis is ATP dependent. So, which means the vata systems in this particular model, in this particular animal model, they are using up ATP 7 times faster than the kapha systems, because if you send a 49 millivolt equivalent stimulus to these tissues across, vata will produce 7 action potentials, pitta would produce 2, kapha would produce only 1. So what it means, is pitta and kapha are spending their ATP lesser. Kapha is the least spending, kapha is the system that is spending its ATP least. Now, if you give an external stimulus of say only 7 millivolts, what happens? Only the vata tissues will elicit a response. The pitta and kapha tissues won't elicit any response. So this is akin to that, I gave the example of September 11 because everyone remembers that, and then what happened? There were 3 responses. I mean, you can see them in action. The vata, pitta, kapha are playing their role in action and also at a cellular physiological level. So in action, what happens if someone's vata is more, if someone, I mean, hypothetically, okay, if there is more vata in the brain, then and if he has watched a certain incident that very, very frightening, he will run helter skelter. The pitta person, like a ghar ghuske marenge, just is the kind of attitude that pitta people would have. So pitta people, what they ran towards the building. In that example of the World Trade Center pummeling down on the September 11, 2001, the kapha people were dumbstruck looking at it. Now, going back again to the energy spent, if you say give only 7 millivolts of external current, external stimulus or equivalent stimulus to these systems, it's only the vata systems that will elicit an action potential and hence spend their ATP. Pitta won't even elicit an action potential because it didn't breach the 7 millivolts will never be able to breach the threshold membrane, and hence that stimulus doesn't even pass to the body at all. It doesn't produce an action potential, and hence no information is passed on to the brain. They're not even reacting. So they're not spending energy at that. So here, the idea is that, the concept that could be understood. Okay, now what is happening to the pitta system is very, very interesting, because look at the control group of rats. We have given balanced diet to the control group of rats. All right, so their resting membrane got stabilized at about -84, while pittas got stabilized at -90. But what is happening is both are producing almost equivalent electric currents. But the pattern, while it looks that the pattern is right, what was interesting in the pitta systems is, friends, we then subjected these rats, these hearts, to the action of acetylcholine and adrenaline. Acetylcholine is a parasympathetic mediator, right? And adrenaline is a sympathetic mediator. We subjected it to the parasympathetic and sympathetic mediation. What happened? Vata systems, they were already hyperexcitable. They became further hyperexcitable, and then under the influence of adrenaline, but under the influence of acetylcholine, their heart rate also dropped too much. But the kapha systems also, which means vata systems and kapha systems responded to the adrenaline and acetylcholine stimulus, but pitta systems were strange. They had insignificant or nil response to adrenaline, noradrenaline, and acetylcholine, friends. This is very, very important. Why is it important? Is because you respond to the external stimulus, because the synaptic response is essentially mediated through acetylcholine. But here, the pitta systems didn't respond to either acetylcholine or adrenaline. Then we brainstormed, we started thinking, of course, Russians scientists really helped me there. We dug out several books. Then we stumbled upon a certain immunologist who was a third-generation scientist of Mechnikov. Mechnikov is one of the world's wonderful immunologists, who was the one who said that the monophage, macrophage cell lines are the ones that are actually the key cell lines that are actually modulating several reactions in the body. He was the one who talked about this. So he suggested, Ravi, I suppose there could be an alternative pathway to elicit an action potential. And that's what pitta cells must be doing, because, it has gone through this Russian brains, who usually, very, very skeptical about anything that we talk, anything outside of their domain. But they're very scientific, they're very receptive. So then we investigated what could be that intracellular molecule that could have triggered action potentials. Then we found there are several molecules that could trigger action potentials apart from adrenaline and acetylcholine. And one of the molecules we found at least 5 times more alpha-ketogluteric acid in the cytoplasm. Okay, for those who don't know, alpha-ketogluteric acid is one of the metabolites of the Krebs cycle. Krebs cycle is where your glucose gets metabolized and produces energy. So we found 5 times more of this metabolite that is actually produced during the Krebs cycle process. If it is 5 times more in the cell cytosol, in the mitochondria it would have been more. We tried several assays, but we couldn't appropriately estimate the concentration of alpha-ketogluteric acid inside the mitochondria, but nonetheless this data suffices. 5 times more, possibly, I'm just hypothesized at that time, 5 times more ATP is generated in the pitta systems because there's 5 times more alpha-ketogluteric acid, which is a metabolite coming from the Krebs cycle and suggesting that a possible leak happening from the mitochondria into the cells, which means it must have been produced so much that the leak itself is 5 times more. So we could broadly, at least minimally postulate that pitta systems and alpha-ketogluteric acid is one of the mediators that could elicit an action potential. That's interesting. Then we later, I think in 2004, Dr. Singh from the United States, he was talking about something called as the mitochondrial DNA. That made sense because till then we were even afraid of even talking about this research because we had generated data because it's not easy for everyone to even accept some of the research postulates, which is completely contrary to the conventional wisdom. You have to do the research again and again and again. And so this came in, as I've said, okay, there is mitochondrial DNA, which means there's a separate separate program for the mitochondria separately. So those individuals, there are certain individuals possibly who have excessive pitta, they are working through their mitochondria. So in whom what is happening, there's 5 times more ATP production and only 2 times more of ATP consumption when there's an external stimulus. All right. So what it means is, there could be potentially 3 different systems, a Vata dominant system or a Pitta and a Kapha dominant system. In a Vata dominant system, the tissues are depleting ATP fastest. In a Pitta dominant system, and the ATP is depleting only twice because the action potentials are only twice as much as produced in respect to Kapha systems, but the Pitta systems are producing more ATP. They have higher ATP levels inside the body. Now, the Kapha systems have both low. They have high, they're hyporeactive and because of which they're less action potential produced, and hence their ATP dependence is also least. Now convert that into glucose demand. Where does glucose come from? There's only one molecule that actually produces glucose in the body. Every other fat has to every other carb, every other sweet molecule like your galactose, lactose, fructose, trioses, tetroses, pentoses, hexoses, septoses, decoses, all these have to be converted into glucose to produce their energy. So now take a hypothetical situation in which a certain individual has more Vata. So what he's doing, he's spending more ATP. When there is more ATP required, what happens is the body needs more energy, right? So the demand for glucose is more, isn't it? Because it's only glucose that produces ATP, and because ATP is being depleted in Vata systems at a faster rate, the dependence on glucose is high, and hence possibly the glucose must be maintained at a higher level in the Vata systems so as to suffice to the needs of the Vata individuals. Can we make this hypothesis? I would say yes. Why? Because the studies suggest so. Vata. Now we all know, extrapolating the knowledge coming from Ayurveda, from the first 20 years is characterized by Kapha dominance, the next 20 years from 20 to 40 is Pitta, and 40 to 60 and above is Vata dominance, is what is already Ayurveda postulating. Now, the Veterans Affairs diabetic trial is done in elderly people. The average, the range is 50 years to 78 years, and the average age was around 62 years. It was the Veterans Affairs diabetic trial that demonstrated that those veterans had higher dependence on glucose. So they were maintaining 8.5 of HbA1c and still are healthy without any, they've been following them up for at least 11 to 14 years without any complication. And what has happened is, those who were subjected to intense glucose therapy had problems with low blood glucose levels. So possibly, can we postulate that a vata, excessive vata. So now we have one system where vata is dominant, and hence it is ATP. ATP is depleted faster, and hence it requires more ATP, for which it requires more glucose. That is why possibly the blood is maintaining more glucose. And because vata, okay, now allopathic doctors will have a slight difficulty in understanding me now, because now I'll move my understanding from my understanding from allopathy to Ayurveda. So now vata has a certain property called as rukshana. So the rukshana property, when there's high of rukshana property, there could be insensitivity of the cellular receptors, and hence the glucose insensitivity could have been mediated because of vata. Possible? So now what do? How do you treat? You have to pacify vata and not just about bombard your body to produce, lower your blood glucose levels. Why am I making this assumption? And I'm very strong in making this assumption is because the VADT trial and also the Accord trial demonstrated so. The Accord trial demonstrated that if you lower your, the VADT trial demonstrated that if you lower your blood glucose levels below 7, they feel hypoglycemic, and several other manifestations occurred that otherwise wouldn't have occurred. And Accord trial, I already told that 1 in 3 people who had concomitant heart disease and diabetes died on the trial. So, point number 1. Point number 2 is Pitta. Now let's analyze the Pitta systems. What is Pitta doing? We just mentioned that. So look, now it's very interesting, Pitta is for hyper mitochondrial activity. Can we assume this? Why am I saying so? Because the alpha-ketogluteric acid that was 5 times higher in the cytosol had mediated this possibly mediated mitochondrial activity, and hence producing more ATP but spending less ATP because it has a net ATP excess inside the cell. And what it does, now look at this. This is very interesting. So what it does is, excessive intracellular ATP is actually triggering a response of glucagon. It produces more glucagon, and glucagon actually leads to the liver producing your glucose. All right. So now when the liver is through gluconeogenesis producing glucose, you want to block that. See, when you block that, you're doing some good to the liver, there's no doubt. But when you restrict your blood glucose levels in a Pitta dominant system, you're again triggering the process of gluconeogenesis. First glycogenolysis, then gluconeogenesis, and then even the proteins get disturbed. So Pitta systems are high energy dependent because they're burning up glucose faster and they have net ATP. So intracellular pathways are completely different. And interestingly, okay, now let's analyze the Kapha systems and then come back. The Kapha systems are actually spending less ATP and hence they require less glucose. Possibly, these are the people who should be treated based on the norms of the Endocrinologists Association and or the Diabetic Association, if at all you find such a system. That's the trick here, friends. So that is why, what I then slowly figured was there are 175 glucose metabolic pathways in the body, 175 glucose metabolic pathways, and only 10% of them are dependent on your insulin. What we do when glucose doesn't come down, we are bombarding the patient with insulin, thinking that it will lower, but it doesn't happen that way in especially Vata-mediated or Pitta-mediated individuals. And in Kapha-mediated individuals, it will actually be the UK PDS data demonstrated that irrespective of whatever treatment you give in diabetes, such individuals, the complications of diabetes are only going to progress. That's what the UK PDS data demonstrated, irrespective of whatever treatment. I'm not saying this, UK PDS is saying why. Maybe they must have investigated the Kapha-mediated individuals. So what you're doing with your metformin or with your insulin, with your biguanides, sulfonylureas, you're stimulating the insulin to produce, pancreas to produce more insulin. The insulin pushes your glucose into the cell, and inside the cell, there is no metabolism. The kapha tissue, because of this mandya property or gurutva, it is actually not metabolizing at all, and hence there's pretty much a sugar syrup inside your cell. I mean, when you're dealing with kapha systems, you end up with a gulab jamun essentially, So the disease automatically progresses irrespective of whatever you do. That is why dieting will help such people. Not eating food or eating less food or based on your calorific value. But from this postulate, the vata and pitta individuals or pitta systems would require more glucose. But of course, we cannot go against the norms. I'm again saying, as I said, PSA believes in accepting the norms as they are. When you see a refractory diabetic patient or then only you have to think in an alternative fashion and then come up with data. See, because our data is, I have studied Ayurvedic data, clinical trial data. We have done studies on Triphala, the Gugulu, Nisha Amalaki. Several formulations were investigated in just about 12, 14, 20 patients. Friends, this is not data. I'm sorry to say, this is not data. Because, you look at the VADT trial, they have generated data from 70,000 patients. Even the Accord trial, there were several trials, in hundreds of thousands of patients. And for a country like India, with such more than 10,000 diverse, genetically diverse people living here, you cannot normate the blood glucose levels based on just trials which are done on just 10 to 14 to 20 people. This is not even proof of concept according to me, but it can be accepted as proof of concept, and then we have to investigate further. So this is, that is why what I'm trying to say is, your glucose, when it enters into the, when you do a blood glucose test, what are you analyzing? Which glucose are we analyzing? Is it the glucose that is a remnant of the remnant in the blood because of the insensitivity of the glucose uptake receptor? Or is it a glucose that the body produced while you were sleeping, triggering the liver's nucleogenetic pathway or adiponectin pathway, hypothalamus mediated pathway? Which pathway we don't know. So if we don't know which pathway the glucose appeared through, you cannot personalize even the allopathic drugs. When do you give a glucose uptake receptor blocker, friends? You cannot give it in glucose uptake receptor blocker, should not be given in people who have excessive glucose levels because of vata. Should not be given. Why? Because as I mentioned, it's the insensitivity of the receptor. When you push glucose into the cell, in the kapha mediated, sorry. In the kapha mediated, what happens is the glucose, if you push glucose into the cell, what will happen? The glucose essentially remains in the cell, almost. And that's why post-diabetic, even irrespective of whatever treatment you give, diabetic complications are seen. There's no difference. There's no statistically significant difference in the treated and non-treated diabetic people in that particular study, UK PDS. Now, what happens if you give glucose uptake receptor blockers? Because, they will starve. You cannot give them either in vata mediated or pitta mediated because they are energy dependent. So you see, even allopathic drugs could be personalized, but this is an elaborate lecture. I'm trying to, bring this down to only a kind of workshop that I wanted to just show you a teaser of what is happening inside here. It's a 90-hour lecture, friends, because we're going to deal in that lecture of all the 175 metabolic pathways of glucose and then, make meaningful conclusions. And even allopathic drugs, the pharmaceutical drugs can be personalized. So, go back, please. 1 second. No, go back. Go back to the slide. Yeah, no. Next. Next slide. So, what I'm trying to say is now, if this is, we can have a discussion now. If you have any questions, I'll take questions now, because on whatever I said until now, based on the data that we presented. I'll pause for 30 seconds. If anyone has any question, I'm ready to take. And we can then, proceed further to what happens to your blood, fats, the LDLs, the HDLs, how do you treat them? Do you treat them or not? What levels of HDL and LDL are going to be useful in whom? Is something that we could discuss. If you have any questions. I don't see any hands raised. So everyone understood everything? Then let's, oh yeah, Naveen, yeah, Dr. Naveen, please. Yeah, okay, my postulate. Based on the Ashtanga Hridaya's classification, it says that the people could be of 7 different types. Vata dominant, Pitta dominant, Kapha dominant, Vata Pitta, Pitta Kapha, Vata Kapha, and Vata Pitta Kapha. All the 3 could be dominant. I mean, could be vitiated. So according to the ancient data, data available, my assumption is that the population distribution of those times was different because people used to live in communities. In communities, because of homogeneity of their dietary habits, their doshas could have got concentrated. That's why there are clearly Vata dominant, Pitta dominant, Kapha dominant people. But based on my, 25% of these patients could be distributed in this population sizes. But based on my analysis of more than 22 years and then the data that we generated from more than 28,000 patients, 75%, if not more, and we're coming with the exact number. We are doing a lot of retro study in our own center and then trying to come up with all the data. We're going to present that very soon. First to the scientific, we'll get a high impact factor journal, article published, and then we come back. But what we saw is more than 75% of them are VPK dominant people, and different organs would have a different VPK fingerprint. How am I saying that? Is because this will be slightly unpalatable for the Ayurvedic community. Why? Because if there is a certain dominance, it should be equally distributed according to the tissue in different tissues is what is the assumption made. But no. Why am I saying this is we did these studies of intracellular pathway analysis in Vata-mediated, Pitta and Kapha-mediated. Based on that intracellular pathways, interleukin response, I can clearly say that there's a Vata mediation triggers set of different cell signaling pathways, Pitta, certain cell signaling pathways, and Kapha correspond to certain cell signaling pathways. And then when you have mixed, the proportions of these the proportions of these pathways as can be derived from the biomolecular markers inside the bloods and also inside the tissues, gives me an idea that the VPK fingerprint is different. In today's world, it is so diverse that even within the body, you have different VPK in different organs. So that's why exact mapping of this VPK, first of all, before mapping of the VPK, we need to understand what the V, P, and K are doing at a molecular level. See, the Ayurvedic scriptures give you a beautiful explanation of what they are doing grossly. But when you look at the intramolecular pathways, I think, that's exactly the area where, we have positioned ourselves to do that. So what are the doshas? How are these doshas influencing intramolecular pathways is something has been our area of research. And I could say that they're different and they're different in different individuals and they're different in the same individual in different organs. Correct. Very good. I got your question. So what he's asking, Dr. Naveen is asking is, if you diagnose a Vata-mediated hyperglycemic patient whom you labeled or classified as a diabetic patient, now how do you treat? Because if he's Vata-mediated, is it Vata in all the organs? How will you treat him? Because are you going to block him, give him more metformin or biguanates? What's the choice of drug and all? So my take is that, so there is something called as a Kedara Kulya Nyaya and Kale Kapota Nyaya is explained in Ayurveda. So what they do is, these Nyaya, there's again Kshira Dadi Nyaya. I'm not being, partial to only to those Nyayas. But what they're talking about is the buffer properties. The buffer properties of different tissues are different based on your, the dhatus would assume different buffer properties depending on the way you treat them. So it's the first, the rasa dhatu is, okay, when you give a certain food to an individual, it first, based on the Kedara Kulya Nyaya, which means every tissue, there are 7 tissues as classified in Ayurveda. So why are they classified? Because each each tissue, unless and until it is not satisfied, it will not allow the food to percolate down to the next level, which is pretty much understandable. You have food, food gets digested, then only it enters the blood, right? From the blood, it then supplies to various organs. The nutrients are supplied to various organs. But according to Ayurveda, the beauty is that it predominantly supplies to, the nutrients are supplied to the muscle tissue, because that comes in this order. The dhatus or the tissues are beautifully, chronologically, positioned in Ayurveda in this order. The rasa dhatu, then the rakta, mamsa, meda, asti, majja, shukra dhatu. So it's the rasa dhatu that first, takes up your energies, your nutrients, then the rakta dhatu, the blood tissue, then the muscle tissue, the fat, and so on and so forth. So once you know these nyayas, you'll be able to exactly understand which tissue you're acting on, depending on, your propensity score of dravya gunas, guna, rasa, virya, vipaka, guna, prabhava, as applied to pharmacokinetics and pharmacodynamics. So that's how, it's a complex algorithm. As I mentioned, see, you have to go step by step, addressing the rasa dhatu, the rakta dhatu's needs, the mamsa, meda, asti, majja, shukra dhatu. So in an individual, you need to have an individualistic approach in which you'll have to, give the drugs. In Ayurveda, it's very easy because, in the first month, you are essentially, okay, first the nutrients are supplied in a chronological order. So in 7 days, all the 7 tissues get replenished by the nutrients. But when you apply so what Vata, Pitta, Kapha are doing inside the body is they're actually maintaining a certain buffer properties of individual tissues. So to alter the buffer properties, if you want to alter a buffer property by say 0.1 pH, you have to add about Avogadro number of molecules into that system, per milliliter. That's huge number of molecules. So the buffer properties in Ayurveda are classified, buffer systems are classified into Vata buffers, Pitta buffers, and Kapha buffers, as I understand. So unless and until you bring about the propensity of each of these, balance of these 3 buffers, the biological environment doesn't change. If you don't change the biological environment, your drug will become ineffective. So that's why you have to go step by step addressing each of these tissues. And that step by step understanding is clearly mentioned. That's the added advantage that Ayurveda gives. Any questions? Yeah, please. Yeah, Doctor. Yeah, please. Anyone can pass on a mic, please? Dr. Jayasudha Garu. Oh, go back. Don't go. We'll quickly finish the slides. I think, yeah, go back. Okay, I want you to stop on the slide which shows our properties. The salient features of PSA treatment. Next. Yeah, Dr. Jayasudha Garu, please. Ikkada. Go back. Yeah, namaste, please.
Insulin resistance.
Oh, yeah, see, as I said, it's a 90-hour lecture, so I just gave a quick analogy of how insulin resistance could have happened. Again, see, insulin, for example, resistance itself could happen because of Vata mediation or a Pitta or a Kapha mediation. In Vata, what happens? The tissue, because of the application of the Rukshana effect, the cell surface gets dried up and becomes insensitive. But what Pitta does is, it alters the, if Pitta Prabhava is seen on, say, for example, exclusively on the cellular membrane, which is like absurd, but for our scientific discussion, we need to understand a system in parts and then integrate it. So, in parts, what is happening when you apply Pitta, because this is the experiment, these are the experiments we did. We classified, as I mentioned, we fed Vata, Pitta, Kapha foods in respective animals, and then when we analyzed the proteins from Pitta, the proteins were tertiary or quaternary, tertiary or quaternary conformational structures. So excessive tertiary conformational structure of a protein alters the allosteric functioning of the receptor and hence could become insensitive. Pretty logical. And if there is a sluggishness, mandya, in the receptor itself, that could also lead to insensitivity. So all the three, even the doshas, that is why the propensity has to be come up with certain technologies. That's what I completely believe in now. Without which, if we don't understand the VPK imbalance as quantifiable VPK imbalances, we will not be able to deliver the actual treatment methodology, administer treatment methodology. So it's not just about the insulin insensitivity. Sometimes if the insulin itself, if say for example you have a excessive vata buffer in the bloodstream itself, the insulin that is produced itself could have the protein, because insulin is a protein, it could assume a primary conformational structure, and a primary conformational structure is again ineffective. So we think we are giving insulin, but if the buffer, if there is a vata buffer, vata excess in the rakta dhatu, then there's a protein conformational alteration that could lead to a false sense of insulin insensitivity. Correct. That's exactly what I'm saying. And another important point I would make is, out of the 175 metabolic pathways involving glucose, only 10%, with 17 are actually insulin dependent. That's what I said. Rest of the 90 are non-insulin dependent. So that is why, Ayurveda clearly classifies and beautifully classifies that there are pramehas. The vata pramehas, pitta pramehas and kapha pramehas. What it means is, in the language of allopathy, I understand pramehas as a state of hyperglycemia that should not be construed as diabetes. Okay, this is a very tall claim. I can be even crucified for this claim. But that's what the data suggests. Otherwise, how will you explain the VADT's observations, the Veterans Affairs Diabetic Trial observations, the American College of Physicians ACCORD trial observations? Of course, you have to study the ACCORD trial in as opposed to the advanced trial, again, ADVANCE trial. So you have to look at all the trials, and it's not just about the trials. Luckily, those trials got possibly a concentration of certain dosha predominant individuals, and hence they generated different data, possibly. Otherwise, you cannot explain different standards issued by different congresses. So how do we standardize? Is by appropriately quantifying the VPK in individual organs, and then appropriately applying the rasa, virya, vipaka, guna prabhava, the dravya guna properties. You have to essentially come up with a syntax. See, ultimately, body, as I understand, is kind of a... Oh, hello, Pradeep. Thank you for coming. Yeah. Body is, as I understand, is a... It's like a Rubik's Cube. You cannot solve one side at a time. Rubik's Cube has to be solved all the sides at once. So here, if we don't consider the VPK imbalances of all other organs, you will never attain the state of swasthya as we are explained in the Ayurvedic postulate. That's my assumption. Of course, a lot of work has to be done, but there is definitely some heads up, and we have a certain direction in which we go, and we have several interesting case presentations. Can come up with. Bhavana, can you get our patients ready, please, for a case presentation, and then you could ask questions, and then you see how we have classified them into VPK mediated diabetes, and how the pitta mediated individuals get better when you give them liberty to have sweets whenever they want. I'm not joking. This is what happens if you're appropriately classifying the doshas. Yeah, please. Yeah.
Dr. B.R.
College. Now we are seeing, you have seen the diabetes from the perspective of the allopathy, saying that the tissue at the receiver end are the production end. Insulin production are the tissue receivers. But what Ayurveda says, as you told that it is having Vata, Pitta, Kapha, they have their specific places in the organs and all. The diabetes, most of the drugs are addressing the division, classification, diabetes classification, and the symptoms also shows about the KUB only. It points of KUB. Vasti is the organ which is affected. Here they didn't talk about the liver or any other tissues or anything, but they talk about the thing which is means more suffering organ is KUB. The Vasti is only. If we go through the Vasti, drugs are also showing. The only thing is, and the thing which rightly told that means Charaka and all, if we stop sodium intake, if you reduce, not stopping, I should say, it is to be reduced. Sodium intake, if we reduce the sodium intake, diabetes is also coming down. So this is the Vasti is involved in that way also. Can we go any, research should be from the Vasti perspective,
no, that's
not
what I'm
from
saying.
the islets of longer hands. If we can get the breakthrough of diabetes.
I understood. I'll make quick 2 points. See, when you talk about Vasti, essentially Vasti, we're talking about the pacification of Vata, isn't it? It's a Anuvasana Vasti. There are several Vastis again.
Organ, not the...
Okay. You're not talking about the treatment methodology. Okay.
Yes.
So then what I should explain from my perspective is that, see, the way the glucose, then I'll have to explain this research that we did in, way back in 2007 and 8. We were trying to analyze what is that cell signaling pathway through which the presence of glucose or any other chemical is appropriately signaled to the respective organ. For example, if glucose enters the blood, insulin is produced, isn't it? That's what we know. And what we found was, it is not just the pancreas that is involved, but it's mainly the monocyte macrophage cell lines that are involved in acting as blood biochemical analyzers for understanding the concentration of various biochemicals present in the blood. So, if we go by molecular analysis, as you rightly pointed out, we will essentially, it has to be, in the morning also I said that your univariate analysis of any system will not give a whole picture. You have to have a multivariate analysis. So, the Ayurvedic Vata, Pitta, Kapha actually deal with several hundreds of millions of molecular interactions at one go. So that's the advantage that you get, and you're essentially modulating receptors at several levels at once when you address, in an Ayurvedic dosha-based approach. But again, as I said, organ-based approach, as you rightly pointed out, organ-based approach has to be institutionalized, for which again, you need to have that clear-cut molecular pathways of quantifying the Vata, Pitta, Kapha, because based on which you need to select the dravya or the pharmaceutical intervention. Okay, you're talking about... We have to work, definitely we have to work. See, the thing is, we have to, number one, model this concept. And right now we have written about more than 137 experiments that have to be done so that we appropriately quantify, the cloma, for example, is a big concept of debate, isn't it, right? We cannot exactly pinpoint We need to do a lot of omic studies and then generate data, and then we'll be able to answer those queries. Definitely, as I said, this is definitely opening up our minds to more research. We cannot, until we come up with new research and new interventions, possible interventions, we cannot violate guidelines also. That also is very, very important. That's why we truly believe that polyscientific Ayurveda, we tell that if a patient is eligible for any modern intervention, any intervention, go there first. Only when you fall into the class of end-stage disease, end-stage cancers, allopathy, ischemic heart disease with EF less than 30, or refractory diabetes or refractory allergies or skin disease, that's only when we start taking, and then, by appropriately bringing up this VPK balancing technique, for which I formulated as a PSA, it really helps. It really helped in several other patients. That's why I wanted to, patients area? Just call them, kada. Call them, so that, people will hear them and ask questions, understand what we have done, understand what.
So, ladies and gentlemen, while we are having the patients coming up, I would once again like to call upon our panelists, if they are present here physically, for these two sessions. Dr. Devi Shetty.
No, he's not there. Okay. Dr. Devi Shetty is in Congress in Chennai. Okay.
Dr. Gopala Krishna Gokhale, Dr. Mukherjee, Dr. Jameel, Dr. Padmanabhan, Dr. Samir Kaur, Dr. Naveen. Sir, can you kindly come up on the stage, please? Dr. Do we have with us Dr. Bhavani? Dr. Bhavani, I would invite you on the stage, please, sir. Dr. Padmanabhan is here.
I have already sung them. Only one Zoom, Dr. Samir is there.
Dr. Samir Kaul is there on the Zoom with us.
Dr. Samir, we'll take one. Okay.
So if you have, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, we also have our panelists and we also have our patients up on stage. You can get them on stage, please, as I hand over to Polisetti, sir.
Bhavani, Dr. Bhavani, come. A quick two-minute presentation of the cases, because we wanted you to see what kind of patients we're dealing with and what is the wide range of patients that are getting benefited.
Namaste, andarki. నేను యాక్చువల్గా ఒక పిత్త పేషెంట్ అండి. డాక్టర్ గారు వైద్యంలో ఈరోజు ఇండివిజువల్గా నడవగలుగుతున్నాను. ఆయన దగ్గరికి వచ్చేటప్పుడు అయితే నాకు ఇద్దరు మనుషులు పట్టుకుంటే తప్ప నిలబడలేని పరిస్థితి. ఇప్పుడు చాలా బాగుంది. పిత్త వైద్యము జరుగుతూ ఉంది. పిత్త ఫుడ్ కూడా నేను తీసుకుంటున్నాను. నేను ఆయన దగ్గరికి వచ్చినప్పుడు నాకు ఏ విధమైన డిసీజ్ ఉందని కూడా ఆయన అడగలేదు. కేవలం నా నాడి చూసి నాకు షుగర్ ఉన్నదని 30 ఏళ్ళ నుంచి నేను మందులు వాడుతున్నానండి. కానీ షుగర్ కూడా లేదు. ప్రతిరోజు ఒక 150 గ్రాములు షుగర్ తినాలని డాక్టర్ గారు చెప్పగా నేను గత సంవత్సరం నుంచి పూర్తిగా షుగర్ తింటున్నాను. నాకు ఇప్పుడు చాలా చాలా బాగా ఉంది ఆరోగ్యం. ఇంకా ఎన్నాళ్ళు పడుతుందో పూర్తిగా తగ్గడానికి తెలీదు, కానీ ఇప్పుడైతే చాలా బాగున్నానండి. థ్యాంక్ యూ అండి.
Let me explain this case about. He came with the clinic with unable to walk.
Unable to walk.
Unable to walk. We came with a caretaker. He is on before he has a pitta aggravating diet for before 2 years. Before coming to the clinic.
Before 1.5 years.
After he came to the clinic. After he came to the clinic, we gave the treatment according to the pitta mediated diabetes. So he loads of glucose. Loads of glucose. So then
Okay, thank you. Let me explain. ఇవి మైక్ పెడితే
ఇది సరిపోతుంది. అంటే నాకు డయాబెటీస్ ఉంది అని అనుకుని నేను 35 ఏళ్ళుగా మందులు వాడుతున్నాను. బట్ సార్ దగ్గరికి వచ్చిన తర్వాత లేదని తెలిసింది. ఆ తర్వాత కంప్లీట్గా మానేసా.
I wanted to present you in front of you an individual whom we treated as pitta prameha. So this is hyperglycemia and mediated because of pitta excess, and we mentioned just before that, pitta actually is a hypermitochondrial, leads to hypermitochondrial activity, and hence the demand of glucose is more. When there is more demand, the body then, if you don't give it enough high glycemic indexed foods, that's very, very important. High glycemic index foods in some individuals helps. Why? Because if they have hypermitochondrial activity, if you don't give them enough glucose at appropriate times, you will end up with a high fasting, and then when they eat food, their blood glucose postprandial goes even below than the fasting levels. This is very paradoxical behavior of the blood glucose levels, and this could be potentially applied or understood in the light of Ayurvedic pitta prameha mediated diabetes, mediated hyperglycemia. And as I say, there are several VPK imbalances that could lead to hyperglycemia, out of which at least 79 of them do not construe according to our understanding as diabetes. And so that's why we exactly choose only those patients who have extremely low quality of life, who have literally no symptom-free survival, or are in their end-stage disease. And we have several of them, more than 28,000 different patients in different categories, please. Any questions you want to ask? I think, we'll take.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thanks, Andy. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, before we close this session, we would like to honor and felicitate our panelists.
Okay. So you're closing the session.
We have one more session.
No. Yeah. We're running behind. Yeah, sure.
So first, I would like to invite Mr. Piyush Juneja, who was our eminent speaker in the first session. I would request Dr. Polisetti to kindly do the honors of honoring Shri Piyush Juneja ji. Ladies and gentlemen, if you still have any questions, we can take 5 more minutes of question and answers. Thank you very much indeed, sir. And I would request Dr. Polisetti to felicitate other eminent panelists also.
Dr. Naveen, is a plastic surgeon and very straightforward, excellent friend, and my guide as well. We
are schoolmates.
We are schoolmates, yeah. So I am so proud that he's here moderating my session. Thank you, Naveen.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Dr. Naveen. Thank you.
Another friend, again, Dr. Bhavani Prasad, we all are classmates, and then in Little Flower we studied together. And he's also a plastic surgeon. Excellent critique of whatever I do, and that's what is required. Friends are a reflection mirror, so I love it.
I can see plenty of critics here also.
Okay, good.
I want people like these to give him suggestions so that his product will be awesome. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Dr. Polisetti, for doing the honors. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we move on to our concluding session of day 1 of this conference. We have another patient coming up on the stage. Can we invite him? Mr. Gopinath. Dr. Gopinath. You can take how much time? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Gopinath on the stage. He just wants to present a small testimonial. Over to you, sir.
I am Gopinath. Maybe I can speak in Telugu, right? Telugu is fine. Yeah, Telugu kabatti Telugulo maatladam. So I came 2 years ago, Dr. Gadarki, cholesterol patient actually, high triglycerides 220 undi. And I have seen the best doctors in Chennai, both allopathy as well as Ayurveda. I went to Ayurvedic Institute, Siddha University, and all of them tried to reduce my triglycerides, and it didn't work. In fact, I took my liberty, like many of us do. I even doubled the dose. Still didn't come down. I came back to doctor, and he said, he said, how much is yours? 220. He said, I have 300. I'm still waiting to more. He said, you both of us are Pitta people, and that's why we need triglycerides. He said that. And he did not give any medication to reduce the triglycerides, and it came down automatically. Believe me, what he advised me in addition to the medicines is that eat lot of sweets. I'm telling, he's a boon. But diabetic patients, he's a boon. He's telling, eat sweets, and every month he said, eat more. Wonderful. I never seen such a doctor, wonderful person, to the diabetics especially. And I've been eating sweets, and recently he's telling, every half an hour eat sweets. Wonderful. Okay. And triglycerides come down automatically. He said 2 things, eat fat, eat ghee, and then eat sugars and eat sweets. I'm wonderful now. I'm very happy. I'm very energetic. I'm more efficient and working productive at my work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So the thing here is that we classified him based on the analysis that is a Vata-mediated person. So Vata, you know, the lakshanas of Vata is Rukshana, right? Rukshana. I mean, there's 6-7 properties, you know, in which individuals, what happens is the intracellular ATP depletion happens faster, so the body is triggering, you know, certain pathways in which it is using up your dependence on beta oxidation is more. And if you block beta oxidation through HMG co-reductases, in such individuals, it will even, you know, deplete your arachidonic acids and eicosa, pentanoic, docosa, hexanoic acids from the cell membrane, and then cell membrane. That depletion of these acids will further amount to Rukshana effect of the cells, and hence you will have problems there. So that's why, you know, in such individuals you need to choose. We put a slide there. You need to have high, you know, saturated fatty food, number 1, and also high glycemic indexed foods. So if you look at the American diet, I mean, they're coming there. See, if you look at what American functional medicine is doing, see, it is slowly trying to pick up these concepts from us. I mean, it's not about they versus us or, you know, Ayurveda versus allopathy. But then see, if you're not able to communicate, talk with each other, we are losing out this great science again. We'll have to re-import that science, and we'll be at a loss. So that's why we're trying to, you know, move forward and then bring this understanding of Vata, Pitta, Kapha to the common man. The common men have a lot of, again, you know, disillusions. Again, they're also disillusionized because of several YouTube laboratories and WhatsApp universities. So here, as I mentioned, so you need to understand the glucose metabolic pathways and the dependence on which type of specific fatty foods or fatty acids. Say for example, stearic acid. What do you classify it as? High fatty, I mean, it's a polysaturated fat. But stearic acid has so many benefits. Again, research has demonstrated. Oleic acids have benefits, but they've shown their side effects in some individuals. Why? Oleic acids are good only in pitta-mediated individuals. Why? Again, their dependence on glucagon-mediated hyperglycemia is more, and because this glucagon mediation happens through liver, the liver requires your oleic acids. That's why in pitta mediation, again, if you look at olive oil is really good for people. So this classification is really very good because, you know in whom should you give a unsaturated fat, in whom should you give a monosaturated fat, and in whom you should give a saturated fatty acids. And this possibly will actually relieve us of the dilemma of which HDL, is HDL high quantities good or HDL low quantities is good? We don't know, because as I mentioned in the beginning, that all of these high HDL, low HDL, high LDL and also low LDL are predictors of ischemic heart disease now. Now, how do you treat patients? According to me, without these classifiers, you cannot treat them. So that's why, we encourage, this Vata, Pitta, Kapha based classification of foods to mitigate those effects in the individuals, depending on not just the pulse diagnosis, but of course we do a battery of tests. And as I mentioned, never violate scientific congresses, the guidelines issued by scientific congresses, because we are now positioning only the end-stage disease market. It's not about market, as I said again. So end-stage disease, if you're able to generate data, and if the data that is generated is statistically significant, then you can compare, you can apply Kaplan-Meier methods of, comparative analysis of different treatment methodologies. Thank you very much, Dr. Gopinath. Thank you. He's a very respected professor from the WITS, Vellore Institute of Technology. Thank you very much for, he'd been... Yeah, sure.
So ladies and gentlemen, we have one more patient coming up to share her case study with us. Before we move on to the next station, I would like to invite Ms. Jyoti.
Good afternoon to one and all. Myself, Dr. Y. Jyoti. I am a doctorate in analytical chemistry from SV University, Tirupati. I have completed my bachelor's at Nellore district, or the proper is Nellore. I am very thankful and I am very grateful to Dr. Ravi Shankar Garu. Really, I would like to say what I am today is a written gift from the God in the form of Dr. Ravi Shankar Garu. Because I was not able to eat 3 years before. I was not able to sleep even. I do not know what to eat, what do not to eat. How I can survive, like I felt very bad. Maybe by the gods of grace, maybe Baba showed me in the way of light like Dr. Ravi Shankar Garu. When I approached Dr. Garu, then he treated me what I am today now. I went to Yashoda Hospital, Somajiguda. Dr. Vijay Kumar is a general physician, general medicine. He also doesn't make any conclusion about my health, because I went to some other hospital, they declared I was suffering with the hypothyroidism, because nothing was there in the thyroid related issues. Because I would like to conclude it. I got my health, I retained my health, and I am now okay. I was gone into the Vata dosha. When I approached, Dr. Garu declared it. I am suffering most of the 80% of the Vata, and Pitta is also with me. Now I was almost get out of Vata dosha. I am into the Pitta now. I am taking medicine. Past 1.5 years, I am able to sleep, I am able to eat. I am suggesting everybody to take it also, because really it's a boon. My vocabulary really fails to express my gratitude towards Dr. Ravishankar Garu and Sai Ganga Panikia. Lifelong, as long as alive, I am very grateful to Dr. Ravishankar Garu. Not more than that. Thank you very much. Thank you one and all being here.
Okay, so this is a scientific session. I wanted to present a complete Vata dominant individual, and then she was benefited by our Vata pacifying remedies. That's all it is. It's not, according to me, it's not rocket science. The only thing is, if we are able to, most of my fraternity, if they're able to understand these nitty-gritties of Vata dominance, Pitta and Kapha dominance, and then what metabolic pathways they're going to trigger in the body, it will be very helpful for us to actually incorporate dietary remedies, personalized dietary remedies, because we think low fat and low glucose is the way to go forward. No, but that again is a big problem. There are several problems. So it is not enough. We cannot conclude in just one workshop like this. But I just wanted to give you a quick overview of the underlying metabolic pathways and a certain. Okay, by the way, these are not testimonials. These are case studies and case reports, which we are going to publish again, and then open ourselves for peer review. Okay, as Dr. Bhavani suggested, anyone has any questions, please, we are here to take the calls. It's not about me answering your questions, it's about discussing and then taking the scientific discussion forward. Oh yeah, I see hand raised. Yeah, please. Hi, good evening. Yeah.
I have 3 quick questions. First question is, the data about the rats, is it published?
Yeah.
Can I get that SD? How much is the variation between the values what we have?
Sure, definitely. Yeah.
Second is, there are glucose transporters which transport glucose inside the cells.
Correct.
It ranges from glucose transporter 1 till glucose transporter 14.
14, yes.
Insulin,
GLUT receptors.
GLUT transport.
GLUT, yeah.
So GLUT 4 is the one which is responsible for insulin mediated glucose uptake.
Sure.
And it is only in 3 tissues.
Correct.
Liver, adipose tissue and muscle.
That's what we are thinking.
It is.
No, that's true. I'm not disputing that. As of now, the data suggests that. If you look at the latest data published by the Harvard Institute, they have demonstrated, I think, the GLUT 4, GLUT 7, GLUT 14 are found in at least 7 tissues. It's what it's mentioned, actually. It is. 7 different tissues. Yeah, go ahead, please.
So even pancreas has GLUT 2 as the responsive for it to release insulin.
Yes.
But there are certain questions where this glucose transporter itself, they have a lot of confusion. Because brain, as one of the hypotheses made by Alchem Peters, he says, it is the body is running because of only to make survive of only one organ, that is brain. What he says is he postulates as a selfish brain theory. So whatever glucose is released or synthesized or getting used up is only to make the brain survive. Liver is releasing glucose and it is fat is getting stored in the adipose tissue. Most of this stuff is happening because only of the brain tissue. Any information about the brain, I would request for that.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, that's a good question. See, in our research, what we were able to identify is that, at rest, 33% of your blood glucose is consumed by that organ which you mentioned just now, brain, which is just 2% of the body's mass. All right, so 2% of the body mass is essentially using up 33% of your blood glucose. So, number one. Number two, again, the responses are different because different studies have demonstrated different responses for the way glucose is being used by the brain. If, these studies are done, I mean, I don't exactly remember the name of the author, but what they mention is, under the influence of reticular formation, the brain functions in one way, under the influence of, and again, depending on circadian rhythms, the brain performs differently. So but average, it's about 33%. And when you're in a tense situation, in general tense situation, which I call as a Vata dominant, when there's Vata dominance, the brain uses up as much as 60% of blood glucose. So I definitely, that's exactly why I say that it's not just the glucose, the glucose that is used by several tissues, but of course, brain is one of the primary organs that is very, very sensitive. And hence, I used to, I used to say, so we Indians are both emotional and also analytical. So we use both the left and right parts of the brain, so we need more glucose. It's is just an analogy. But yes, of course, a lot of research still has to be done. As you mentioned, the GLUT forms, 7 of them we still don't understand completely. 7 of the glut receptors we still don't understand. We don't know how the adiponectin pathways mediate, number one, the consumption of different types of fatty acids, and also mediates how glucose is metabolized in the liver again. The liver that is supposed to be producing, through gluconeogenesis, the glucose in the blood. Even the fructose. Say, for example, if you say, oh, you know what, the point that I think we all can agree is, our point of action till now has been only to reduce your blood glucose. Okay, by the way, I'm saying again, this is applied only in end-stage disease. This caveat will go for today and tomorrow, all the sessions, because we are not here to violate or instigate anyone against the scientific guidelines issued by several scientific congresses across the world. That's the bottom line. But once you have a scenario where you end up with a refractory diabetes, that's when you need to reassess the situation. Like, for example, we had Mr. X, 59-year-old. He was he was in a class 4 DOE, dyspnea on effort. He was treated as diabetes. He was diabetic according to our guidelines, and we detected that it was a pitta mediation that caused essentially hyperglycemia. And it has to be redeemed by giving him high glycemic indexed foods. And when we did that, his quality of life improved. Ultimately, it's about quality of life. So that's why the standards of improved QOL and SFS have to be slowly, have to be accepted. Not irrespective of the blood biochemical parameters. I'm not going against these parameters, but then you need to rethink, because doctors have to be given that credibility of working for others. Because we really worked hard to become specialists. So I think I take your point definitely, but I don't subscribe completely to the fact that brain is the only organ. Not primary organ, yes, definitely yes. Based on glucose consumption, it is primarily consuming your blood glucose. That's what our research as well shows. But then the role of immune system is much higher. Much higher. We still don't know. And we need to work on that. Thank you very much. Yeah, Dr. Juneja. Yeah, maybe what we'll do is we'll finish the next session, and then, I'll try to quickly finish it so that I leave more time for a question and answer, so that, we have connected topics.
And before we move on to the next session, ladies and gentlemen, I would request Dr. Polisetti to do the honors of felicitating Dr. Anjaneya Murthy. So let's put our hands together for Dr. Anjaneya Murthy for sparing his valuable time for gracing this occasion.
నేను మాట్లాడకూడదని వచ్చి డిసైడ్ చేసుకుంటే, బట్ జస్ట్ ఇప్పుడు ఆయుర్వేదిక్ డాక్టర్స్ కోసం ఒక స్మాల్ సెంటెన్స్ చెప్తాను. ఆ సెంటెన్స్ని 4 అవర్స్ మాట్లాడచ్చు. అనువాసన పుస్తక ప్రకారంలో చరక సిద్ధిస్తారు 4th చాప్టర్లో చెప్తుంటారు. ఏషాంచి ఆశు సికత సు అంబు ఇవ అంటున్నాడు. ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ డ్రై శాండ్లో నీళ్లు వేస్తే నీళ్ళు ఇమీడియట్గా శోషణ అవుతుంది. పాచయిత్వ వర్డ్ యూజ్ చేయకుండా శోషయిత్వ అని వర్డ్ యూజ్ చేస్తున్నాను అని చెప్తున్నాడు. అతో అన్యేషాం త్రహం పచతి పావకహ అంటున్నాడు. పెద్ద సెంటెన్స్ ఉంటాయి జడ్జెడ్ చక్రపాణి కమెంటరీ. ఇక్కడ వాళ్ళు ఇంపార్టెంట్ పాయింట్ ఏం చెప్తున్నారంటే, వాత ప్రకృతిలో వాత ప్రిడామినెంట్ పర్సన్లో ఒక టైప్ ఆఫ్ నెగిటివ్ స్ట్రక్చర్ ఉంది. అప్పుడు అది స్నేహ నుంచి సాటిస్ఫై అయ్యేటువంటిది, మధుర రస నుంచి సాటిస్ఫై అయ్యేదానికి. ఇప్పుడు మన ఆయుర్వేదాన్ని అండర్స్టాండ్ చేసుకోవాలంటే ఈ బయోమాలిక్యులర్ పాత్వే అని ఏమి సజెస్ట్ చేస్తుంటారు. నేను వాళ్ళని రిక్వెస్ట్ చేసుకునేది ఏమంటే, దెర్ ఇస్ నో అప్పర్ ఎండ్ అస్ సచ్. ఇంకా మనం ఎక్కువ రీసెర్చ్ చేసుకోవాలి. రీసెర్చ్ చేసేది ఎందుకు అంటే, ఒక్క సిస్టమ్కి ఇంకో సిస్టమ్కి కాంపిటీషన్ కాదు, కాంప్లిమెంటరీ రూపంగా పోయేసి పేషెంట్ బాగా చేయాలి. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్.
Thank you very much indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we move to the final session of day 1. Before I invite eminent panelists for this session, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to inform that we have a gala dinner today for all the delegates. Would request only the delegates to kindly stay back for the gala dinner. But of course, the students have, I think, arranged for some entertainment for all our eminent delegates who are present here. So this session, the next session, coming up session, is about a comparative analysis of immune disorders as mentioned in Charaka Samhita and present science, PSA approach for understanding RA and other autoimmune diseases. We will also have 2 case presentations. We'll try to have 2 case presentations in this session.
Allergies today.
Okay, allergies, yeah. For autoimmune, we have...
Not autoimmune, it's immune disorders.
Okay. We have allergies, immune disorders. And Dr. Polisetti again will be our eminent speaker for this session. And our eminent panelists are Dr. Sri Krishnan, Dr. Joshi, who's present on the Zoom, Dr. Deepak, Dr. Naveen, Dr. Bhavani, Dr. Gopakumar, Dr. VVS Ramashastri, Dr. Vasudeva Namputri, Dr. Shrikant Babu Peruguru, Dr. Chandrasekhar, and Dr. Kranti Vardhan. So I once again hand over to Dr. Polisetti to kindly take over the session.
Can we put the slides on, please? So while the slides are coming up, yeah. Well, the slides are coming up. So what we did further was, oh, sorry, you wanted to? Yeah, sure. Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. BMS graduates, Ayurveda doctors. Okay. My name is Vikram. I am Senior Manager HR for SGP. If you would like to meet us, understand about Institute for Polyscientific Ayurveda, please come and see me there. I am Vikram. All right. Friends, your friends, call your friends. If they are scattered around, BMS graduates. All right? Thank you.
Thank you, yeah. Okay. Can you run the slides, please? Yeah, so I hope it's not boring. Okay, that's good. Okay, friends. So our model, venturing into modeling of Vata, Pitta, Kapha, once we understood that, different organs would behave differently and under the influence of VPK, what we further envisaged was, of course, taking a cue from the Russians, Mechnikov's idea of, from the data that he generated about more than 170 years ago. He postulated that the monocyte macrophage cell lines are very, very important, and then he used the word immune system for the first time there, and then he talked about certain chemical messengers at that time, talking about 170 years ago. So what we tried to do was understand because the key and also a certain subject that is very poorly understood, even in our modern science, is the immune disorders. So most of the immune disorders are either there with you for the rest of your life or incurable, isn't it? We know we're right now coming up with a lot of MAB MAP therapies for your type 3, type 4 hypersensitivity disorders. Of course, we're able to manage well. So just to understand the immune system, we pin down to certain cells called as the peripheral monocytes. And understanding the peripheral monocytes, we thought, will give us a deeper insight into the immune system. And because what is happening is the monocytes are the ones that perform around 72 immune functions, out of which there are certain non-immune functions as well. Because this is the work that we did way back in 2008. And among the non-immune functions, we'll talk about them tomorrow again. But among the non-immune functions are cellular homeostasis, tissue homeostasis, cell signaling that mediates your BCL2 pathways, that potentially could lead to type 4 or type 3 hypersensitivity reactions. So that is very interesting, because we are still not able to get to the crux of this problem. So what we thought was, let us investigate the immune system. So we had to pin down to the cells that essentially are immediate progenitors from the bone marrow. So the immediate progenitors of the bone marrow are the monocyte cells. So what the monocytes do is, once they get into the blood, they travel, they get diffused to several tissues and become macrophages. So the same monocytes that are present in the blood, they get into the liver, they form the Kupffer cells. The brain, they become the glial cells. In the lungs, they become the macrophages, the alveolar macrophages. In the stomach, they become the peritoneal macrophages. In the joints and in the bones, they become the chondroblasts and osteoblasts. So it is pretty much these monocytes that are migrating to different tissues that are actually forming a staff of, a colony of policemen, literally, of the tissues. So we try to investigate them, because we thought if we are able to understand monocytes, then we'll understand the crux of the immune system. So what we did was, we did studies on the monocyte cell lines. In the monocytes, we created Vata aggravation, Pitta and Kapha aggravation. And again, the monocytes were purebred. They were isolated. We put them into blood. The serum, the buffalo serum, is used to as a nutrient medium for the monocytes. And then we added Vata aggravating. We of course mashed up all the Vata aggravating diets, mashed up, passed them through sieve of 20 to 30 mesh, and gave that syrup, added that to the buffalo serum, porcine serum. Several nutrient media are used, and we started checking the interleukin profile. The idea was that the monocytes that secrete interleukins might be signaled or conditioned to trigger one or the other interleukins, and we wanted to know the dosha dependence of these monocytes. What we interestingly found was, of course, at that time when we did these experiments, we are again running these experiments now, and but at that time when we were doing these experiments, I had access to only 6 reagents, because that's what my pocket allowed me. So we investigated these 6 interleukins. What interestingly we found was, in a Vata aggravated monocyte, it produced more of interleukin 4. The Pitta mediated had, in some instances, we did this experiment at least 3 times. 2 of the times it produced more interleukin 10. 2 of the times, one of the times it produced more interleukin 12. But both were, both were aggravated, both were increased in their production. But then in 2 instances it was higher concentration of interleukin 10 that was produced. In 1 instance it was only interleukin 12 that is in higher concentration. We still don't understand that, but then that gives a very beautiful insight. And the interleukin 6, in a kapha mediation, the interleukin 6 were essentially suppressed. There were less production of interleukin 6. These were the correlations that we were able to make. Now, applying whatever we understood to explain this. See, the peripheral monocytes as cells, what they are doing, when Vata gets aggravated, what happens is, again, extrapolating the data that we generated from electrophysiological studies, we mentioned that Vata makes the tissues hyperexcitable, isn't it? Hyperexcitability leads to depletion of ATP. Intracellular ATP gets depleted. When intracellular ATP gets depleted, interestingly, interleukin 4 gets produced. Otherwise, when interleukin is subjected to any external stimulus, it is interleukin 1, 2 and 6. In that order they are produced actually. But when Vata gets aggravated, it's not the interleukin 1 or 2 that is produced in a classic immune pathway. It's the interleukin 4 that gets produced. Now, next slide, please. Can someone operate the slides? Next slide. Go back, please. Go back. Immune system pathway spectrum. Okay, while you search for the slides, I'll just go. Oh, don't know. Sure, put it finishes. Right, thanks. Okay, next slide where, okay. Let me just, without this slide, because I can't see the slides. Who's operating the slides, please? Suresh, can you just help them with the slide, please? So, when more of interleukin 4 is produced, friends, okay, what is known as of now is, what is known is, there are 4 types of immune responses, isn't it? Type 1, type 2, type 3 and type 4. Now, interestingly, what is triggering type 1? We don't know. Why? Because if you look at penicillin, for example, penicillin, we all know it could lead to a type 1 response. Some people end up with allergies with penicillin. Some people with penicillin, they have an antigen-antibody reaction leading to, a type 2 hypersensitivity reaction. In a type 3, there is a delayed hypersensitivity in the form of type 3 and type 4 reaction, again for the same penicillin. The question is, how did the same external stimulus produce 4 different types of reactions in different individuals? Because we know that if there is an external stimulus, you respond it, you have to elicit a certain response. But that's not the case. The same external stimulus, in the form of penicillin, has produced 4 different types of responses. That's exactly why I was more than convinced that its immune system is differently reacting in different systems, in different individuals. Again, based on the Vata, Pitta, Kapha buffer. So that's exactly why we did these studies, and we were able to interestingly demonstrate that interleukin 4 is produced in excess quantities when Vata is aggravated. What happens is when interleukin 4 is produced, the interleukin 4 interfaces with the B lymphocyte. In the first response, the B lymphocyte essentially, next slide, B lymphocyte essentially produces either immunoglobulins M or G, or it essentially presents this, but through a cell differentiation pathway, it presents the antigen to the MHC, the major histocompatibility complex, and then, tries to see if this is a virus particle or a foreign body, and appropriately tries to nullify it. Now, when there is a excessive production of, we just mentioned that Vata makes the tissues hyperreactive, and hence continuous production of interleukin 4 happens because of ATP depleted monocyte, And when more of interleukin is produced, continuous interleukin 4 is produced, it hypersensitizes the B lymphocyte. And B lymphocytes in its first response produces immunoglobulins M, G. And then when under the continuous, stimulation by the interleukin 4, the B cell also essentially depletes its intracellular ATP and it produces then immunoglobulins E. That's when an external agent enters, it could react in producing any allergy. You understand? So as of now, if allergen was caused by, if dust, say for example, is allergen, dust in India, you know what? Based on the data and the CDC of India has produced data, it says that only 7 to 10% of Indians are actually allergic to dust. While all are exposed to dust, why only 7 to 10% are allergic to dust? It's because it's the internal environment that is deciding whether you become allergic or not. So that internal environment is programmed by your VPK of the monocytes. When monocytes, end up with a vata aggravation state, they produce interleukin 4, then hypersensitize the B lymphocyte. Hypersensitized B lymphocyte further produces immunoglobulins. It depletes its ATP, and that leads to production of immunoglobulins E. And at that stage, when any foreign body enters the body, enters the whichever biological system, the immunoglobulin E binds to that, and both of them sit on the mast cell. Okay, and then under further hypersensitization, you're essentially, the mast cell breaks up, histamine gets released, you end up with this allergies, type 1 allergic pathways. So the key here is, now what happens? What are we doing when we end up with an allergic reaction? We essentially give an antihistaminic, right? And that's right, that helps several people. But the thing is, when you block a certain receptor, there's something called as a feed forward and there's something called as a feed back mechanism. In a feed forward mechanism, so what did you do by blocking this receptor? This histamine receptor, when it is blocked, you are creating a scarcity, which otherwise the body was used to. So the body then, in a feed forward mechanism, produces more of these histamine receptors, and the histamine receptors get overexpressed. It's not what I am saying. Guidance Physiology, chapter 2, I think 90th page. It clearly mentions that when you block a certain receptor, you're ending up with hypersensitization, number one, and also overexpression of that particular receptor. So the next instance of allergy, you will have to encounter with higher concentrations of anti-allergic drugs in a feed-forward mechanism. In a feedback mechanism, the body then, when you're blocking the receptors, the body tries to produce, the mast cells try to produce more histamine. See, both of them augment the necessity of your antihistaminic drugs. So how do we approach it? How did we approach it? As long as you don't address allergies by targeting the vata exacerbation of the monocyte, will not be essentially successful in treating type 1 hypersensitivity reactions. So what did we do? We have deployed this. Once we understood this, we have deployed ways of detecting the vata aggravation in the individual monocytes, and then by translating it into appropriate clinical methodology, which involves personalized dietary remedies. Again, it's not just the the buffer properties of the immune system or the monocyte macrophage cell lines that you need to tag, but also understand, of course, you have to apply the Kedara Kulya Khalika Puta Nyayas to understand the VPK imbalances in all of the 7 tissues, and then appropriately give your personalized dietary regimen, personalized physical exercise regimen, personalized yogasana, pranayama regimen, and personalized herbal regimen, so that you end up with, so that you bring about a VPK balance, and then we were able to successfully treat several type 1 hypersensitivity reactions who were steroid dependent and also steroid refractory, which means they were not even responding to steroids. Bronchial asthma, for example, several patients that we were able to administer this methodology. It really works. And we have any case presentations in allergies? Okay. While they check for the case presentations, because I wanted you to see for yourself as to how we were able to essentially demonstrate. I will take questions. Juneja ji, you wanted to ask something, yeah? Yeah, okay. Come. Dr. Suresha, everyone? Sapna ji. Juneja ji wanted to say something.
Juneja sir, you had a question, and we would like to also invite on stage Dr. Satyanarayana.
First of all, excellent approach as far as the synchronization of Vatpit cough and the allopathic scientific concepts. So there are two questions. One is as far as Vatpit, and I think one of the leading Ayurveda consultant and one of my guide in many aspects is also on the stage, so maybe we can add on to this as well. So you started with some dosha. So as far as Vatpit cough is concerned, and the model which I have maybe understood, correct me if I'm wrong, that you are focused right now on the predominance of a particular dosha, that is Vata, Pitta or Kapha, and accordingly the animal models have been done, and now with this device we will be going to the human data, and you are already collected. But there is one more thing which we need to understand, or maybe you can do in phase 2, I don't know, it's just a query, that in Ayurveda, Vatpit cough as a Prakriti and as a Vikriti we need to understand, and when we are talking about Prakriti, so predominantly, or maybe the, like for example myself or many other patients or human beings, healthy human beings also, they have Dhandaj in maximum cases, as far as the predominant dosha is not that much available, because due to the external factors, that the timings of lifestyle, diet and everything. So there is a cocktail sometimes of dosha, or there is a Dhandaj dosha in a healthy human being. And if somebody is a patient, then there is a Vikriti, and due to that also there is a dosha predominant, which you were discussing. And second is the dosha, some dosha definition also, as per my limited knowledge of Ayurveda, when we talk about dosha, so there are Sharirik dosha, Vatpit kapha, and there are Mansik dosha, Saturaj Tam. And when we are analyzing definitely animal models, Saturaj Tam analysis will be challenging. But in human models, at least we can think, and maybe moving forward, or maybe I don't know if you people have already thought about that. So some dosha means Saturaj Tam also kind of a balance in a healthy human being for the mental health and the Mansik health. So these two queries, sir. Thank you.
I mean, these are, but the discussion is going to be very, very elaborate, because it encumbers, literally concepts from the Vedanta Panchadashi, then your Viveka Chudamani, and then Sankhya Darshanam, because it's a very elaborate, we do at least a 16-hour session only on these concepts in the beginning, when we introduce our doctors, because in our doctors fraternity we have Ayurvedic doctors, PharmD, and also allopathic doctors. So we bring them all to a common ground, and that's a 16-hour session. Only explanation of these Prakriti, the Vikritis, and then if we go by again, okay, our Madhava Nidana is pretty famous. In the meanwhile, I wanted to give a word. We'll come back to this, because Dr. Satya Dornala, thank you very much for coming down, and I really appreciate your kind gesture. He's one of the top scientists of India, and working for the CCRAS, and you're a Class C scientist, right? Vaidya scientist, yeah. So it's great to have such scientists, eminent scientists on the podium. And I mean, I heard that you have to leave very soon. That's what okay.
Allow me, I'll put one or two my thoughts.
Yeah, please. Yeah, we'll take this after.
Yeah, just I'll not take much of your time. First of all, let me thank and congratulate the SGP team, and particularly taking this all 3 decades of his spending his life, and particularly on this Herculean task So I request all your audience to give a big round of applause to the Dr. Ravi Shankar garu. So while listening to all his, work and all this research work done, few thoughts were coming into my mind. Regarding always he's speaking about Vata modulated, Pitta modulated and Kapha modulated. The point is, always we speak about the Prakriti. Is it only the Vyakti Prakriti? Does the disease doesn't have Prakriti? If you say Prameha, then the basic nature of Prameha is Kapha dominance. I feel it is a Kapha Prakriti of Prameha. So that way, Amala Pitta, the basic Prakriti of Amala Pitta Vyadhi is Pittaja. The expression of the disease may vary. So he was rightly pointing out, in what old age people, the diabetes is something. Though in a broader sense, Prameha is an Kapha dominance, but when it comes to Madhumeha, it is Vataja. When it comes to Madhumeha, it is Vata the type. So the point is, the reason Acharya is very intellectual that he mentioned that though it is a Prameha, you need Ishat Brahmana. That itself that बीच में थोड़ा मीठा देना पड़ता है ऐसा नहीं बिल्कुल बंद आज के डेट में कहीं ना कहीं हम we Ayurveda people are more influenced by the modern science. At times I tend to call it as an allopatization of Ayurveda. The moment the patient comes to you with a raised blood sugar, you start giving the Tikta Aushadhi, the more of Tikta Dravya that will lead to Atisevana of Tikta Dravya that causes further aggravation of Vata. Naturally it leads to the further complications. I don't know, the learned delegates may agree and disagree with me. So it is a fundamental concept, the way, but today's lecture is something I feel, now I tend to call it as an Ayurvedization of allopathy. So from his perspective, he is looking at the things. Nothing is wrong. Maybe some people we disagree with what the Ravi Shankars are saying. No, it is his perception, he is looking at the things. But our perception is something else. But the science never should be in a stagnant. Thought process should flow, whether it is right or wrong. Let the things will, before the COVID when it comes, everybody in the initial of 1 month, 15 days, SCK is working like anything. After 2 weeks they said they dropped it. So it's, the science goes under it. It should not be stagnant. The moment itself is life. So the final word is, Prakriti is a disease means it is the interaction between the Vyakti Prakriti and Vyadhi Prakriti. Don't think that only Vyakti has Prakriti. Vyadhi also its own Prakriti. So that's how where it's a finest difference where we should, at times Vyadhi Prakriti is more dominant, it will dominate your Prakriti. At times individual Prakriti is more dominant, it will dominate Vyadhi Prakriti. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I would request Dr. Polisetti to kindly felicitate, sir. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for sharing your words of wisdom with the audience present here today. I would now like to invite Dr. Divya. And once over, handing over to Dr. Polisetti to kindly continue the question and answer session. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, wonderful, Dr. Satyanarayan Dornala. Amazing. Yeah. So, why I'm trying to look from the doshic perspective is, I mentioned that the standards are, the guidelines issued by standards are really confusing. So that's where the premise started, that we need to have a lateral view or a multifaceted view of the body. So that's how I started looking at the dosha influence. So my take on, of course, I read Dr. Satya Dornala's papers on Prakriti, your homeostasis. I read everything, sir, definitely. That's very insightful, definitely. So, and I love talking about not homeostasis, but homeodynamics. Because the body is in a state of continuous dynamic equilibrium. So it should be called as homeodynamics. So that's one aspect. But then when you come to the Prakriti, There will be a big debate. Yes, we need to have that, definitely. So friends, see, look at what is happening. Purva janma krutam papam vyadhirupena vashyati. Isn't it? So, it is like the vyadhi is an extrapolation of your past karma, right? Now, if that is so, because we have to integrate, I just mentioned, I'll try to quickly arrive at an answer or start a debate, not a debate, a discussion, scientific, healthy discussion, because it will involve several aspects, So, if Purva Janma Krita Papam Vyadhirupena Vashyati is right, number one. Number two is, it has to translate into, see, if Vyadhi is some supra-quantum influence that is translating into a VPK imbalance, the VPK imbalance at the time of birth is being fixed as Prakriti, isn't it? So this Prakriti at the time of the birth is essentially a projection of the past. So which means, I'm trying to say, the Vikriti of the past has become the Prakriti of that particular current time. And over time again, see, if Prakriti was the absolute state, over time it transforms itself into Vikriti. Isn't it? That's what, So Vikriti is the current status of your doshic imbalances. And why I think is Prakriti can be modulated is, why? Because, it has already got modulated. The earlier Vikriti became Prakriti. The Prakriti under the influence of doshas, whatever, Rituja Prabhava or the Dinaja Prabhava, it doesn't matter. Under the food, influence of the food, the association that you have, everything, alters it. And then you essentially become you have a different VPK proportion over time. And this is scientifically again corroborated with the fact that every 7 years, all the cells of the body continuously recycle. You are not what you are 7 years ago. The entire physical body has changed. All the cells got recycled, all the cells. If that is so, the new cells that have formed, will they carry the Prakriti that you had 40, 50 or 20, 30 years ago? Or will they assume the current Vikriti? If they assume the current Vikriti, then, the current Vikriti will become Prakriti for the next whatever action, tomorrow's action. So the point I'm trying to drive is, number one, okay, let's put this as algorithm number one. Now the algorithm number two is, what does Ayurveda or any of our Vedantic science, Ayurveda, in the Sutrasthana clearly mentions that dharma, artha, kama, moksha, these are the four important purusharthas that we ultimately are eligible to achieve. And what is the last word, moksha? What it means is you are redeeming yourself of all the karma. If the purva janma krita papam vyadhirupena vashyati, the aphorism number one, okay, we'll mark the second one, the first one as second, and then this should become the first one. So the purva janma krita papam vyadhirupena vashyati is one. Then if moksha means redeeming completely of all your karmas of all lives, isn't it? That's when you become moksha, that's when you become one with the God, which is the final target of even Ayurveda, because swasthya is the word that has the syntax mentioning swasthanam shiryate. The swasthanam, the atmic state is your original state, and VPK balance is actually mediating us to arrive at that state. If that is true, then your doshic homeostasis should be redefined, is what I'm proposing. That's answer to your question two. The answer to a question one is, I think Dr. Naveen, when he asked the question, I mentioned that in our data analysis of the last 22 years, of the patient data of more than 28,000 patients, what we figured was more than 75% of them have VPK dominant, not just Dvandvaja. All the Tridoshaja, number one, and interestingly, individual organs have different VPK fingerprint. That is exactly why in some individuals, so if you look at this can be easily explained why Metformin is tolerated by some individuals for some extent, after which it is not tolerated. Or, even your insulin, for example, is tolerated to a great extent, but suddenly you become intolerant. Why? Because it is a VPK imbalance in different tissues that is affecting, and rightly pointed out, sorry, you're Mr. Srinivas, Dr. Srinivas. Dr. Sainath. Ekkada, where are you from? Andhra, okay. Hyderabad, okay. A college, mana BRK, okay, whatever. So what I'm trying to say is, see, the individual organs and hence the GLUT receptors, the 14 of them, they're different. And again, there are so many pathways in the body. Which pathway is predominant is in which individual we don't know yet. So that is the reason for me saying that the individual VPK organ, individual VPK organ fingerprint, even in the same individual, in the organ VPK fingerprint is different for different organs in the same individual. So that's my take, and that's what we had been. And when we essentially identified this, for example, the patient that just came, 59-year-old CAD with class 4 DOE, dyspnea on angina, what we figured was while his there was pitta aggravation all over, there was vata aggravation in the CVS. That was both the doshas were aggravated, and then when we pacified them with the snigdha lakshana of your vata pacifying remedies, he really became better, which is completely contrarian to whatever the guidelines are given. Okay, when do I cross the guidelines is when you have a patient whose quality of life is pathetic, symptom-free survival is not achieved, and he's classified as an end-stage disease. So that is my take on the second one, please. On the first one. So definitely, I feel this discussion on the Prakriti and Vikriti can go on and on until unless we figure out, because my references are again, as I said, Vedanta Panchadashi, which was actually documented by Swami Vidyaranya, who in his Purva Ashrama was Madhava Acharya, who wrote the Madhava Nidanam. So he, an Ayurvedic physician, first wrote when treated patients, wrote the book, eminent scholar, and then went to Himalayas, meditated, became Swami Vidyaranya, writes this book of Vedanta Panchadashi. He clearly classifies Chapter 1, shlokas 17 to 23, Chapter 2, shlokas from 18 to 27. They clearly mention how your VPK fingerprint, you should strive to achieve a equal proportion of these VPK in individual organs, and that's when deployed appropriately in clinical methodology, we had seen amazing results. Thank you. Yeah. Professor Harsha from SV University, please. Adi press.
Deal, because if you think about the gross levels of prameha, sthola pramehi balavanikaya, krusa pramehi sambrahmanas chakari. See, the acharyas has mentioned that kleda vidruti is there. Why it is coming? Because even polyuria, all the three P's was mentioned in same Ayurveda and allopathy. But if you think about the dhatu levels, then the correct understanding of the disease mechanism we can see. From the rasadhatu to lost dhatus, where the kapha and pitta and Vata. Where the pre-diabetic, we can see in kapha-dominant conditions, where the Pitta malfunctioning, the disease manifestations of all the conditions of symptomatology like hepatitis increase and all. And where we should think about the complications area, all the retinopathy, neuropathy, and all these we can see in Vata dominant conditions. Here, we should not treat with only the Pitta condition, we should give opposite quality of the drugs there. See, Kleda Vidruti is the main concept of the treatment. There, the concept is we have to shoshana of that Kledana. That particular drugs we have to be concentrated. That's why Dhatugata Agnis should be correct. That is the main principle of the treatments was mentioned by Acharyas. That's why even the Rasadhatu Dushti is there. Raktadhatu is going to vitiation again. And Mamsadhatu also again going to vitiation. It's not we are treating only the Rakta is having the sugar levels and all. That's why the Shodhana treatments also highly important. Where the Kleda is coming into the body, we have to be exhibit that Keda Vidruti in proper direction like Virechana. Or if it is kapha dominant conditions, we should go for Vamana. And if it is Kshaya Lakshanas is more, and we have to adopt as the Brahmana aspects of somewhat Anuvasana Vasti, or even Madhutailik Vasti is highly mentioned, especially Dhanvantari Taila is highly indicated in Prameha. That's why, again, we have to be categorized like Stola Pramehi and Krusha Pramehi. So, based on this, in Krusha Pramehi, we should always think about Brahmana-wise treatment, where all the Chaya Lakshanas is there. Where Santarpana is there, all the provocations of so many conditions, Kapha and Meda, Dhatu Vruddhi is there. There we should go for Apatarpana, Langana treatments is protocol. And meanwhile, we should assess the Dhatus, Vata, Pitta, Kapha, combination of the manifestation of the symptoms, which of the symptoms, which of the Kashayas is suitable. If it is Nisa, Katakadi Kashaya, is highly recommended in Kapha dominant condition, where the Guduchi can be given in the Pitta dominant conditions. Likewise, if you are protocol, where the Dhatus, Agni Mandyas is developing in this particular disease, because all the Dhatus in these particular conditions, if you see, when the complications arises and when the patient is deteriorating, we don't know. That's why the Dhatu Agni Pakas, where which of the Dhatus is going to Agni levels, whether it is properly, because all the time, all the Dhatus is inappropriately, the Agni levels is going on ups and downs. So that Agni should be correct, and thereby we should correct the Kleda Vidruti. That is the main concept of this particular Prameha, what I could understand. And any comments, most professors, my SARS is there. They have to be given their opinions, because Shodhana is one of the beautiful treatment. Correct. Because whatever the pacification treatments in diabetes, it is only on that particular week or 2 weeks or 1 or 2 months it may be altered. But as for Shodhana adopted, most of the diabetic levels in our clinicians we are seeing in our hospital also. If you go for Shodhana along with Shamana, then we are getting best results after going for 1 or 2 couple of years. With this, I conclude. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That's wonderful, Professor Harsha. As I said, diabetes itself is a very long discussion that we should have, diabetes and Pramehas, because there are several, as I said, 175, I'm talking about the medical, allopathic science, presents to us the glucose metabolism in 175 different metabolic pathways, number one. And then Pramehas are 20 already. So, to club them and understand them together at once is not a part, the scope. We cannot have the scope. That's why we didn't go deep into that. I was just trying to impress on the dosha influence on glucose metabolic, primary glucose metabolic, that's a Krebs cycle pathway, that's all. If we go deep, It's a complicated, I mean, it's not complicated, it's an elaborate subject, which I think, we should have more workshops, maybe 2 to 3 day workshops, where we discuss all the number one metabolic pathways, all the pramehas, and then, essentially, talk about all the Shodhana, Shamana methodologies, several of the methodologies that are given. And by the way, Professor Harsha is a Panchakarma specialist, he's a professor in SV University, and he does amazing Shodhana therapies and has, I've listened to him several times, wonderful lectures. But as I said, Professor Harsha, it's a broad concept of how the doshas are, because as allopathic doctors, we all have this confusion. See, the body has more than about 7 million chemicals already discovered. More than 900,000 pathways are mapped. We don't know which pathway is actually predominant in an individual or right now, if we talk about a certain individual, which metabolic pathway is predominant in which individual, we don't know. So the scope is reduced only to see the doshic influence of Vata Pitta Kapha, that's all. So then of course, as you said, the dhatu, the rasa, rakta, mamsa, med, astimajja, shukra, dhatu influence, then not to, ojas, tejas, and you go deep, there are much deeper concepts too. And then the remedies. We're not talking about the remedies actually. It's just about the scope of this particular discussion, yeah. Correct, no, I'm not. Wonderful, that's the full perspective of Ayurveda, for sure.
Because all the time this ama nature is going to precipitate in this particular disease, sir. Because if we are not at all for pachana of that particular dhatu, then it is not a complete treatment. So that's why the Dhatva-Agni Pachana, the principle of the Prameha treatment itself, it was being designed. You have to be given proper Pachana, is there or not. If you go for understanding of Dhatugata Pachana, that's what, even if you take the Langana treatment, even in the Shodhana also, that's why Uddottanam Kafaram Medasah Prahilapanam. So there also, for all the diabetes patients, without hurting their basic metabology, we are adopting such a treatments. See, the Langana concept, already it was described in the area of Stola. Stola Pramehe Balvaneke. It was, so if you understand the principles of the concepts in depth level, then we have to treat very better mode than the humans level. So that's why all the time ama is producing, where the toxins are producing. That's what the ketone metabolism at the root levels is, again it is coming. So, because every day it is the process of producing that toxins, the Dhatva-Agni Paka medications, if you adopt, and if it is required, that ama should be eliminated. The Kleda Vidruti is the main concept, sir. It is going on producing. If you compare to normal patients and other patients, how we should be rectify that? So we have to be concentrate on dhatu levels. And if you treat that dhatu level treatments, then it is controlled, at least the diabetes level medications. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. I would now like to invite Dr. Divya to kindly do the 2 case presentations that we have in this session. Over to you.
Good evening, everyone. So we have a 2 case presentations here regarding the hypersensitivity reactions. So we have one asthma case and one hives or urticaria. So in the asthma, she is she's a 50-year-old patient. She has a complaint. She has come with the complaints of back pain, migraine, and even the asthma attacks. It was actually 2 to 3 episodes in, especially in the winter, and she has many episodes during whenever she is exposed to cold also. So she has also food allergies. So to begin with, she came with especially back pain issues, but once we started the treatment, she improved a lot in all the aspects, especially. So we are not treating here in a disease-specific manner. So we are treating here in a holistic manner where we address all the imbalances of the Vata doshas, Pitta doshas, and Kapha doshas in all of these Sapta Dhatus and also all 42 organs. So, and in the case 2, we have the urticaria case. So he has very vigorous urticaria actually on the hands, legs, the stomach, tummy, backside, everywhere. So he complains every day actually. He used to call me every day saying that, ma'am, it's not going, it's not subsidizing. So we slowly induced the treatment in approaching balancing this Vata Pitta Kaphas. So these two cases are in different doshas actually. So in the first case, she is with the Vata dosha, especially in the immune system, Vata dosha is aggravated. And in the second case, he is with the Kapha dosha aggravation. So this is two different types of cases. So we have dealt with them very differently. So in the first case, we asked her to have lots of oil foods, ghee foods, but in asthma we usually restrict the milk products, everything. But here in this case we advised her to have the fatty foods, oily foods, and all the milk products, whatever the Vata dosha, for subsiding the Vata dosha, then she slowly improved. If you can see the pulse diagnosis that Dr. Ravishankar had diagnosed. So here it is in the abbreviations actually mentioned here. The LSEs like lumbar and cervical spondylitis, that was, she is suffering from the back pain, severe back pain. And the Vata dosha is aggravated in the immune system. And mild Pitta is also present all overly, mild aggravation, but it's not symptomatic presentation here. So most of the things, most of the cases we observe that it is not single dosha predominant persons, we are not at all seeing them. So there are Dvandvaja doshas or Sannipatata doshas, and each organ is categorized into different, we can see each organ, dosha predominant is different. So as Harshvardhan Garu said that we need to treat as in dhatu wise and also dosha wise. So here we can see that each organ is of different predominance of doshas. So accordingly we have given the treatment. So we have approached this PSA methodology, and in this we have 5-pronged approach actually. So first level is like everything is personalized here according to the doshas in each of the tissues and 42 organs. And also we consider the seasonal changes also, Ritucharya, Dinacharya, everything is considered here. And yes, so according to this, and we also ask our patients to come once in 2 months. As the season changes, we also change their diets as well according to the pulse diagnosis. So here, she continued the treatment, she followed the treatment very well. So she improved a lot, and now there is no episodes of asthma at all, even during the winter, and she's living with no symptoms at all, even with the back pain or headaches, allergies, everything is gone. She's perfectly fine now. So you can see the 5th visit. In the 5th visit itself, the WNL. WNL means all doshas are just normalized. So all the doshas are in within normalized limits. So this was her prognosis. So the next case, please. Yeah, here we can see the Kapha dosha is predominantly present in CVS, the cardiovascular system, immune system, and also the liver. So here he was suffering with lots of urticaria all over the body, and he complains twice or thrice daily. So the episodes are twice or thrice every day. And then we have actually, according to the Kapha dosha, we have prescribed him the Kapha pacifying diet, and we have restricted him to the detoxification procedures in the Panchakarma, one of the procedures. So we have treated him, and actually slowly the symptoms got improved. So the episodes were reducing day by day. So he used to have 3 episodes in every day. Slowly it was reduced to 2 days, once in 2 days, and then weekly twice, and then monthly. So now he is not at all having any urticaria. Actually, he wants to come to the our event here, but he was stuck with their relative's marriage, so he was not at all, he was unable to join the meeting today. So actually, he is very overwhelmed to join, and he was very thankful to doctor for the treatment as well, because he approached many allopathy doctors, many Ayurvedic doctors, but he was not able to improve himself in the treatment. So once he went through our treatment in the PSA methodological way, he improved a lot, and he is not having any rashes, allergies, nothing. So he's fine now, and he's enjoying his event in the marriage, one of his friend's marriage. So this was the two prominent cases that we have dealt with. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you. So what I was trying to say, just like Professor Harshavardhan pointed out, see, the moment you see allergies, we get programmed to think that they're caused by, we're trying to come up with a certain syntax that it is a kapha mediated. Any allergy or any rash could be a kapha mediation syndrome is what I read in several new articles, scientific articles. So the key here, according to what we understood, is that both vata, pitta and kapha, they all could essentially produce hives. How? Vata, through production of, through monocyte vata aggravation. What happens is interleukin-4 gets produced, B cell gets hypersensitized, then histamine gets released, you end up with allergy. If there's excessive pitta mediation, the pitta leading to hypermetabolism leads to, at the end of a pitta pathway, Krebs cycle pathway, you end up with more of water, H2O and CO2. The H2O and CO2 essentially, when the intracellular concentrations of these two chemicals increase, these two molecules increase, they trigger the action of carbonic anhydrase, and then they lead to the formation of carbonic acid intracellular. Intracellular carbonic acid, excessive of that, is really correlatable to Ayurveda, because if there is increase in carbonic acid, we can really correlate it to the Amla Lakshana of Pitta dosha. When there's Pitta aggravation, Pitta is correlated to Amla in Ayurveda, and for which we have a scientific way, modern scientific way of explaining why it should be treated as, why the internal environment becomes acidic, and when it becomes acidic, it could lead to itching, the hives. That's a Pitta mediated superimposition of an allergic manifestation, which is Pitta mediated. So kapha mediation, this I'm again open to debate of your discussion, but let me put the point. So the kapha mediation, essentially, what it does is it makes just like our Professor Harsha said, that's exactly where you need to do the Langana methods, right? So what because see, not every patient, until unless he has enough time, goes to a Panchakarma specialist to, deploy the Panchakarma remedies. So we have come up with a methodology in which we try to map the Vata, Pitta, Kapha, quantify the VPK in individual dhatus, organs and dhatus, and try to apply the Kedara Kulya Nyaya. First deploy the pulse diagnostic method, and pulse diagnostic method is is very scientific, my dear allopathic, my dear fraternity, because see, I'll just quickly switch to this side of explanation, then come back. See, there's something called as laminar flow of blood. And according to Guyton's physiology, the old version, there were 2 laminae. And then, the MIT declared, just about 7 years ago, they figured that there are 3 laminae. When the blood flows, it doesn't flow as one stream. It flows in 3 laminae. But then we applied Raman spectroscopy, way back, and then we figured that there are 7 layers in the 7, when a person is seated, without any, seated and is in absolute state of rest, or he's rested well, blood flow gets harmonized and you end up with 7 laminar flow. And possibly the seven laminar flow must have triggered the concept. I don't know. We just need to do more investigations. But definitely the Sapta Dhatus and the 7 laminae could have a correlation, for which we need to do more scientific study. There's no other way. We need to do, and there are ways to do that scientific study. So we often, when you essentially disrupt the first level of the lamina, you end up with the fluid properties being detected with your fingers as a sensor, and then the fluid properties translate into your pulse pressure curve, and the pulse pressure curve, depending on the slope ascent and slope descent of the pulse pressure curve, and also the plateau of the pulse pressure curve, you can diagnose whether it is slippery, bounding, or whether it has a plateau, becoming sluggish. So that's how we deploy this method of pulse diagnostic, very useful. And most of the times, we do the pulse diagnosis and then we're able to correlate to even blood biochemistry, even CBP. That's a slight, more too scientific overboard experiment that we have done. But this is really scientific. That's what I wanted to say, number one. So when you end up with, okay, what we do typically, just so that I clarify further, is that by getting the pulse characteristics at these 7 different laminae, you're essentially getting the VPK, depending on whether the pulse characteristics correspond to the slippery pulse or bounding or a sluggish pulse. And depending on the proportions of these 3 different pulse characteristics, or pulses as we call it, we categorize or quantify the VPK proportions in those. We're hypothesizing yet, but we are using this, and also, of course, we do the Ashtavidha Pariksha and also run a battery of tests in all of the patients. But over time, we are hopeful that we can generate lot more data, and then this really, make it a scientific methodology of skill transfer, through which we are able to detect these imbalances and in different dhatus. And why is it important, as Professor Harsha already mentioned, that your treatment methodology essentially, has to be derived from there. That's what we do. So that again is not in the scope of this particular workshop. We'll do those workshops. We need to have more and more debates on, discussions on how to navigate between systems, and then establish the scientific concept at every level. That's all I'm trying to do. So once we deployed this, so the kapha mediated hives or allergies are when you translate that based on electrophysiology, it leads to sluggish metabolism. Sluggish metabolism, for example, of the liver will essentially retain your, what does liver do? Liver does a lot of detoxification, right? So toxins get loaded in the blood, and when the liver is in a state of sluggishness, the only way the body expels these toxins is through the skin. So that's another mechanism through which you could end up with allergies, and then by all of these 3 doshas could essentially translate into allergies, and there's a way we have, we were able to treat these patients and then help them. That's the explanation to, yeah, please, yeah, please come.
I'm Dr. Murthy, presently working as the director of Anna Sahib Dange Ayurveda College, Maharashtra. Worked at SP Ayurveda College earlier for 15 years, and now I'm at Maharashtra. A few words. First, congratulate Dr. Polishetty for a wonderful session. Really wonderful that an entirely different and new angle is given to Ayurveda today. What Ayurveda doctor should have done, an allopathy doctor, even a true Ayurveda doctor now we have, that he has done so many things. 20 years, 21 years అని చెప్తున్నారు, 31 years పని చెప్తున్నారు. నాకు అనిపిస్తుంది ఇది అన్నేళ్ళది కాదు, అది ఆయన ఎప్పుడో పూర్వజన్మలో ఒక 100 సంవత్సరాలు పని చేసి ఉంటాడు. ఇప్పుడు ఈ సంవత్సరాలు ఇప్పుడు స్టార్ట్ చేసినట్టు మళ్ళీ 20 సంవత్సరాలు. ఎందుకంటే ఒక లెవెల్లో ఆయుర్వేదం చెప్తుంది మైండ్ అండ్ సోల్ దే ఆల్వేస్ ట్రావెల్ టుగెదర్. వన్స్ మ్యాన్ డైస్, ది మైండ్ క్యారీస్ ది ఇంప్రెషన్స్ and along with the soul it enters another soul. ఆ పూర్వజన్మలో ఏ లెవెల్లో మనం స్టాప్ చేసినామో ఆ లెవెల్లో ఈరోజు నుంచి స్టార్ట్ చేస్తాం. హీ హాజ్ స్టార్టెడ్ సమ్వేర్, ఎండెడ్ సమ్వేర్ దేర్, నౌ హీ హాజ్ స్టార్టెడ్ అగైన్. లేకపోతే 20 ఏళ్లలో చేసే పని కాదు ఇది. ఇట్స్ సర్టన్లీ వర్క్ దట్ నీడ్స్ టు బి డన్ ఇన్ హండ్రెడ్స్ ఆఫ్ ఇయర్స్. అంత చిన్న సమయంలో హీ హాజ్ డన్ ఎ వండర్ఫుల్ వర్క్. ఫర్ దట్ వన్ వీ షుడ్ ఆల్ కంగ్రాచులేట్. అండ్ హీ ఈజ్ an asset to Ayurveda, not to allopathy, he is an asset to Ayurveda world. And we should all congratulate him for this. Okay, 2-3 issues I just wanted to say. We are talking about Vata, Pitta, Kapha dominance. We are talking about the doshas, predominance of doshas. We are not talking about the Prakriti. We should differentiate when you are talking about predominance of a dosha, Vata, Pitta, Kapha, you are talking about the aggravation of doshas. We are not talking about the Prakriti. Prakriti is entirely different. When you assess a Prakriti, the treatment will be based on Prakriti, but you will be treating a dosha. A Vata dosha person, if you have a Vata symptoms, it will be severe, very difficult to treat. If a Vata Prakriti person, if he gets a Vata disease, it's almost impossible to treat. We have to differentiate the dosha dominance and dosha Prakriti. This is the basic thing that I request you to kindly further this one. And second thing, in diabetes, Ayurveda says 20 pramesas. From the very beginning, I have a different view. There are 19 pramehas and 1 madhumeha. 19, because all 19 pramehas are obstinate urinary disorders, probably metabolic disorders, and they have one common thing with diabetes is that they are also urinary disorders. They are not madhumehas. Sushruta says, Sarva eva pramehastu kalena pratikarinaha madhumehatvam avapniyan. That's what he says. But this is not true, because a simple condition like glycosuria or alkaptonuria cannot get converted into diabetes. We should see diabetes as madhumeha. And this madhumeha, though Ayurveda says it is vataja, we should say that diabetes mellitus and madhumeha as similar, because the most of the treatment measures that have been discussed in Ayurveda are for madhumeha and not for simple prameha. Simple pramehas can be treated with any urinary disorders, but madhumeha is something different. So madhumeha and prameha should be separated. Madhumeha should be considered as diabetes mellitus, and 19 prameha should be considered as obstinate urinary disorders of metabolic origin. And when you treat madhumeha, then you differentiate Vata, Pitta, Kapha. Maybe full Vataja, maybe madhumeha, Vata Anubandha, Pitta Anubandha, Kapha Anubandha. If you study this way, probably you will be able to understand madhumeha better. Second thing. Third thing, we are talking about use of ghee and all. We are talking about this one. If a patient of Vata, if a patient is Vataja madhumeha, I consider it's Vata madhumeha, and madhumeha should be different. If a patient of Vataja madhumeha, I can give a lot of ghee, because it absorbs ghee and he requires ghee. Well, there is one sentence in this one. He says that there is one sentence in Charkava, I just do not remember exactly. When natishtant anilamayah, snehapurna mrudaukoste natishtant anilamayah. That's what he says. Whenever Vata is aggravated, you should give only simple sneha. You need not do anything. Nothing is required. Even in diabetes, lot of ghee can be given if it's a patient is Vata dominant. In any disease. That's why we talk about when you give lot of sugars in case of Pitta dominant, it helped only because of this reason. This needs to be understood in each and every disease. Probably this will help. And I feel that what he has done is to be done at a different levels. Maybe he has to take it to it is only a beginning. Maybe that after 30 years, whatever he has done, a lot of work, but it's only a beginning. A lot needs to be done. Thank you very much.
Murthy garu.
I would request Dr. Polisetti to do the honors of felicitating eminent speaker here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for sir. And now the floor is open for questions. We have time to take 2 questions. If you have any questions, you may kindly raise your hand, identify yourself, and put across your question. So if you don't have any questions, then we can close the proceedings for today. Ladies and gentlemen, there are a few announcements that I would like to make. First and foremost, that tomorrow on day 2, we begin the proceedings at 9 o'clock. We request everyone to be here in time for day 2 proceedings. We begin the first session tomorrow with talk on hypertension. The first session, talk on hypertension, is at 9 o'clock. We request everybody to be here in time. Secondly, we have for the delegates only a gala dinner from 6:30 p.m. onwards. During the gala dinner, our junior doctors have prepared a very interesting, nice cultural presentations. Please sit back. We will request you to kindly stay back to enjoy the cultural presentation and the gala dinner with us. All the delegates are kindly requested to stay back. So thank you very much indeed. With that, ladies and gentlemen, have a wonderful evening ahead. Enjoy the cultural evening and the gala dinner. And tomorrow, please be in time at 9 o'clock for the first session, which is talk on hypertension. Thank you very much indeed. May I invite Anil Kumar, Dr. Anil Kumar, on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Prakash Rao will be here with us any moment now. We would request everyone to kindly stay back. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Prakash Rao, our Honorable Chief Guest, will be here any moment now. We would request you to kindly stay back.
Yeah, Prakash Rao garu vastunaru. Yeah. So we'll relax for some time. Yeah.